Press a few too many buttons there, everybody. Welcome. Holy mackerel. Is it cold here in Tennessee? It is like 30 degrees right now. It is so cold. Thanks everybody for being here. I did put out a new video. I hope you guys enjoyed it. The BenQ unboxing. We're talking a little bit about my studio here behind the scenes. Going to do even more behind the scenes videos and other cool videos coming up. If you'd like to be part of those videos and get your name in those videos, I'm going to actually start re-putting my Patreon supporters onto my future guides. So if you'd like to help out with that, you can find that Patreon information somewhere. I think it's like exclamation Patreon or something like that. I can't even remember after this long. But I've been trying to get back to those guides for a long time. I love making them. That was a lot of fun doing the BenQ unboxing. I also did another one, Kismet modular kill box. Hope you guys enjoyed that as well. So if you want to be part of that, feel free to go over to the Patreon. It's pretty easy, just patreon.com/Kismet. But let's see if it actually comes up in the chat. Patreon. Well, what do you know? There you go. All right, there's the old Patreon hiding right there. So yeah, I'm going to be getting going on that. Lots more guides coming up, including New World. I have a whole revamp of my system here, alert system and other stuff here coming on the stream as well. Been working on that for a really long time, little by little by little, and going to try to implement it either in the end of this year or into next year. We'll see how it goes. Plus a whole bunch of holiday stuff, giveaways, all of that. Got more giveaways in today, by the way. Went and got it from the P.O. box to give away to some of you out there. So lots of cool stuff. Going to do an unboxing on those as well. And I'll just have the greatest time. Greatest time. I get just so much stuff. I work very hard, everybody. That's like 6-8 months worth of work to get to the point in which I can give away all this loot to all of you guys. It's very involved. It takes a long time. Everything I do takes a long time, but there's only one me, and I'm the only one doing it. So, I can only do so much in a day. Sadly, I wish I could do my 20-year-old self worth of stuff in a day, but I'm trying to streamline a lot of my production. And when you see this behind the scenes video, you'll see how I have my machine set up now and the reasons why, because I always do stuff for a reason. I don't rarely just go, hey, I'm just going to buy this thing randomly. No, I buy stuff for a reason. Like I bought that BenQ monitor for a reason. Just kind of dip my toe into 4K gaming and figure out what it's all about. Because I do have a 4K card, it just, it's not set to go, 244 hertz and all that kind of crazy stuff. So I just tried the 60 hertz one, and it's beautiful right now. I can looking at Satisfactory in 4K. It's pretty amazing. But we're going to get into that here in just a moment. First, we're going to show you guys some love. Now, don't forget to go out and retweet. Let's go ahead and get my retweet thing in there. There we go. Rocking my Fix It shirt today. And my Twitch. There we go. Fix it. And my Twitch shirt, because it is freezing. It's literally like 35, 36 degrees in here. That's like 2 degrees Celsius for all you European people or people who actually use like a logical system. Why does Celsius go to 0? For some of you who don't know your Celsius and Fahrenheit. I'm in the United States, so we use Fahrenheit, so it's like 35, 36 degrees. But the reason why it goes to 0 is because 0 is freezing. That's how Celsius works. So it starts at freezing temperature and then goes up from there, where our system does not do that. Freezing to us is like 30 degrees. So I see the logic in it, but that doesn't mean we're going to change because we don't make these choices, everybody. We don't make these choices. We're just the average Joe. We don't make choices for the whole country and whatnot on systems of measurement and whatnot. I suggest to learn all the systems of measurements. I did. I learned millimeters and centimeters and picas and points and all of that stuff as a graphic designer. You got to be able to switch those different things like it's nothing, like you were breathing. Because you make one mistake on that and then you output something and you output a million of something, believe me, that client going to be very unhappy if it's the wrong size. Especially you're doing like mailers or things that fold together, right? Yeah, those are that's not going to be good. So always check and double check and check again. Triple check that stuff. just like you would if you were going to construct a house, right? You don't just go, yeah, it looks good enough. Let's just throw up the walls. You want to check those measurements and check them again, until you get it just right. So there you go. So if you want to check that out, feel free to go check out the YouTubes. Hey, look, 7 Aspen coming in, already checking it out. There you go. Here's all my social media right there. You can go ahead and go to the Discord, go up to the Twitter and the YouTube. You can follow that link right there. And when you go up there onto that YouTube, make sure to hit that subscribe button because tons and tons more coming. Not only do I have all my back streams queued up all the way until May of next year. That's how hard I've been working behind the scenes, everybody. May of next year. As well as guys are going to be rolling out like a boss because I have those videos down like a rhythm now. It's like breathing in and out to me now. I'm so down, which is so amazing. And it really thanks to all of you who said, Kismet, can you put your videos up onto YouTube? And I'm like, oh man, that's a giant undertaking. How am I going to get that done? And so I learned how to do it a little bit, and I streamlined it. Now I have it down to a science. And all the people who lost their VODs and all of that stuff here on Twitch are bumming for 5-10 years of all their hard work and all those incredibly great moments. Those moments of joy is what I call them. Luckily, I was able to capture those and save those and put those all up onto YouTube because I started that project. So I have like 5 years worth of videos up there. A lot of stuff you guys can go and check out and enjoy, including tons of guides and unboxings and all of that. Also got to be working on the website a little bit too to add the BenQ to my stream setup as well as that unboxing. I've been trying to get my guides up there as well, but I've been just shifting into other projects that I have to prioritize for right now. But we'll get around to it in a bit. Turn my heater on. I got a heater on right there because it is absolutely frosty in here. So let's say hello to everybody in the chat. Let's fire up some Stream Raiders. Then we're going to get into some Satisfactory and have a good time. So let's go, everybody. Let's get into it. Let's see who we got in the chat. Rotisserie G coming in, says afternoon. Good afternoon, Rotisserie G. Thanks for hanging out. Appreciate your love. And always hanging out in the stream. Appreciate everybody coming in, lurking, showing that lurker love. Seven Sped coming in. Now, of course, all you peeps who come in here at the top of the stream, boom, there's 1,000 Kiss Caps for all of you. Speaking of, because we're going to get into it and, of course, save those Kiss Caps up, but use them up before the end of the year. Remember, January 1st, they do all reset, and whoever is the highest person who has the most caps at the end of the year is going to also get something special as well. Unless it's one of my mods. If it's one of my mods, then they're going to get something special. And then someone else is going to get something special, whoever falls underneath that one, who is just a regular viewer, not one of my mods. All right, so we'll see how that goes when we get there. But for right now, I say, it's kind of time to play some games, don't you think? Yeah, time to play some games up in here. Let's get into it. All right. Give me a nice drink of water, some agua. Let's see where we at here. Let's go ahead and pop right into this one. That's right. I think we're going low side, right? Low side again, and then to the Turkey Man. Let's go. We're trying to take out as many turkeys as we can. Bunch of turkeys. I think I'm just going to do this. I don't know what it is about this spot right here that's like magical. I don't know. It's because we have, I guess, defense against a whole bunch of different sides. That spot seems to work out. Feel free to come and join us. My whole cursor's moving because my other mouse is underneath that mouse. There we go. All right, now we got it going on. Look at this Spaghetti City going on over here. We're going to fix that. We'll probably fix that next time. But look at that going on. Just makes me want to sit there and go fix all of that. But I love to watch it run. There's something magical about Satisfactory, about just letting it run and watching all the things go down the conveyor belt and all of that. Really, really fun. Now, this all comes from this over here. As you can see, we've got our different lines. We got all inline production here, where we've got our limestone coming in and it's producing our concrete, which is pretty easy, right? That's pretty easy. You can come in, right? And we got our lift wall way over here, and it's lifting all of our resources from literally like 500, 600, 700 down there. It's way down there, and it comes way up here. I think it's like 4 or 5 switchbacks where you do maximum length and then flip it around and then run it the other side and then run the other side again. Yeah, it's about 5 of them there. coming up from way down there up to this level. Now, this is my production level here. Eventually, all of those lines, though, will be run from underneath. I typically don't do it at this level, and that's because I know I'm going to replace a lot of this production, a lot of these lines later on. If I know I'm going to replace it, then I definitely don't want to spend a lot of time running, because I only have so much time, and I like to progress through the game as efficiently as possible, and then get into that upper level, and then you go to town building all your various stuff. So all of this, by the way, is being fed, again, from various resources in the back. This is my steel production right here. You can see it's producing both beams and rods there. Then next we have our iron production over there. It's producing our plates, our rods, and our other thing. Our plates are rods. What's the other thing? No, I think just plates and rods. Screws. That's the other thing. Screws. My brain's not kicking in. There we go. So screws is next after that. And then after that is my copper production, which is doing wire, cable, and copper sheets. So yeah, we got a lot of stuff running over there. Now, those are all your basics. You want to get your basics set up so that you have a backlog of all of these, because all of this leads to the next level, and then the next level again, and so on. So right over here, you can see I've got my hub. Now we're down at ground level. Pretty kind of fun. Or actually, not really ground level, because as you can see, it goes down and down and down. But what I call production level. There we go. And we've got all of our basic resources all ready to go. Now, these are here for me. They're not here really for any other reason other than me, though I am tapping a bit into some of these resources and sending them on their way down the way there for production. But as you can see, we have a bit of the basic resources. And you can see I've got my concrete over there, plates, and so on and so forth, all the way down the line. And then down over here, we've got our plates, but there's really no plates being run into there, and there's none of these being run into there. They're actually being put in those boxes way off in the distance there. Now over here, we've got our modular frames also not going into there. This one right here, I don't think that one's going in there. I think I just manually put that in there. And this one is definitely going in there, because look at that Caterium wire. Wow, that's a lot of wire going on over there. And then let's go over here and see how we're doing on our other production. One of my favorite things about this game is you can actually let this game run and run and run and just come back. So if you don't have enough of this right here, this encased industrial beam, even if you have it at the lowest, slowest level, you can just set it running and then walk away. Literally walk away from your computer and then come back in like 2-3 hours, just let it run. Reminds me very much of like SimCity or something like that. We used to do that at work, by the way. I used to let everybody at work play SimCity back in the day, the original one. And what everybody would do is they'd have a computer where they would just let their SimCity run. And then we'd all look at each other's cities and stuff like that. But we would just let them run all day, every day. And then we check in on them, make sure they were doing okay, you know, at lunchtime and whatnot. And then we go back to work and come back. How's their cities doing? They're doing okay. And then back to work. That kind of thing. What can I say? I was a cool boss. Cool boss. Let people play games during work and after work. If they get the work done, what do I care? Right? As long as they don't get too distracted, right? When you got quality people, they don't get that distracted. They stay focused on their work, just like me. I'm that type of person. I stay very hyper-focused on what I'm doing. So we're doing some various different stuff over here. Like right here, we're creating a bunch of stators. Over here, I believe we're doing our rotors. Yeah, doing our rotors and whatnot. See what we got over here. And there's those plates. So plates are going into there and then running back into this over here. And this is what's creating our modular frames. And our modular frames are then going out and up and around. Holy mackerel. Out, up, and around, and then going over here to make the versatile framework. And we're running that versatile framework along with that one over here. Oh, all three of these doing versatile framework. I can't even remember. It was like a week ago. Yeah, versatile framework. Yeah, see, that's a good move there. So I got all the versatile framework running into here. How are we looking on that versatile framework? Whoa, we're halfway, more than halfway. 1,500 in there right now, so pretty nice. Those take a long time to run. By the way, I'm on the last tier anyway, so if I do unlock this in here, basically, I've unlocked everything in the game, which is tier 7 and 8, but there's really no tier 8. There's only tier 7. So really, that's the next one we need to unlock. But this is all making those various resources that I need to unlock my space elevator there. And some of this I'm running back, and some of this I just have right there. Now, I don't need a lot of this stuff, and I see I've got a list of stuff over here. I'm just going to clear that list. I got a list of stuff there, and there's my gigantic space elevator. So awesome. And so what do we need to work on over here, right? The most important thing is the progression of your, and I like to be as efficient as possible, the progression of your milestones. So we're trying to get our milestones done, and we're trying to get this milestone going. Now, before we can do any of this, we're going to need some rubber, and we're going to need some plastic. Now, we could go and collect some oil by ourselves, but that's not going to work out. It needs to go in and actually have a whole production line for making plastic and making rubber and even making some power if I so desire, though I do have a lot of power because my coal power right now is just absolutely crushing it. Now, they did add additional items to the game. When it comes to infrastructure and stuff like that, like right here, we've got our MK2 water pipes, which we're going to get into in this playthrough. That's fairly new. They've also added new jump pads and the ability to put power poles up on the ceiling or on the floors and all of that kind of cool stuff. But right now, we're trying to get this milestone done. So we do have the ability, by the way, to go in and just go ahead and put in what we've got so far in there. So we need about another 500 and 1,000 cable. So let's go look at our cable over here. That's one thing I'm very rarely ever hurting on that much. I'm just going to actually grab it all, walk over here, and then just hold down Control, click it, and put it right in there, and then just walk it back again. Makes it super easy to manage. Now, one of the problems, though, is you got to make sure that you are putting that back in there, that you do put some back in there for you to use. And this is just the storage. Now, this one's not filling up. I can show you I can tell right there because there's nothing. It doesn't say 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 and all that. And we're going to organize all of that. Actually, all of our lines are actually going to be down below this level in the long run. But we don't have the lines that we need, the speed of lines. We're also going to have it auto sort a lot of our stuff. So anything that we want to just, we have a bunch of extra resources on us. So we want it to go and sort it. It will automatically go and sort all the resources for our use. See, the main thing is setting it up for your use to grab it and continually build on to your factory and extend your factory and unlock different stuff. Like great example is the motors down here that I need. And these items like the motors and especially these beams and the plates, they take a really long time. So I suggest to get those running while you're doing something else. Like a lot of the time I will go in and make stuff while I am, busy building or running power or any of that kind of stuff. So that by the time I get back to that particular thing, whatever I need in the moment, it's made plenty of that thing. Just like that. Okay, nice. Now, what we need to do is we need to think about, okay, we want to do some oil power. Now, I already went in, not right there. It's actually on that one right there. I actually already went in and found the oil power way off in the distance. That'd probably help if I had it set. There we go. Oil power way off in the distance. We found 3 nodes out there that we can utilize. Now, in my previous playthrough, I found all the oil nodes at the water level, and it was like tons of nodes in there. But in this one, we actually found a ton of coal power. And as you can see down here, we have a lot of coal running. We actually have 24 coal powers running, which is about 1,800 power. And it's all perpetual. And man, it looks beautiful from up here, doesn't it? Look how nicely run that all is. Nice. So that's going to run all of those for us. And it's 3 of these per about 6 of the other ones. You could do another one and have another overflow on a 7th one on both of those, so it would go up to a couple more. I typically just underclock them. This way the numbers match up, right? I underclock these to 84%, which gives you 300%, which is as much as the tube can do anyway at this point. But later on, when we get into the higher tubes, then we're going to be able to combine those into a single run and then work with those numbers as well, which is going to be fun. So I've got that one running, and then on the other side over here, you can see the back of those. There's another one's underneath that other side there. So that's all of our power there. Now, of course, we could extend it again if we want to, because this right here, the interesting thing about this is a pure node, right? I have 3 pure nodes. So I could do this 3 times. And that'd be a lot of power. So that rivals nuclear power right there. That's 1,800. Nuclear power is about 2,500. And that's a really easy thing to set up when it comes to overall perpetual power. Power that just keeps running and running and running, where you don't have to worry about it. So once you have that power running, you can then move to the next stage, which is oil. And what we really need is we need a bunch of plastic and whatnot to bring that plastic to me. And I want to go ahead and add, let's have a little sip of coffee there. We want to go ahead and add to our base to where right here we're going to add this out, where this is actually going to be our oil production way over here. I'm bringing everything to the base this time, though I hate doing that. I really prefer to build it way out there and then run the final product to me. That's how I prefer, but we're getting around, we're working it, you know, with the raw form as well. So what we need right here is we need a ton of building. Oh, look out! Cypher coming in, says Kismet. Let me show you some love, bro. Thanks so much, Cypher, for coming in, showing the stream some love. That's 5 months of sub love, everybody. Let's show some love in the chat to Cypher Jones. He says, whoop, best streamer out there, and boy, is he out there. Cypher, thank you very much. Thanks for coming in and hanging out in the stream today, and thank you so much for that awesome support. 1 more month to go, and you get your new sub badge as well. Congrats. Let's show them lots of love, everybody. Show them lots of love in the chat. All right. Now, again, this is, if you've never seen this game before, by the way, this is Satisfactory, one of my favorite games, incredibly fantastically. Wonderful game, really fun building game. If you like building at all, you definitely got to play this game. It has one of the best building systems in any game ever. Yes, I said it, everybody, ever. It is incredibly great. Now, what I can do is hit F. Now, F is like you're going to take stuff out, right? So I can hold down Control, and I can take like 50 of these items out at the same time. Or I can right-click and cancel. Or I can hit F and then middle mouse button. What middle mouse button does is like an eyedropper, right? So it picks up the item that I want to do. In this case, these foundations, right? Instead of me hitting the button for foundation, which I can do, I can set up a bunch of quick keys for it. All I have to do is just pick up one that already pre-exists, that I already put down, which I find is way faster when you're doing a bunch of stuff, especially when you're doing like hypertubes, you're doing piping, you're doing all that stuff. It's just easier to just pick up one you already just did, right? That is way easier. Now, I have this idea of putting a train here and maybe right here. Maybe right down this line here. What do we got there? That's a hypertube. Yeah. So I'm trying to decide whether I want to do the train or not. Definitely want to put in a hypertube just in case. But here's an idea. Let's go for a little ride first, and we'll survey what we got going on. I'm a little tempted on moving. See my ramp here? I'm a little tempted on moving my ramp either over to the right or over to the left. Or right, left for you. Depends on how it looks. Depends on how it ends up. Now, see, if I start it way back there, I could do a very even ramp and a very slow gathering ramp. It'll just be really far because this platform is really far. And so if I do that, then the train will be able to get all the way to there and all the way back here with the minimum speed loss when it does go up that hill. And it actually can go faster than the hypertube. And I've tested it many times up just a gradual hill. So we're going to go up here, take a little ride on our little vehicle here. Now, this is too steep right here. This is way too steep for our train. And what we've done is we've run this way out to where our oil is, and it's way out here. It's a pretty good distance. Now, you're not stuck with what you start with, everybody. You can always revamp it, the entire thing. Don't be afraid to try something different. Yeah, see, I could bring it just over the top of these trees. I have all of these trees in the way, too. The reason why I put stuff up real high is you run into various trees and elevations that are going to block your way. As well as you're going to have mobs and all sorts of other stuff in your way. Blocking you in what you're doing. But what we want to do is find the highest elevation that allows us to go over the top of everything, but does not put us on the ground level. I don't like to do stuff on the ground level. I feel like you're just asking for it. Bunch of mobs in your face all the time. Ooh, mama, that's a straight down right there. And then it cuts left over there too. So we could try to bring it through a little bit further right. Yeah, a little bit further out there and try to bring the train up and across right there and then end up down there. Now, the best way to really know the best way to do this is to start at the node and work your way backwards. And that's what we're going to do right now. We're going to run down here and see what's up with what's up. Now, this vehicle is really great for this because it goes about 50, 60 miles an hour, but it requires no fuel. So you never run out of fuel on this one. There are other vehicles that go about the same speed, but they require fuel and a lot more effort to do so. Now, this vehicle is, I would say, foundations only kind of vehicle. Because if it's on dirt, it will spin out all over the place. It's just like, drifting.com. All right, there's our nodes. Where's our other node? Over there. Yeah, and there's our big boy there who wants to come and say hello. And let's go ahead and get number 8 here, which is our double ramp. Gotta watch out for that guy. There it is. So just one of them down here. Doesn't look too bad. Very foggy today. Doesn't look too bad. I think we could tap into all of this. Now the thing is all I have to do is put down an extractor and run that extractor up to where I'm at. Now obviously I don't want this guy to get up to where I am. If he aggro's on me, he's going to start shooting at me too. And he can one-shot me if I'm at 3. He'll hit you for 3 each time, sometimes more. So yeah, we got to do that. But I think we could move this over. I think we could get it to go in between those fingers-like things there and go that way instead. Now, like usual, I did not bring my thing, so I think I'm just going to go for it. Let's just go for it, everybody. See how we do. We die, we die. We're only going to just drop our stuff anyway. Now, before you take on your enemy, you always want to know where he's at. All right, there he is. All right, here we go. Let's do this. Now, you don't want to be wimpy on this. You want to go in hard and fast on this guy. I'd get to him. I'm not getting a lot of hits hit. Oh, there we go. Whew. Okay, everybody breathe. Yeah, that was pretty scary. I got down to 3 points. Normally, you want to bring your ability to heal yourself when you do that, but sometimes I just YOLO. All right, there we go. So what we want to do, though, is we want to connect it to what we currently have and bring it down this way so that we can go in and make sure it's at level with our other stuff. I'm going to bring that down to about there. That looks good. Maybe a little bit more. And I might want to bring that down just a little bit more. Now, you always watch your back because you never know what's right around the corner over here. Stop doing that chainsaw. You never know what's right around the corner here behind you. And so, let's see. Which one is our center node? This one, probably. Yeah, that's our center node. And probably key off our center node there and then go from there. All right, so we're going to go ahead and put in a bunch of foundations. What I call keying off the center node means that's where we start. But really where we're starting is we're starting from our base. Our base is running us in this direction, and then all of this stuff is interconnected and is at basically the same level. So we're going to go ahead and run this a bit this way for this one. And then like this. Again, I wish it would take all this stuff out. Maybe in the future update, it will take out all the foliage and all that stuff. Whoa! Sneaky guy came from behind. Look at that. I call hacks. I call hacks. See, like I said, you got to watch out. Now, if you die, no big deal. I got a whole thing full of resources. I started with nothing, and so if I end up with nothing, oh well. But it's not that hard to get your stuff back. We can go ahead and run back over there and grab it. And again, like I said, always watch behind you because they will get you. And I don't really mind dying in most games. No big deal. Now, I have two types of things. You have your Xeno Zapper and your Xeno Basher. Now, I obviously suggest that you bring some resources with you when you go. Now, all I need is some of the basics here to get this going. And I have a whole line full of the basics over here. And matter of fact, actually, I put all my basics down over here in this box. So I just go over to this box right here. I go ahead and pick all this up and run it back over there. This game have hardcore or permadeath? I don't think it does. It just has different starter zones right now. But you got to think this is also early access, so it's not really finished. So you never know; they might add that hardcore mode later on. All right, so we need 2 Xeno Zappers, like so. There we go. And then we need some modular frames and some more wire. So let's go ahead and grab some wire over here. Really? No wire in there at all? Wow, okay. I definitely have wire running, but I have it diverted way over here. So let's grab some over here. Oh, we should make our skates too. That's the other thing I didn't make. I didn't make my skates yet. We'll make those as well. Okay, we can see it running up there at the top. Running into the various boxes in the back here. This is all running a bunch of stuff, and that's running Caterium wire back there, which we'll get into. But we can just come back here, grab a little bit from the back, like that. All right, looking good. Now, by the way, if you want to put that in your to-do list, a great thing to do is just go in and say Xeno, this is X would be good. And then you can just go ahead and say add to to-do list, and it'll actually tell you what you need off to the right there. Which will help you remember, because I have a bad memory for sure. And it's like, hey, Kismet, we put this in here just for you. That's how I feel that to-do list is literally just for me. All right, where are we making our modular frames? Right there. And we see we got this boosted as well. That's all overclocked. Now I'm just going to go ahead and tell it to stop doing that for a minute. And so it's going to make me a few over here. Now, we really need to get into modular frames, a whole bunch of them, for sure. But we just need about 5 of them for right now. Boom, there's 2. And it takes about a minute to make 5 of these. But we can also kind of force feed it in there to make it go a little bit faster. I can see our rods are slowing it down. So if we want to make this actually go at full 5 per minute, the input of those rods need to be higher. And right now we're using all of our modular frames and all of our basic resources to run it into the space elevator. There we go. And then you know what I'm going to do? I'm just going to go ahead and tell it to go back right over there, into there, and do its thing. So I just need one more, and that one more I can go ahead and make over here. That's just a bunch I don't need to make. Now, this is why I run stuff over here, so I don't have to run all the way over there to do it. But again, at this stage, I typically don't spend too much time running lines and doing all of that, because that stuff's going to add up later on. Oh, speaking of rods, we need more rods. And I like to keep some rods in here in case I need them. Oh, we're out of rods there too. Oh boy. Oh boy. All right. Back for the rods. Now, last time I diverted all of this, again, to be used in the space elevator, allowed us to unlock our previous one. But as you can see, I've got lines run all over the place. Not very efficiently, semi-efficiently, I guess. But a lot of this stuff is being used back here in this back part. And so what we can do is we can look for those rods. There they are. Rods are feeding through here and into here. And I put some rods in there, and now I want them back again. Thank you. Now, we can also make hypertubes and all that other stuff that makes this faster. I know this is all temporary stuff, so a lot of times I don't bother making hypertubes or transports or anything like that. Does happen. Does happen. So, yeah. Thanks, guys. Ah, there you go. Hey, what's up, Grimshard? Thanks for hanging out. Appreciate the love. There you go. They already support mods now, Grimshard. They literally have thousands of them already. Already have tons and tons of mods. I suggest to check it out. They have a crazy tons of mods. If you're talking about Satisfactory, they have an absolute ton of them already. Before even release. Oh, all right. There we go. All right. Now we'll get our Xeno Basher back. We're going to have 2 Xeno Bashers, but oh well. It happens. So we'll get our Xeno Basher back. We'll get our factory cart back. We'll get another one of those. Get us over there. We'll go ahead and make ourselves some food action. Or grab some food. We'll just grab this. Now, I can make some food, but I can also go in and get this going on. There we go. Put all those in my hand. And then we're going to actually eat all the way up to max level. Now, these barrel nuts are all over the place in this particular level. Sometimes they're harder to find, but I just use them up like that. And then we're going to go ahead and put our thing down. And then we're going to go try to recover our items that we dropped. Let's go. Had I seen that guy, I might have had a chance. But when they shoot you from behind like that, especially when you're only at 3 health, boom, they most of the time just one-shot you. You got no choice. No choice but to die. But my goal is to get to the end, figure out how I want my foundations, and then build my way up from there, and then work with my oil that way. And based on where you start, like this right here is actually the Rocky Desert, even though we're no longer in Rocky Desert. That's where we started. It's the second selection over. And I call it the Old Desert because they have a new desert as well. And we've already started all the other locations. And this one we decided to start. And then when I saw the coal nodes, I knew I was going to move my base by those coal nodes because that is a lot of steel and a lot of power and a lot of other things that we can build from that coal. And again, if I'm going to put a train in here, and actually my trains are going to also be up on the higher level, which you can see from way back there. Oh, maybe not. I have it already set to a higher level in which I'm going to bring my trains to. But I guess this would be a good transition between the train level and this. And it would be kind of nice to have this at a bit of a lower level than this, so you don't have all that additional climbing and whatnot. Don't be afraid to die, everybody. You start with nothing. You got to collect it again. Oh, well. That's the way it goes. Let's go ahead and get down here into the forest again. Very foggy. Be less foggy this time. Okay, we're going to stop right here. And I see my other vehicle right there. Let's go ahead and do a battle, and then we'll continue on and do a battle in game. Let's go. Battle it out! Blast them! Let's go! Let's go! Oh, it's got to be a close one. We got this. Ouch. I'll take the hits. There we go. That was a small battle. That's okay. We got it. Boom. Where Rotisserie G, Subi coming in, showing some love. Rotisserie G with a massive 41 assists. Put down all 6 units there. Crushing it. All right, let's get into it. Oh, we're going to go right into a tough one. Make sure you use those epics, those legendaries. In fact, I'm actually going to pull out the Wasteland Tycoon for this one. We're going to have to go in hot and heavy. Let's go right here at this top side. I'll take all the hits so you guys get all the loot. Come and join us, everybody. It's called Stream Raiders, streamraiders.com. And you can find me, Kismet. You can follow the link in the chat. Free to play on mobile and on desktop. Very, very fun. All right. Now, we must have some payback. All right. Payback is upon us. That's where we died. It's also a fast way to get back, too. I don't see him. But that doesn't mean he's not here. He'll be back. He'll be back when we least expect it. All right, let's go up here. A good idea is to go up on the top here and make ourselves a nice box to put all of our current resources in. So that we can pick up our other stuff from over here. What it does typically drops down into a box. Now don't get so distracted by your box that you don't take out the baddies. I'm just going to look around a little bit, see if I can find Mr. Sneaky Pants. Don't get in deep water. If you get into deep water, you can't battle in deep water unless you jump out of the water. There he is. 2 of them. Ouch. Get wrecked. Stop building stuff. Hit that guy. Why am I not hitting this guy? There we go. You guys guarding at it over here anyway. See, those guys are always guarding something. Or they're by something that you're looking for. Grab some of these while we're over here. Oh, I can't. Inventory full. But that doesn't look like the guys that we were... Or that guy... Oh, there he is! The guy where we were fighting before. Bob and weave, everybody. Don't do no shaggy dog. Bob and weave. There we go. Get up. All right, where there's one, there's more. There's a third one somewhere. Okay, big boy, where you at? He's coming. We're over here at this tree, and he was out in this direction. There's that other guy. It's hard to see down there. There they are. Whoa! Hey-oh. Try to keep bobbing and weaving, because you got to get up close. Unless you got a rifle, which I don't. Whew. All right, I got a little touch and go there, right? A little touch and go action there. All right, darn it, where'd my loot go? Oh, right here. I can't pick that up. Can't pick that up. All right. Woo! I got a little touch and go, everybody. So you got to clear the area, which is why, you know, I don't like to put stuff down to this level. But let's go back up here. Get ourselves some more resources squared away. Up here, let's put some of this back. Take some of this out. Make another one of these. Store all that in there. All right, now we're getting somewhere. Now, you can't actually protect your resources from attack like that, if you so desire, by putting in walls and stuff like that. I could have added walls while I was adding it, but we're just trying to build it at this lowest level. Though I kind of feel like it needs to go up just a bit. So let's go back up here. Store this stuff up in there as well. Don't need any of that. Let's go ahead and work with our stuff here. Let's get our coffee cup. You're like, Kismet, what does a coffee cup do? The coffee cup is there so you don't have to stare at this the entire time. I'm very convinced that's what it's for. Also, the name of the people who make this game is called Coffee State, so that's a given, right? That's a given. There we go. Well, I saw something about it. I would prefer dev-supported mods, although I don't really have done my full time. But yeah. Yeah, these devs are very heavy mods. Very heavy mods. You can, there's already tons and tons of mods, including entire additions to the game already. It's not even out. It's not even finished, and they've already made massive additions to the game, which I think is pretty cool. Gives them ideas and whatnot, allows them to do their thing. All right, let's raise that up just a little bit. Let's see if we can get away with that. Might be a little too high there. Let's see. Yeah, it's a little too much. I think that's about the minimum we can raise it. Yeah, I think we might be able to do that. All right, let's go ahead and put this out here. And let's take all this out. Push that out a little bit. And again, this will be our center area. That's a little low. It doesn't allow me to build it out to the other node, which is out this way. Yeah, it's right over there. So this is even low for this node. Probably have to bring that back up. So let's say here, and then back up for this one. Let's go across here. That's being blocked by something there. And back up. Let's say to there. Now you don't want it to be up too high, otherwise it won't. Whoop, otherwise it won't work. Oh, gotta clear these trees. Gotta clear those trees to get in there. All right, we'll cut this way. Yeah, it's got to, all that's got to be clear. Whoa, another guy. Ah, man, my ability to wipe them out is terrible today. All right, there we go. Another one down. Yeah, so that's going to be our extractor there. And then we'll have our two extractors there. Again, where's our other ones? These ones here. I thought that was more nearby. Apparently not. Oh, there we go. God, those are way out there. Those are way, way out there. 1,500 and 1,800 approximately out there. So this is going to be our primary extraction area. Okay, so what we're trying to do is figure out what we want to do here and try to line that up off of there so it has the minimum raise value, probably right there. We need to reverse this so that it matches up on the other end. So we need to do that. And then we need to do this. Like this. And off we go. I'm not afraid of taking an entire thing out. I'm not afraid to just go to town, rebuild stuff way more efficiently. Just got to watch out when you're doing this, though. You can get blasted by mobs. And again, we're trying to find that level. Look at all these cool waterfalls and stuff down here. Neato. Neato. Again, that one goes way up, where it might not be necessary to have to go that far up. Might be able just to go through here, but I see a problem already is that if we go straight right here, we're going to run into that rock. So we definitely want to move this over a bit that way. Yeah, I want to try to hit that spot right there. All right, let's take this back out before we get too far. I love that feature right there. Just boom, just be able to pull everything out of there nice and easy like that. Nice and easy mode. Pull that out of there. And so on. You're the reason you bought Satisfactory. I'm the reason you bought Satisfactory. Well, hey, if I turn you on to great games, then I'm doing it right. That's what I think. This is really fun. I can't wait till they add servers to this too. It'd be really amazing with servers. You could do some insane mega builds. All right, so this needs to be fixed as well. Hold on. Let's change our mind on the elevation of this. Let's go ahead and take all this back out. The reason why we want to do that is because this all has a certain elevation that matches up to the elevation of our base at the end. We could fix it on that side, but we might as well just fix it over here if we're going to do it. So it matches up. It matches up to the same elevation. 9. Yeah, that's fine. That's fine. We'll get away with that. Get rid of this. Okay. Whoa, another one. What the heck? How many of these guys are over here? Get wrecked, bro. Jeez. Just not endless amount of them suckers. Maybe here? I don't know. I feel like we're going to go right into the tree there. Into clearance here. We got that there. Need that chainsaw. Need that chainsaw to clear the way here. Let's go. What we're trying to do is just fix this, the way this line is run, so that we can have it optimized for running. It's definitely worth taking your time to figure all this stuff out. For sure, for sure. Definitely want to make a some production over here. Let's just go ahead and grab a bunch of this out. And we'll make ourselves a nice little crafting bench. Right there. Store all of that. Let's do this. Separate all this stuff from all this other stuff. There we go. You want to separate your concrete or whatever the most thing is from everything else. Just makes it easier. As well as you can put like your other stuff in here, like stuff you're not going to use when it comes to like your extra vehicles and stuff like that, or like these alien organs, which we're just going to put over there for later. All right. And now we got our chainsaw, but we don't have the ability to make anything from the chainsaw because we don't have anything to make our fuel from. But that's okay. We can go old school like we just started the game. Run around, grab ourselves just a little bit of something. All right, grab some leaves, kind of clear the area a little bit anyway. Just see what you're doing. Don't need to grab too much, though. You just need a little bit of chainsaw fuel. And that chainsaw fuel will allow us to cut down some trees and get even more fuel. That's why I always go for the chainsaw as like the first thing that I do. And right now, to use the chainsaw, we need our fuel for it. So we need to go in and convert a bit of our biomass leaves, or leaves into biomass. That makes a lot of solid biofuel. Just that little bit I just did right there, that's like 28 solid biofuel. That's a lot. And we just need just a little bit. All right, there we go. So let's go ahead and clean house here. Now these ones I don't think you can remove. These little ones, can I remove these? Yes, I can remove those. That's good. I get rid of those. Now you need to make sure you got lots of room in your inventory. Oh, here comes Fred. What's up, Fred? Make sure you got lots of room in your inventory because you're going to start collecting a ton of loot. And again, these big ones you can't remove. So you can only remove what you can. And it AoEs the whole area. Takes out everything that's in the way there. But sometimes you'll have something like this. It's blocking your production. There we go. Then we go ahead and take that out. And then try again right here. Of course, I didn't bring my concrete. Hey, Fred, why don't you bring the concrete? Fred didn't remind me to bring the concrete, everybody. That's Fred for you. He's always like that, acting crazy. All right. Let's try not to get too much of all of this. Oh, we got some Marsilia there, too. Nice. Put a lot of this back in here. Take a bunch of this out. Actually, I need as much as I can, minus a few. There we go. Put this all away. We don't need to carry that around. That should be weighing enough. Way enough. Okay. Now, what we're trying to do is work backwards from the end to try to create a ramp that is going to be perfect for our oil extraction. And right now, we're trying to line this up off of our current existing base. And then running it back. Oh, that's a double ramp. I'm going to take that out. Like this. There we go. And then try to run it back without it running into anything. And also be at a level that's at a lower level. So it's kind of like a minimum run. I feel like that actually might work out pretty good. That's pretty sweet right there. Just misses that. We'll just kind of eyeball where we're going with it. Yeah, it looks pretty good. Okay, now the hard part is to actually know if you're at level with the object on the other side. And so what I do is I look until I feel like I'm at level, and then I go a couple higher. Because that's usually how it works out. Yeah, it still doesn't even feel like it's at level yet. I can also look at that level in relation to all these other levels here as well, and see if that's about right. Yeah, that's about right. Maybe down one, but we'll go up a little extra high here just to get up over the top of it, and just to make sure. But if we don't do it right, we can always take it back out and then fix it from the other side, run it back this way, and so on and so forth. My goal is to run the straightest line from the oil to my primary base, because I'm actually going to be bringing this oil back. And I don't like to be actually at the level of the ground. Anyway, I like to be up a little bit higher, just in case. Now remember, some of these items I cannot cut down. They're permanent structures when it comes to trees and walls and rock formations and whatnot. So I have to just hope that my stuff works out in the long run. So I'm just going to put a whole bunch of foundations down. Watch out for that save lag every now and again. Oh, there's something out here too. I see some nodes up ahead. Uh-oh, I think that's uranium. Guess we're about to find out. Uranium on the left for sure. What are the chances? See if we get radiated. That's foreshadowing right there. Yep, radiation. That's foreshadowing right there. That's for later game when we get into nuclear power. That's funny. That's funny that we would find that. So that's not going to work. That's not going to work, but it is nice that we found that, and we found one of our little purple friends there that we could use later on. So I could go up over this, but the whole point of this is to be nice and straight. I can also push this out a bit more and see if we can circumnavigate this radiation. I forget how many blocks away it is. Jesus, that scared the heck out of me. A little COVID-19 alert there. Scary. Okay. Wonder how many people just jump because of that emergency alert deal. Alright. Yeah, I feel like we can get away with that. We'll just have to move that over by about 4. But also that'll let us come back later. Get that going on. I probably feel like that should be my outer one. Let's just make it nice on ourselves later on. We'll just go ahead and put it... Oh, I didn't bring any plates. Push it out this way. We'll make this our center line so that we don't get shot by those guys when we're coming by. Alright, so this is going to be our main line. Let's run it over this way. And it does look like this one's going to miss all of these trees and stuff. And then we'll have to fix it going back again. And this is what I'll do. I'll spend a lot working my lines first. Because in the long run, this pays off when you go in and you create kind of an optimized run line. That's what this is all about. And this is a really long way. This is like 1,500, 2,000 away from my base. So we want it to be as optimized as possible. Now, it would be nice if you could just press a button and say, you know, build 50 frames in front of you. Or 50 foundations in front of you. They actually have a mod for that. I've seen it on the dev stream where they were checking out mods. But I always wait for them to actually add stuff to the game. And then I don't use mods until real late game. Until I've already played through the game a bunch of times. I've done everything I can do. I can tap to every node. I've done everything. You know, about 2,000 hours in. Then I'll go and start using mods. Because I feel like sometimes you can add mods that make it easier, but you can also add ones that make it harder, too. That's for sure. But most of the time, it just makes the game easier and kind of bypasses a lot of the game mechanics. So I try not to do that. I try to make it as vanilla of experience to start with, and then later on add those mods, kind of like DLC. When the company stops adding the stuff in there. I think I'm at level. Oh, yeah. All right. So there we go. So we've got it now tied back into our base. Oh, Big G-Man coming in. with a 15 months of sub love, everybody. It says afternoon, kids, morning for you. Hope you're well. I am well. How you been doing, Big G, man? Thanks for coming in and showing that love. Let's show them lots of love in the chat, everybody. We're in here getting it going on. Hey, Cyril, what's up? Josh, you coming in saying hello. Lo coming in. Hi, Kismet. How are you doing today? I am doing awesome. Welcome, everybody. Good morning. Good morning. Got very focused there, as you can see. We're trying to fix our ramps here. What we're trying to do is bring our oil in. We're going to do our oil production all over this right here. So we are going to extend this out. Now we can see that we have a bit of a less ramp. We can see we got a big, huge ramp over there that's going up and over. And I'm probably going to leave that in case I need it later on. But for right now, we want to go ahead and extend this part over here. So I'm going to go ahead and use my 8x2s here. We can go ahead and extend this out. Now, this is all going to get filled in here for our oil production, but I wanted to kind of fill it out and get an idea of what I wanted to do first when it has to do with this ramp. Now, this particular ramp here is using the larger ones, so we're going to take those out right here, and we're going to go ahead and replace them with our 8x2s. There we go. Now, the real tough part is where do I want my soft ramp or low ramp to start? And so I know it's right off of this one, and I know how high I want it to be. So what I'm going to do is just kind of line it up with what we've got, and then kind of push out left and push out right, because this is going to be our main kind of thoroughfare to our oil. Right there. And we'll do the same thing on this side. God, I love the building in this game. It is so awesome. Okay, now, but we don't want it to be this steep. We want it to be as minimum steep as possible. And then the other side as well. But on the other side, the train's just going to go there, grab the stuff, and bring it back. So it doesn't necessarily have to go down to that level. It can just come across. It goes into a station where I have the oil being pumped up to it, and then it goes ahead and brings the oil over here. That's something different. Normally, I would just run a pipeline, and that would be just as easy. But we like to try different stuff each and every playthrough. So we're going to go ahead and start with our smaller foundation, our mini ramps, as I like to call them. The smallest ramp you can do. Now, to do that, though, you're going to need to actually have it start a ramp, somewhat like this. Now, I feel like I should probably push this back in such a way that it matches up to this, because I'm probably going to work my way around that. So let's push this back a whole bunch. So we've got lots of room over here for train stations and all of that. We're just going to keep pushing this back like this. Now, let's hope we didn't get too close to our radiation over there. And let's say right here. Now, I can't remove these trees, so I have to work around them. So let's go over here. And this is kind of the next deciding factor as to where I'm going to do my ramp. We want it to be close to our base, but not so close to our base that it's crowding our base. So let's say something like this. Let's square it off right there. That seems pretty nice. And then we're going to go ahead and start our little mini ramp. Now, the problem with these mini ramps is they're really awkward to add to mini ramps. The reason why is because you have to add one of these and then add one of those, and so on and so forth. This is really awkward to do that. So what you want to do is basically be on top of it like this, and then do it like that, and then switch back and forth between the two things. Right? So you have your underground foundation like this, your 8x2s, and whatnot. So we're going to go ahead and set up a one just for building here. Set up a quick key thing, which is going to allow us to say do our, we're doing 8x4s, right? 8x2s. We're doing 8x2s. 8x2s here. Now, I don't use the 8x1s all that often anymore. I feel like at least these feel like it's going to keep that thing going. So I'm going to put that as 1. I'm going to press 1. You're going to see it pop up over here in my quick keys. And then we're going to use this ramp, the 8x1s, which is the minimum ramp. And we're going to say that one is 2. And then so we can just press 2 on the thing here. It's going to let us. Come on, 2. There we go. And then we can aim it toward the middle. Now, again, the reason why this has such great building is because you can just do that, right? You can very easily switch between one and another just by your command keys. There we go. Very easy to swap from one to the other. Sometimes it takes a minute, by the way. And so why are we doing this? Well, this is for our trains. Our trains can only go up such an incline. And so we want to have our incline as smooth and as least of a rise as possible. And this is the smallest ramp that you can do. It takes longer to get there, but it only reduces your train speed by just a couple. If I do it steeper, it really starts to reduce it greatly. And there's really no reason. I have all of this room to match all this up. So it's really not, there's no real reason to not do it, right? So you might as well get to there. There we go. And then now we have a nice long ramp that we can use for our trains. And we can go ahead and take out all of this stuff, because now it's going to be replaced with this. Now, one of the cool things about having your ramp in there and ready to go, and we're going to do that battle here in just a second, is the fact that you can now use that like a template for all the rest of your stuff. Now, we'll come in here and fill in all of these foundations later on, but right now, we just want to get our oil going. Oh, look out. Judah's coming in, showing some love. What's up? Thanks for coming into the stream. Appreciate the love. Appreciate you coming in. Hitting that brand new subscribe button. That's a new Twitch Prime, everybody. Show them some love in the chat. Let's show them that new sub love. That next level kind of love. Thanks for coming in. Thanks for supporting the stream. Appreciate it big time. And as you can see here, we're having a little bit of fun. We're adding our future train area. It's going to come in here, and then we're going to do all of our oil production and whatnot right here. And we're going to use our trains this time. I do like to switch back and forth each time I play and do different stuff. Now, here's the thing. We don't actually need all these foundations underneath here anymore. And for redraw speed, you can take those out. But for that one, I'm going to go ahead and leave it. And I know that's not my center, so I can go ahead and now use this as a point, right? To just kind of extend this out nice and easy, like that. Again, remember that your GPU will beg for mercy at some point playing some Satisfactory. And I have a pretty decent machine. So I'm playing in 4K right now, even though you guys can only see it in 1080. But hoping one day to get that Elgato 4K card. Elgato is one of my sponsors. I greatly appreciate them, for sure. Hoping they put me on the list, they said, so we'll see. We'll see how it goes. Now, I accidentally clicked right there, so let me go ahead and put this back under there. Now, look how precise you can be. Isn't that amazing? Isn't that amazing? Someone spent a lot of time making that really super precise, so you can go in and do this kind of stuff. Even though I'm messing it up. My bad clicking. There we go. All right, let's really get into it now. I find actually a lot of times when you're building, it's better if you're further away from what you're building than when you're close up on it. And I like to make a ramp at least 3 wide at minimum. And the reason why is so I can run my trains, I can run anything else I want to run, hypertubes and all that other stuff along that side. So that is a really nice incline for our trains. We'll have our train come down. Probably put the train station right by this tree over here. It'll drop off the oil and then run it back up. Now, the funny thing is we can't even make trains yet because we don't have the resources to make it. But we got to get the oil going on so we can make the trains, so we can get the oil, so we can make the oil and make the trains and all of that. And we'll get into that big time. Let's do it. You want to get the Delgado? There's Cypher Jones. Little Jack Black there. I got to get the Delgado set up. The Delgado. I love it when he says Delgado. He's like, Delgado. Yeah, his YouTube channel takes off, man. Really huge takeoff of that. So I love the fact that like his first 50 videos had no gaming whatsoever. It became like a running joke. It's like the best. But that's okay. It was funny and entertaining. That's what videos should be. Funny and entertaining. All right, how we doing? Oh man, we're like a wave of peeps coming up on him. Forget about it. You're out of there, bro. Look at that damage. Oh, peeps getting those kills, getting those assists, getting that loot. Get up in there, Icy. You got this. Wipe out those archers. Whammo. 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 Hey, they're out of there. They are out of there. All right, more loot for all you guys. Boom. Who's getting the love? Jimbo, Rotisserie G, Subi, Red Cop, all getting some extra scrolls. Plush coming in overall MVP. Congrats, Plush, with 15 assists. Fantastic job there. All right, there's a little side game play called Stream Raiders. Super fun. It is free to play. Everybody in the chat's playing it right now. You can put down your different units. Like I'm going to put down a flying rogue right here to help everybody out. And you go ahead and get it for free. That's right. It's a free-to-play game. You can find the link right there in the chat. You click the link, play it on mobile and on desktop. Everybody in the chat's playing it. You might as well come and join us. We have a lot of fun here. Now, my name is Kismet. If you are new to my stream, we do play a lot of building games in this game, like this game, Satisfactory. I am partially disabled. I have sleep apnea and vertigo. Or basically, it's a middle channel ear imbalance, but you understand what vertigo is, so that's why I usually just say that, because that most people understand. If I go into the detail of my ear problems, then you'd be like, your eyes start glassing over and all of that. Kismet, information overload. So we're going to go ahead and now really get into building here, and we're going to hope that we are far enough away from that radiation that we're not going to get radiated every time we come by here. But we're going to go ahead and continue to expand this. I see another purple guy way out there too. Continue to expand this. Now I don't worry about all the radiation and all that other stuff early on. I just try to avoid that. Now we have another ramp you can see over there, and it's very steep and it goes up over the mountain, which is great, but I prefer to be at level as much as I can if I'm going to do a train level. I also have a train level up here. That's what this is. This is way above everything. We'll run our trains up there as well. But we want to get this going on. And so as we kind of backtrack now, we'll take out our larger foundations, which was this there to get us going. And we'll start to widen out our thing. Now, we're getting serious here now. This is some serious building. We're getting serious where we run long runs of foundations. And it's much easier if you just kind of do it from far away like that. You can go ahead and do this. See these little metal areas on the side here? That's telling you what direction it's going to build. If I go to this side, it's going to build it that way. If I go to the center, it's going to build it up on top. That seems like a no-brainer, but it is makes such a difference from when you're building. Like, watch this, boom, boom, boom. It makes such a huge difference. And I feel like every single building game should key in on that because I can literally just lay these foundations down very, very quickly by doing that, by just aiming it in the direction I want it to go. I can also do it like this, where I just click in the same spot over and over again, and it'll bring it down. I can also go to the side here, go ahead and do the same thing, just bring it down the side like this. Go to this side, same thing. I just keep clicking in that same spot, and then I'll move a little bit when it gets closer to me, and so on. Very, very cool. I love the way this game builds. It's actually like a pleasure to build in this game. Very, very great. Now, I'm also holding down the control key, as you can see, and removing some of the foundations that are at a different size. It's not necessary, but I do like my stuff to be consistent. There's not only the actual functional building of whatever it is you're doing. There's also how it looks. Right? How you want it to look, how you want the size of your foundations to be, and all of that. That's kind of the elegance of the game. Because there's kind of those two modes, functionality, and then how it actually performs and how you build it. It's kind of very much like the Bauhaus, if you're familiar with the Bauhaus. People from Germany probably very familiar with it, or if you're an artist or whatnot, you should definitely study up on the Bauhaus. It's one of the greats back in the day. Probably still great today. A lot of people still follow that functionality called forms follows function, right? So you figure out what the function of an item is, and then you form that item to that particular function. Very, very cool. Now me, I'm more of a function person, and this is how you want to look at how you build. I do function first, right? And then I come back later and I do form. And I call it super building, where you go from your basic building and then super building, which is what I'm doing right now. And then later on, I'll come back and do what I call mega building. Mega building is when you really get in there, and then you also make it look nice. But I also throw a little nice stuff in there, some 90 degrees here and there. We try to build inline stuff so that we're not just running stuff everywhere. But you still end up doing a bunch of spaghetti no matter what at some point. There's our radiation over there. Let's try to avoid that. You still do some spaghetti at some point because it's just more convenient in the moment to run it like that and then come back and pick it up later. Because a lot of your stuff, let's get real close here, see if we get radiated. Nope, no radiation. Perfect. Perfecto. All right. And again, you want to, I think at the end, right? What am I building toward right here? What I'm building toward is my oil, right? And you can do it in sections, or you can do it in the overall game. What is your overall finished product? And that's pretty tough to figure out when you don't know where the nodes are and you don't know what you're going to feel like doing, whether you're going to build at the node, which is typically how I do it. But this time we are running all lines to our primary base and just leaving our stuff way back out here. Now, there's a certain amount of foundations that you can go before you can just kind of pop out like this and then turn around and then just run all these like this. And it's a wonderful thing, bro. That's a wonderful thing right there. You go a certain amount and then you can still get those from way over here. I just click in the same spot and look how easy it is to add that. Now, I might have added one or two underneath there or whatnot, and such is the way it goes. And I forget what the number is. I think it's 12, 14, something like that, 20. But I rarely ever count that. I just kind of go along like this. We'll make sure we take these out too, holding down Control. It's going to take about 20 of those out. And I'm going to replace that with this line. Again, we're going to go ahead and push out this way. Now, what this also does is creates a thoroughfare for me to go to all the other places that are over here. Allows me to get up onto there. Allows me to go down into there and explore this forest and maybe find even more nodes. Allows me to use that water down there. All sorts of stuff. The world is absolutely massive when it comes to it. Now, it's all one world, by the way. If you have different starter zones, but it's all contained in one single world. So you start, one place you start in the rocky desert, the other place you start in the forest, and so on and so forth. I've done the forest many times. We've done a playthrough or two, I can't remember, probably just one, of the new desert. We also did the advanced start, where I feel like it's the easiest start ever, because the advanced start literally leads you right to pure nodes. Gives you 3 iron pure nodes. It's the third selection over. I forget what the name of it is. But it's the third selection over when you're starting. You have to build more vertically, though. But, I mean, they start you off with pure nodes. So you're basically just like, boom, I'm building tons of stuff. I have to build vertically, but because I have so much resources to start off, that you're pretty styling in that playthrough. We did that one last time. That was a lot of fun. We built that out, got all the way nuclear power and all of that. And we'll do the same this time. Now, they did add some new stuff to the game. They're always working on it, working toward that new stuff. Right now, we have 7 tiers of items in the game. They're shooting for 10 tiers. And you can actually get to tier 8, but there's nothing there, so there you go. And we'll get there eventually, but I feel like one of my favorite parts of the game is playing through how can I efficiently get from A to Z without having to build a ton of extra power or a ton of extra stuff and go collect, 50 lines of this and 50 lines of that and so on, and run so much stuff that is really unnecessary, I find, because you can progress through the different levels until you get into the upper levels of the game, right? The levels in which your conveyors are way faster, and so on. And that's typically how I like to do it. That's why I'm doing this. This particular run right here is for this reason. Is because we want to basically run this down to there. Now, I don't really need my, and I forgot to look at where my thing was too, where my cutoff was. That was my bad. That was my bad. All right, hold on. We got to go back, put this actually back in again. Should look at where my ramp cutoff was. Yeah, let's say there. That's too high. I think it was right there. Yeah, I think it was right there. Oh, I lined it up perfectly. Oh, and there's a floating block out there we'll have to take care of. But yeah, it was right here. You can see it was running along down here. Now, the thing is we want this to match up on the bottom side. It doesn't have to be perfect. We can always run it in however we want. But we do want it to match up somewhat to the bottom there. So we can do, say, something like this. And we can just go ahead and say, okay, like that. So that's where the cutoff is that drops, right? So we need to go 2 more forward right there. Of our primary line here. And then in theory, when we get to the bottom, it should line up. And if it doesn't, again, no big deal. Wow, that actually is really perfect because there's nothing obscuring us on the way down, at least as far as we can see. We'll find out when we get down in here. Now, of course, you want to make a ton of concrete because what I'm doing right here requires a massive amount. And we can go ahead and take out this secondary ramp as well. Take all that out while we're at it. You want to, as you go along and you're kind of obsoleting something else, you want to make sure that you just take it out as you go. And on my way back, I'll get that block because I hate leaving blocks for sure. Now, be careful when you're going down there, too. See that? I could have went off the side here. Now, see these again with the metal bars? I can just go ahead and boom, boom, boom. Just click on the edge, and it will just know that I want to build in that direction. Again, seems simple, but it really has an effect on your building and the elegance of how well you can build stuff. Really, really nice. Let's just go ahead and run the rest of this down. Now, we might find some more friends down here, and I just looked at my health just to see if I get a one-shot from down here in the fog. Now, we're going to have a certain head lift as well. Oh, we got a bunch of little bee friends down here. I say we go wipe them out. Let's go, baby. Fred, why don't you warn me? Ugh. Always that one. Sometimes I'm on the ball, sometimes I'm just all over the place. Come on, I know there's more of you somewhere. One in the water. Ah! A little too far in the water. It's great when they get in the water because they get stuck in there. They can't zoom at you. All right. Took care of business there. Okay, now over here on this side, we've already cleared some mobs over here. And we already have our foundations going here. And we'll take out all of this now that we've kind of balanced that out. And I may take out that side there, or I may just leave that in there. No big deal if I leave it there. And so we're going to go ahead and now connect our foundation from one side to another. Take out these trees and stuff around there so we can see what's going on. Get out of here, leaves. And then we're just going to go ahead and run this across. Oh, that's kind of cool. You can just... That's going to regrow there, by the way. And that's going to run this right out. Ta-da! All right. Yeah, stupid thing. That's why you have the coffee cup, so it doesn't do that annoying thing. There we go. All right, we'll run that down like that. We'll push this out by one. Now, you might see that stuff glowing in there. You actually need dynamite to blast them out of there. It's blocking me as a rock in the way. Yeah, I can't add that one. Oh, well. We'll still widen it out. Still widen it out anyway, but that last one I can't add until I get myself some stuff that goes boom. Okay. Now we're getting somewhere. And again, ramps are the same thing as walls or foundations. You can add a bunch of them at the same time. This is how I like to build, because you can just click in the same spot over and over. It goes really fast that way. All right, nice. Now we're going to have to do a head lift of our oil going up there, and we'll get to that for sure. Now all we're doing is establishing where we want all of our resources and how we're going to run our resources and all of that. Now I highly suggest just like total clean house of the area, especially trees and things like that. I would go ahead and clear all the big trees out of the way. This way you can see mobs coming at you. I had one sneak up on me earlier and kill me. I can also go around, just hit E. That'll pick up all this stuff. Or you can use a chainsaw. I'm just going to AoE all this stuff. Now this stuff doesn't come back for a while. Oh, that's sulfur. Cool. This stuff doesn't come back for a while. Now that's actually not a sulfur node. That's just a kind of... standalone. So it's not like I can mine it right there. There we go. Boom. Boom. All right. There we go. Again, I can't mine it there, but I can go in and clear all this stuff out. Now, this is your biofuel that you use in the very beginning of the game. I typically don't use it all that much, but also we might find some trees here that give us the very special Marsilia right here, which you're going to definitely need in the later levels of the game. Which is kind of funny, because it's an item at the beginning of the game that you need in the later levels of the game. Okay, so let's go ahead and widen this out a little bit now that we've kind of cleared out all of that. And that's going to allow us to build oil extractor there, oil extractor here, and then over there. Now, here's the thing. I would not trust that the mobs are not going to respawn. 99% chance that they are. Because I've had them respawn even though I've built over an entire area. Or they walk from another area and end up in your zone. So just keep that in mind whenever you're building this kind of stuff. Out my way. Is that they will just pop up out of nowhere, which you saw earlier. That guy came out of nowhere. I didn't even see him, especially when you're in a foggy area like this. It's definitely going to make it more difficult. See that, how we just cut that out, and then it allows us to add those foundations. Hey. I hate stuff coming through my foundations. Now look at this. That's why there's so many mobs trying to get me. A purple power slug right there. How nice. Oh, bam. We'll research that later. Nice. Okay, so now we need to get our oil going. And we need to take our oil and we need to run our oil. Now, the problem is if we want to do our transportation here, our trains and stuff, is that we need plastic and we need rubber and all that stuff. So we need to set up that manufacturing. So we go into production and we say, okay, we need 3 oil extractors. Obviously, we have 3 nodes. And then actually for each oil extractor, we need 2 refineries. So that's actually going to be 6 refineries just to get started right there. So we're going to need all of those resources that you see over there. But we can just start with a little bit and go from there. Now, I'm kind of done doing all this concrete. Look how much concrete I used, everybody. Wasn't that crazy? That's a crazy amount of concrete. Oh, we actually found some cilia in there too. So I'm going to put all this kind of random resources in there that I don't really need right now. And then I'm going to grab all my other resources, which are for building. And then, of course, a little bit of concrete back again to use that. Now, we're going to go ahead and start with our oil extractor. Now, it says you need to place it on a resource, right? Now, if I have these up too high, it will not kick in and act like it's an actual oil node. There we go. So I've got to get that a bit further this way. So let's see if we can go ahead and just fill this in like this and get it to go up on top here. Remember, if it's up too high, it won't allow you to do that. So if you're trying to put the oil extractor down, you can see it's too high up. How do we know? Well, if we look at these rivets right down here, we look at these rivets down here. These rivets are telling us that this is more than halfway. This is the halfway mark, these rivets. It's got to be below that surface level at some point at the center of the node. So we gotta raise this one up or down based on what we need. In this case, we gotta put this one further down. Put this one further down so that it sits a bit further into the node. So we'll go ahead and use our foundations. We'll do what we did before, and that's just bring it down a bit like that. And then you want to get down and get underneath this like this so that you can match that lower level like this and run that along your oil area. Now, I prefer to put everything on foundations because it just straightens everything out and all of that. Just makes it easier. Now, if we try to put our oil extractor down over here, we should have more success in doing so. There we go. Very nice. Now, the thing about fluids is that the more you... I'm going to back this up just a little bit. The more you raise those fluids up, the more difficult it is for running your lines. Now, I have plenty of power, so I'm not really that worried about it as well. I hate that stuff going through my face. Get out of there. So I'm not that worried about it, but I do like to have what I call the 3x3, the 3x3 grid around my extractor. We can also put some walls in to protect ourselves when we come down here to work on it. But because we're going to be running this long distances, right, we're going to be running this all the way back to the center of our base, we're going to first start with a bit of a factory over here, which is going to do a bit of plastic and so on, which is going to allow us to make some items right here. And that's going to allow us to unlock our trains and our industrial manufacturing, which is what we're working on right now. We only need 200 plastic and we need 200 rubber to get that going. And that's really not that hard, especially when you have 3 nodes. Now, I didn't even look at the type of nodes. Let's see what kind of node this is. Whoa, holy mackerel. All right, that's a pure node right there. Holy moly. Let's go look at it underneath here. Yep, that is a pure node. I didn't even look at the nodes. Are all 3 of these pure nodes? No way. Let's go check it out. Are there other... Gotta find my other node here. It's here somewhere. There it is. Where's the center of my node? I can't find the center. That's a normal node. So we got 1 pure node, which is awesome. 1 normal node. I think if I remember correctly, these are both normals. Yeah, these are. So we got 2 normal nodes and a pure node. That is a tremendous amount of oil with just 3 nodes. That's pretty sweet. Now this one suffers from the same problem as that one over there. And it is too high up. So we're going to go ahead and just equalize all of this. A bit like this. We're going to see if we can get away with using this as our basis of level. Doesn't really matter. You can just do it on the ground. But me, I like to, I like to kind of work my bases in such a way that they don't have stuff coming through the ground, but that they're all kind of at the same level. It just makes it more convenient for me. And let's go ahead and take this out. Let's put that there, there, and this here. Okay. Now, we got another extractor here that we want to go ahead and kind of line up. Get my big butt out of the way. There we go. So we got our other normal node going here as well. Now, remember, we're going to run everything in this direction. Though I could just do it this way. and bring the pipe from that one and match it up. Now, because that one is 240 and this one here is going to be 120, I could, in theory, add them together, but the current pipes that I have are not big enough and whatnot. Now, you don't necessarily have to run it in that same direction if it's inconvenient. You can turn it this way, like this, and then that would allow me to go over here and readjust this over here to match this upper level, like this with our foundations. I suggest the double ramp. The double ramp is my fave. Just like that. Bam. Easy. Easy mode, right? You can also go in, instead of clipping through the ground, you could just use a regular ramp. That'd work just as well. Like that. So there we go. So we've got that all matched up. We've got 2 of those in. Now, if we want to put down our third one over here, not sure if I have enough resources, but we'll give it a shot. Yeah, we need a little bit more cable, and that's okay. And again, all this stuff's going to be going out of here. But in the short run, I actually only want to kind of work with our first node here, because it's got a crazy ton of oil that can be extracted. Now, I also want to kind of protect myself against any of those baddies coming back again, so we can go in and do some walls. Very rarely do I do walls, by the way, but this is definitely one that needs some walls. Because when I come back here again, I can tell you, there's going to be some mob at some point going to try to kill me. Also really great against spiders. Spiders love to come along and try to climb into your base. I suggest to put this up at least 2 levels for mobs that might be up in an elevated position. There we go. We got plenty of resources. Not like we're hurting for resources. And so we're just going to go ahead and make ourselves a little bit of an enclosure here. And we'll take this out. Maybe not all of that. Oh, I put my chainsaw stuff away. Actually, matches right up to there. Perfect. Nice. Let me go get my chainsaw fuel up here. There we go. A little bit left. And make some more if we need to. Again, you're like, Kismet, why are you spending so much time doing this? Oh, this is when the game really changes right here. When you get to oil, that's when you're really unlocking a crazy ton of stuff. Notice I went into the center, so it AoE'd that whole entire area there. Same thing here. You don't want to just get this edge one. You want to go in more into the center, and it will just do all of this area, boom, at once. Unless you went a little too far, like I did there. There we go. Again, I don't like stuff to be right up on my base. That I can't do anything about. Make sure you got space in your inventory or it will stop AoEing. Alright, not bad, not bad. Let's go with that. Pick this up. Again, fill in some of our wall area here. Now, sometimes the mobs will glitch through the walls. Remember, this is an early access game. If you do have mobs that all of a sudden appear in your base, which I feel total hacks, then just roll it. If they're bad guys, wipe them out. If they're good guys, well, let them wander. Like Fred there, he doesn't really bother my base. He doesn't really do anything that's going to cause a problem for right now. Now, I need that, and I need a refinery. A refinery is going to go in, and it's going to make me the thing I want to make, right? But if I don't have enough resources, it's not going to do me any good because I don't have enough pipes for right now. Yeah, there's no more pipes or any of that stuff in here. Okay. Now, another thing I do have is I have the ability to make a temporary hypertube, which will take me from this location back to my other location. And if I had more pipes, I could go in and do that as well. Oh, I forgot to get my vehicle. If I had more pipes, I could do that. But we need to get more resources. Now, one of the things that we want to do before we leave here is actually to put all of our resources down. You want to leave it where you're at. Now, there's some things I can take. I can go ahead and bring all this other random materials that I'm really not going to keep over here because I don't really need to keep them here. I got an extra one of these. In fact, we can take all of this and just leave the concrete and just run this stuff back to our primary base and drop it off. Again, if I need any more of it, it'll be over here. Maybe a little bit of that. But these are all the resources that I want to keep for right now. I've also got multiple vehicles here, and I'll go ahead and just leave one, and we're just going to drive this vehicle back versus using a hypertube. Now, I got to watch out, right, where we're going. Now, that's going that way, right? And then this one is actually the one we want to go. Now, when you're going over or you're hitting a transition, it does have a tendency to bump you all over the place. So watch out for that. But let's go get some resources and bring these resources back. Woo! Nailed it. Watch out for those things. And here we go. All right. Now, along the way, we'll definitely want to be fixing these things. I don't like to leave stuff floating. It triggers me and my chat. Get rid of it. Moscow compelled to come and visit. I know, right? They love to come by and say, Kismet, what's up? Pew, pew. Give me a little pew, pew. Hey, Jago, what's up? Give me a little pew, pew out of nowhere when I'm not even looking. They got me good earlier. I totally thought I had got the guys, and then a whole bunch of them showed up and tried to get me. All right. Now, what I'm going to do is take out this box, and then we're going to do this battle while I'm running back. Again, you can remove this stuff from really far away. This was from my previous run, and then we ran right into some radiation. We got lots of uranium around here, which most likely means there's a uranium node here somewhere. And I've found a bunch of uranium nodes behind waterfalls. So there might be an actual uranium node, but there is some raw uranium that I can go ahead and grab. I wouldn't grab it for any reason. There's really no point in grabbing it. You really want the actual node when you go to do your nuclear power. But I will do that way later game. Right now, we're just fine. But we do have a general idea of where that nuclear power is, and we have a main line running that way, and we can fool around with that power later on. Now, because I built this out, I can go ahead and just keep running down this thing back to my primary base. Now, I'm going to go ahead and pull up our battle here. We'll do our battle. I'll go ahead and mute the sound so you don't have to listen to my little whirling of my machine, or my guy driving along. How we doing? Oh, look at you guys getting all that loot. Tons and tons of loot getting it. Oh, man, we actually lost a bunch of peeps on that one. Bunch of peeps taking the hit. Don't worry, we're going to be doing battles all day long. Get you guys some epic loot. Get it going on. All right, open the captain's chest. Grab you guys some rewards. Let's see. Subi, Red Cop, Kappa, Rotisserie G, and Jimbo getting some extra love. And Capetto coming in overall MVP with the 13 assists. Congrats on that epic move there. All right, we'll have to step it up again. I guess we could avoid this one, but then we don't get our goal. Let's just go for it. Let's just go for the hard one. Again, I'm going to pull out the Wasteland Tycoon here, letting you guys ahead. I feel like we'll just start right here. Start right there. Now, let's start right on this guy. Actually, let's look at these levels first. Hold on. Let's look at these levels. Now, again, this is a little side game we play called Stream Raiders. Yeah, that's exactly right there. We got spiders over here. Some level 10, nice level 20 troll there. Again, I like to look at what I'm doing first. I guess we could take this out, but they'll come from behind there. Level 20s. So yeah, we got a problem with a level 10 here. Probably this upper right corner is going to be our jam. So let me go ahead and put my guy down here. Maybe down just a little bit, right up against this level 1. I'd say right here is our jam in this upper right-hand corner, everybody, because this way they have to come to us, as opposed to us being in the middle of them, and they're taking out our support behind us. So I'd gather around me there in that upper right-hand corner. We'll try to do what we can do. Now come and join us, everybody. It's called Stream Raiders. Very, very fun game. We're going to play a bunch of it all day long. Okay, so I'm back at my base here. And we're going to set up some more hypertubes and whatnot. Have you noticed I've got this yellow part here? This yellow part is like a road, like a yellow brick road. I've set up, which leads me right back to my primary base. Normally, I do not put stuff on my road, but in that case, I thought, just throw it there. Okay, so now we're back at our thing here, and I forget what my light is. There it is, B. B is the light. So we're back at our base. We need a bunch of these right here. So I'm just going to take a ton of those. And over here, we probably have a bunch of these. We'll grab those as well. I mean, they don't do me any good sitting in that box. Do me a lot of good when I'm trying to do some stuff. Now I'm going to go ahead and just hold down Control and click all of this stuff and put it away into what I call my miscellaneous box here. It holds all my miscellaneous stuff. Actually, that we could get going in the MAM. All right, now we got this system over here. This unlocks different things as you go along. Oh, there we go. Blade runners are done. It's going to get back to those eventually. And then we take our power slugs here, and as you find different power slugs, you can go in and upgrade them, but I need a lot more modular frames and a bunch more cable to do that, and that's okay. We'll do that later. The one that I really suggest to upgrade as quick as possible is your Caterium, because you're going to get your blade runners. I love the blade runners. They're my favorite. And the reason why, if we go in here and we look at it, sorry, I don't want to sneeze in your ear. The reason why is because you can jump higher and you go faster just by running. So we need quick wire, we need some modular frames, and some rotors. And we've got a bunch of all of that laying around. Now, just feel the speed at which I'm running now. And then later on, when I get my blade runners, you'll see that, man, it really does boost your speed big time. So also we wanted to go ahead and mark that blade runners here. We can go ahead and click this and say add to to-do list, and it will tell us over here. Now, one of the things I would do, though, is I would clear this first, then go in, blade runners, right here, and add that so you don't confuse it with other resources that you need for other things. So we need also some rotors. Let's see how we're doing on rotors. We got a bunch of rotors in there. We'll grab those up. And then we need our modular frames. Now, to make our modular frames, we're going to need a bunch of other materials over here. Now, we need a bunch of these, so we'll grab a bunch of those, but we'll go ahead and ease off on a bit of those. Maybe we'll just take, say, 4 or 5 stacks of that. That's going to be for our walls and stuff. Over here, we need rods, but our rods are actually not running here. And actually, our rods are being used up, which tells me that I need a lot more rod production at some point. But as you'll see that I don't really get too much into just getting every single node and running every single node and doing all of that. Though I could do that very easily. I have 1800 power this early in the game, which is a lot of power for sure, for sure. Now we can also look at how our rods are coming in up here. We can see that this is wire and this is, what is this? Oh, whoa, this is these. There's a lot of those. That is our pipes, and there's our rods right here. So what we can do is just cut off our production for a minute and let it backlog some of those rods. And that'll allow us to collect some rods. Now, while it's doing that, all of this machinery is eventually going to stop because it won't have enough rods. But we can go up here and see how we're doing on our space elevator, because while we're busy building out this oil, it's running this in. It's almost to 2,000. It's almost done with that. And then we can start to backlog a bunch of our modular frames and whatnot. But right now, we're going to go ahead and just let this keep running. Like these 3 in the front are building the item that I need to go into the space elevator. And it doesn't matter what rate it builds it. It only matters that it is building it and that it does build it in the long run as well. So that's really what's important. We'll just leave that running, and then go back here again. Got to remember where to run these lines, and then we'll grab a bit of this over here, so we can make our own. So let's go ahead and make modular frames, and this is really where you'll hit a problem because of your modular frames and whatnot. You'll hit a bit of a problem. Wow, tons of plates there. All that's looking good, and this is going into reinforced stuff here. Yeah, all right. A couple of those. So I have plenty of all the resources. It's not that I'm hurting for these resources other than rods there. And it's not too hard to go tap another node and just make a crazy tons of rods. That's not that hard, but it does require time and effort for me to do that. And I prefer just to go ahead and make the few that I need for making myself some blade runners. Like that. All right, very nice. And then we'll go ahead and put in our equipment bench over here. Just like this. And then we can just go ahead and make our blade runners from right here. No problemo. Oh. Okay, so now we can put our blade runners on. Oh, this is the greatest. How much faster I'm going? Watch, I can just leap completely over them now. If you have anything that has like pipe level, watch how high you can jump. Way up there. Way up there. You want to jump on top of this? Easy. You want to jump over that? Easy. Now without them, again, before, if I want to jump up there, nope. I can jump over this. Can I jump up onto this? Nope. Nope. Right? So if I put this on, booyah! Especially when you're running pipes and all that kind of stuff later on, it gets really annoying to have to constantly be jumping over that stuff, and you're trying to jump up on stuff. Like you can jump up on it. You don't even need the ladder anymore. You can just jump up on a machinery here if you want. I can jump across, get up onto this one, and so on. And then also it allows you to jump higher and further than you normally would. Like boom, way across over to there, right? Boom, across and so on. It's really, really handy. Now, we can't forget to run the rest of our stuff back to our manufacturing here so it keeps this going. Let's run those back. Maybe grab a little bit more of those pipes. Definitely need to get more pipes going on. Grab a little bit more of those before I go. But for right now, we'll go ahead and leave it. Now, look how much faster I'm moving. I'm actually moving at a rate that it actually becomes better for me not to use my vehicle than it does to actually use it. But we got a vehicle off over there. We got our tractor over there. And we got a vehicle this way, which I believe is the one that we brought. I don't like to be without my vehicle because sometimes I do traverse real long distances. So you should at least pick it up and have it handy for you to use. Now, again, we need to go ahead and look at our resources. We already did our oil extractor. We need one more oil extractor, 6 refineries here. So we're going to need a lot of this other stuff as well. We have some of the stuff that we brought with us, but we should also think about, okay, hold on. We're also going to do some transportation. We're going to do a bunch of, I hate it when it does that. I'm trying to press the plus. A whole bunch of hyper tubes, maybe a bunch of hyper tube entrances. We're going to need some wall holes. That's when I press down and my mouse moves when I'm pressing the mouse button down because it's very sensitive. Maybe some stackables here. Now what that's doing is telling me not just what I'm trying to make, but it's telling me all the general resources I'm going to need to make that particular thing. And the toughest thing right now is going to be my rods here. But I'm using my rods up for something else. Now, I could shift a lot of my rods to stop making my screws, and then I'd have a massive ton of them over here because I'm making a crazy ton of screws right now, as you can see. And actually, they're backlogged over there. So if we go all the way to the end here, this is called inline running. See how much nicer you can jump up on the thing? This is inline running, where it's just running it all running there. And I can see it's backlogged. If I go in here, I can see that all the iron rods are actually backlogged into the machinery. So I just go along and grab it out of my actual screws over here. And if you notice, I'm pulling it from this side and working my way back. It doesn't really matter what side I pull it because it is so backlogged that I can get a bunch that way as well. Now, later on, we can also have it run all the excess. If it's running too many rods in there, it can run the excess off in another direction when we have our smart mergers and converters and all of that stuff. We'll get into that, but we want this to continuously run that 2500 because that's the toughest of all of them is that 2500. I find the other two are really not that hard. We'll get those going. Okay, so we got that done. Now, anything else we could do over here in the MAM before we go and get back to our oil production here? We could do some organisms there. We got to do our quartz there eventually. Caterium here. What do we got? Oh, we can do that one. That's 5 minutes. This one is 3 seconds. And that one is 5 minutes. But we don't have any of those other two. But this one over here we could do. We got plenty of wire. We'll let that run for 5 minutes. So it's 5 minutes we don't have to worry about later on. Okay, so that's all done. And again, that'll be my higher train area there. But we built out several areas here to go out there. We'll get into that. But let's run back, take a whole bunch of extra stuff with us. That's why I have these right here, is so I can grab a bunch of these here. Let's really get a lot. We need about 75, so we'll bring about 100. Encased industrial beams. We need about 100, so we'll bring 200. We need about 60 cables, so we'll bring about 120. You get the general idea. I usually double up on all of it over here. Now here's a great little trick. You want to sort this and look and see if you have any what I call small stacks. If you have any small stacks, you want to definitely take those out of there. I also got to put my little purple friend back in here again. You want to take those stacks definitely out of there. What do we got here? We got these barrels. Let's pull the barrels out of there. Put that in there. This way, you're not carrying around one concrete or one of something where you could be carrying around a stack of 100 of that particular thing. Great example right here on the steel pipes. Right now, I have a stack of 35 on me. Really not necessary to carry that. Over here, I got a stack of 48. Well, I put that back in there and grab that 100. That's a better way to go. Same thing with our plates and our rods. It's at 90. I guess we can leave that. 37 concrete, probably not that useful. And you saw me take the entire box of concrete out of here. Look at this. It's already filled back up again. I always find that really fun. So let's take a stack of 100 and put the 37 back. How about that? Sounds pretty good. And we got some rods here that we don't need to carry out of there as well. It just kind of optimizes how much resources you're taking from one place to another. Now we need to grab our copper sheets here as well. Those we've got plenty sitting in here. Let's see. So we've got plenty of that. We got plenty of everything, it looks like. But here's the thing. I would also go in again and I would clear this list. Add your hypertube stuff back in again. All right, like this. And then I would make sure these numbers are very, very large. And the reason why is I'm going to be running this long distances, right? Encased industrial beams, concrete I feel is pretty low, and copper sheets are pretty low. So let's go ahead and go even more hardcore on this. Let's get another one of these for our copper sheets. What else is probably the lowest? Encased industrial beams. Go back and grab some of these. And our concrete is low, but that's okay. We've got plenty of concrete on the other end. All right, feel like that's pretty rock solid. Let's go over here to this side. Woo, jumped all the way over those. Let's go over here to this side. Now, I already have an entrance right here and an exit, but this whole part here is going to be cleaned out anyway. We can go ahead and, speaking of concrete, add this in. Now, this could be kind of a transport hub where it's going to take me all the way over there where I'm doing my Caterium ore. But I can also add this as an additional area over here. Like this. And then just go ahead and get into my hypertube set down here. We're going to add a wall hole. Like that. And then this one can go all the way over there to my other location as well. And I'm going to go ahead and just fill this all in with tons of foundations just to get me started. And I'll run out of concrete. We'll go over here. We'll grab that. And so on. I love that you can jump over all of those and they get out of your way. We got a bunch of stuff over here too. I forgot about all that stuff. We'll come back to that. Right now we need a bit more concrete. So again, we'll take try to get a stack out. We can't bring a stack out. Here's the thing. Just throw your small stack away when it comes to concrete. I just get a full stack. There we go. Okay. Now we got that going. So we can go ahead and turn it that way to go along with our current hypertube, or we can turn it the other way. I kind of feel like I want to turn it the other way, so we're going to go ahead and take this out and crank it the other way, because I feel like it's going to better represent the direction in which I'm going to be going. Now you might notice that I put a ramp in. The reason why I put the ramp in is so that I don't accidentally get sucked into that thing, which happens to me quite often actually. So we will try to put that up just a little bit like that. There we go. I hate stuff that's floating. See? Even up there sometimes. Now, if you do get sucked in there, you can hold down the W or the S to change direction. And then it will then send you back the opposite direction like that. Jump up and grab that concrete out of there. Okay. So we're going to go ahead and just run this in this direction. The number one thing I run out of, obviously, is concrete. I run out a lot of that. Now, a great little trick also is to go over here, make a little box right on the edge of what you're doing. And another one. I'm going to drop all this in here. And instead of me running back and forth every time I want to add a little bit of thing there because my inventory is full, I'll go ahead and take this one out now because I'm no longer building there. I'll grab all the resources from that, as well as I'll go ahead and snatch up a bunch of concrete out of there, and it'll just make me a bunch more. And I can then move that over where we're going. We got anything in here? Nope. Take that out. And now I'll move all of these resources up. And so when I move them up like this, I go in here and take the concrete out of there. I can consolidate this all into there. Maybe put this extra stuff over there. And so on. I'm at the edge of where I'm building. So if I really want to go to town on this, I can get in there and I can get it going. Again, that's why I do move a lot of my resources forward as I'm working. And I know I'm going to be doing a lot of working over here today. Because we're going to get our oil set up and go from there. All right, that looks pretty good. And then we'll go ahead, drop off all that concrete, pick up the stuff we wanted to take with us, sort that a bit, see how that's looking. Let's just go ahead and leave modular frame behind. Take this instead. What else? Leave that stack of concrete behind. Maybe even this fuel here too. That's going to allow me to bring a couple these of concrete as I go. Okay. Now we're going to work on our hypertubes along here. Now what I like to do is I like to use basically the rule of thumb of power and of hypertubes. And that is about 12 distance. So we're going to go ahead and... oh, we didn't bring any of our wire. Really? No wire? I have no wire. No regular wire. All right, well, let's just grab some. I knew I was forgetting something. All right, right over here. So what can we get rid of? We got some nice stuff in there. I probably should have put some of that down. But what do we got nearby? We got piping right here. Oh, no room to put it in there. What do we got over here? We got... poles coming out of there, screws coming out of there. Again, I could try to put it in there. If I put the wrong thing in there, though, it's going to end up blocking my current thing. And I definitely don't want to doing that. This one over here is wires. If it wasn't full, I could put it in there, and so on. Now, I can also just feed some of this directly into the actual thing if it needs it. Like, we'll go ahead and just put some rotors in there. And there we go. We can sort that. That'll give us another slot. All right, now we're looking good. And so on. I always come back, get more rotors. And I can always come back, get all of this. But I want to go ahead and run my lines while I'm working my way back to my base. So let's get that going. And again, we want to get in here. We want to make ourselves a nice little outlet. And I feel like I'm going to run it on the right side here. We'll go ahead and connect this across. Why is that connected to that pole? I don't like the way that's connected. I think it should connect into the back of that. There we go. And then I can connect this one across this way. Oh, that's because I was running those lines before I was running the hypertube. I see. I see. All right, let's go ahead and readjust this line. There. Okay. Oh, man, I got a little bit of resources there. Look at that. A little bit of something, something. Let's go ahead and put some of this back. Let's say that one. You always need at least one thing free so you can add stuff to it. Like that. You can sort it. Sometimes it will consolidate it down. But I would definitely not carry around one concrete because that's really going to waste your space. Okay, so we've got this, and now what we want to do is we want to run both our power and our hypertube, so we don't have to keep, driving all the way back up there or walking back and forth. We can just let it run. Just let it run. Hey, River Dog, thanks for backing me up today. The Kismet mobile makes me laugh every time. Yeah, I love that little mobile. I think it's awesome. There you go. Hey, what's up there, Hack? How you doing? Morning, Kismet. How's it going? Going good, man. I'm ready to get into it. How many floors does your base have? How many floors does it have? I think 4 right now, right? 2, 3, 4. Well, it depends on if you count way down at the bottom. Then it's like 5 or 6. It's a lot. It's a lot of floors. If you're talking about foundations, I have no idea. It's a lot. A lot of foundations. But if you're talking about how many levels I have, it's about 5 right now. We're still going to work on our upper level, too, which will be our train level later on. But right now, we're just trying to put some transport in because we're going to be working back and forth to the oil. And the oil is way the heck out there. So we need to get this going. So here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to go ahead and actually just act like I'm going to put one down. And then I'm going to walk this way. And if it hits the end before it turns red, in that case it didn't, then I will back it up. But since it didn't, it's going to hit right here. And I'm going to turn it left here. I'm just going to go ahead and put in hypertube support there. And that's going to allow me to go ahead and run this. Now, the same thing with my power. I'm going to go ahead and bring my power along the side of this like this. No big deal. And then I like to go ahead and usually kind of have my this on the outside and then my power on the inside. So I'm going to say, you know what? I don't want to do that. I want to go ahead and run that power on the other side. Not cross the line over. It's okay. Right there. Or I can just go say, you know what? I'm just going to bring it right to there in this case because it does reach. Now I'm going to go ahead and putting my hypertube around the corner here. Now, we've got to watch out when you're running it around the corner here. Sometimes you might have to change the direction or the style of the way that it turns because it says invalid shape. We can hit R to change the mode, right? So it's conveyor build mode. We got noodle mode, and then this is vertical mode, which is not what we want. The default is trying to do vertical, I can tell you, because it's not working. But you can sometimes get that to go around the corner just fine, like that, just by changing the particular mode of it. All right, so we've got that around the corner. We've got our power. And again, we're just going to go ahead and act like we're going to run one and see how far it takes us. All right. And there's our max distance right about there, which is perfect because I can just go ahead and put it right here like that and then just kind of turn the corner and we're going to run this along the side. Now, I got to be careful because later on I'm going to be adding trains here, so I got to be thinking that through of how I'm going to be doing my trains. And again, this is why you need a lot of this stuff. This is going to be a real long distance. I have a feeling we're going to end up coming back and add even more to this for sure. And we'll go ahead and cross over the power line. I don't know, I just feel like that's kind of nice and clean. You run it up above it and all of that. It's not just the doing, it's the how you make it look in the long run. Now I'm going to go ahead and change my mode back to default. And it usually picks your best mode for you. So I'd go until it doesn't go anymore. And then again, with our hypertube support. And there we go. And we just run our line as we go until we run out of resources, which may or may not happen along the way. But as we establish our stuff here, notice that it's going about 12 distance. Now, if we're using conveyors only go 6. But these go 12, and the same thing with our power and our hypertubes go about the same distance and whatnot. Now, we're going to hit a spot here where our hypertubes are going to start going up. You can't actually adjust the rotation of it. You can also hold down I think it's the Alt key, Control. Oh, I gotta put it down first. So I click it to put it down, and then I hold down my Alt key, and that'll allow us to angle it as well. I typically don't do any of that. I might hit it at the bottom here just to control that angle a little bit better. But I will then hit that and then just go up like this. And just run it as far as we possibly can. Now we have a real slow lifting angle here to work with our trains later on. Now again, remember I'm going to bring my trains into here. And I'm most likely going to bring my train to the bottom flat area here. And actually, I'll probably put my train station on that side since I've decided to put my hypertube on this side. Now, the funny thing is after I have my trains, I don't need my hypertube anymore, as well as I don't need the power lines, because it will actually run the power lines along the track lines of the train. But that's all a later on thing. I need a right now thing, right? A later on thing doesn't help you in the moment. You need a right now thing. And then we're going to keep running this, or we're going to keep running our power as well. Now, the reason why you want to run your power too, if it's going to let me. There we go. The reason why you want to run your power as well is that, oh, this wire's too, oh, yeah, just because we made a gap and then a gap again. Because what happens if you run out of resources, you could just back up a little bit, make yourself an entrance, and zoom your way all the way back to your base, which is really nice as well. If you notice, I don't actually do the power poles. I just do the line. And the reason why I just do the line is because it automatically makes the power poles if you put it on the ground level. So that makes that nice and easy. All right, and we're coming up here to a thing, and we can see it reaches that, no problem. Again, I do it where I see a transition. If it transitions up or transitions to the bottom of something, that's when I'll make these transitions. I got plenty of resources to do a little bit extra there. But I do prefer to do it at what I call max length. So max length of your hypertube, or max length of your power wire, or conveyor, or whatever it is. And I like to also line it up by the foundations, as you can see. I could make it go a little bit further, but that's kind of more of a style thing, where you know you have it nicely lined up to each other, and you have it lined up on the thing, right? I'm also using my stackers as opposed to just putting it on the ground, which you can totally do. You can actually put it on the ground and use it as a safety rail for your character as well, so you don't fall off, or your whatever vehicle you might be driving along, you don't fall off the side. But I'm good. All right, so there we go. So we've run out of copper wire, and I knew I was going to at some point. So here's what we can do. We can go ahead and put in a hypertube entrance, and since we brought our power, we can go ahead and put our power back there, and I hope we don't die on the other side. Guess we're going to find out in a second. That timing was awesome. So we'll go ahead and take our hypertube first, and then we'll go ahead and fire up this battle. Oh, there's some here's some stuff down there. I wonder if I got that yet. I went and got that hard drive. All right, boom. See? Look how easy that was to get back. And so I'm going to run over here and grab some more of these copper sheets. And we're definitely going to need a rotation of copper sheets. That is for sure. All right, here. And again, sort. I've got 4 of them on me right now. I'm going to go ahead and do this. I'm going to take the 4 off and just get a crazy ton of these now. We know we're going to need a whole bunch of them. Sort it. Looking good. Now we need to make an entrance to get back in the other direction. Now, if we got to watch out when we're going the other direction because we can end up flying off the side and dying, which I've illustrated many a time here, here on the stream for sure. But while we're riding our way back, this is one of my favorite parts of the game, by the way. Very, very fun. Let's go ahead and do a battle. Let's go. Hey, 7spin, what's up? Thanks for hanging out. Again, thanks everybody for hanging out in the stream. Really making some good progress today. Let's get into it. Do some battles on top of playing some Satisfactory here. All right, open the capture chest, grant you guys some rewards. Let's see, Red Cup, Nitux, Rusketeer, and Judas all getting the love. Look at you guys getting so much love today. Rotisserie G coming in overall MVP yet again. Man, you probably have the most MVPs ever in this game. With 13 assists as well. Thank you to everybody for coming in. Again, thank you to Cypher for the 5 months. Big G Man for the 15 months. Judas for the sub as well. And thank you to 2506. That's what I'm going to call you. And, of course, Kinglos coming in, dropping that Dragon Hammer, crushing that follow button, becoming part of the Teamwork Tycoons here in the Kismet channel. It is absolutely freezing here in Tennessee. I'm from California, so I'm a big, fat wimp. Yeah, it is way too cold for me, that is for sure. All right, let's go ahead and start that battle. Put that right back in there. Let's get you guys going on, get you guys some more loot. Now, we're going to do it all day long. We got like 500 wins. We played thousands of rounds of the game. Very, very fun. Feel free to come on in. Now, what I did is when I came back is I went ahead and removed that entrance. And now I'm going to go ahead and keep on running my lines all the way over here. And this is going to make this nice and easy whenever we're working on this. It's going to be a long train run, too. It's going to be pretty fun to take the train eventually, too. So, again, my kind of rule of thumb to figure out the math without having to count it every single time is just to run the hypertube like you're going to run it, and then it will tell you what its max distance is because it'll just turn red. Nice and easy. There we go. And then again. Now, I could just go through, run all the hypertubes, and come back and just run all the lines, but I know at some point I was going to run out because I just physically don't have enough room in my inventory to hold all the stuff I need for this and for all my hypertubes. But we'll do one round and then one round again. Great Kismet tip for you to prevent yourself from getting stuck out in the middle of nowhere. Be able to kind of progress as you go. There we go. Now, another reason I'm bringing my power way out here is obviously for my oil refineries. That's where we're headed to, and it's way out here, as you can see. And we're building our way. I think of that last one, I was a little bit offset. We're building our way all the way out here. Just to kind of eliminate the travel time back and forth should we need resources. Now, the interesting thing about this, too, is that I could just run the oil back. But in this particular playthrough, I feel like we're going to try it out with some trains. So we're just going to do a little bit of production at the node, which is where I prefer to do it. I prefer to make the plastic and the rubber and all of that stuff at the node and then just have the actual finished materials run. I feel like that's always a way more efficient way in the early game. But in the late game, it's actually not. In the late game, you have to travel out here when you're upgrading and doing all of that stuff, where a lot of the times you don't really upgrade your nodes unless you're adding a bigger extractor, right? A faster extractor and whatnot. The only other thing that you'll have to do quite often is upgrade your lines, right? The speed of your lines and whatnot. And I typically, again, build at the nodes. But in this case, we're going to go ahead and bring it all the way, bring our hypertube all the way here. Again, I love how you can build really far away. It's really cool if you can click on it properly. There we go. I love how you can build really far away. You can also get up really high and build from up above. Some people use mods that allow them to build even faster, as well as they're able to fly around and do all of that. I typically don't use mods in most games. And the reason why is I love the modding community, much love to all the peeps making epic mods, is that I prefer to play the game where everybody can play it, as opposed to adding individual special mods and whatnot, especially in a game that even hasn't been released. This is still early access, and this game's a 10 out of 10 in early access. By the way, I wish you could rotate the top of that so it doesn't have to flatten out like that. All those things are possible in this game. Remember, it's still a work in progress. Still a work in progress. Oh. One of the very few games that I can tell you easily is a 10 out of 10. I almost forgot my power line. A 10 out of 10 in early access. I can't even think of another one that's a 10 out of 10. Actually, it's more like a 10 plus plus. It was a 10 out of 10 when they added trains, and then they added all these fluids and all this other stuff, and then now it's a 10 plus plus for sure. For sure, for sure. All right, so this is taking me right down to where I want to be down here. Oops. Sometimes I misclick. Taking me down here. Now, I need to add a little bit of room, or every time I come in here, I'm going to get fired off the side of here. So let's add a little extra space here. Just so when I'm coming down the hypertube here, I can go ahead and run it down. Now, here's what I suggest to do is actually aim it in the direction you need to go. So I'm going to put it like this, have it come down, hit right here. Now, I need to watch out because there is an oil node right here. So I need to kind of look at where my oil node is before I put my entrance and exits in there. Where is it? Oh, actually, it's over here. Okay, I don't have to worry about it. All right, awesome. I like to have an entrance and exit that is raised like this. All right, so I'll raise it up, and then I'll go ahead and put in a wall. Now, one of the things you can unlock from the Awesome Shop, where you run a bunch of extra resources in there, and then you run a bunch of resources in there, and then you can unlock stuff. So we go ahead and take this out. Just have this directly connect into there, and then also with our power, we can also use our wall connector right here to the wall connector, and then we can just add our entrance. Now, I like to connect my entrance from the back so the line's not going through the thing. It just looks a lot better. Now, how do we know that the power made it all the way here? Well, if we see that working, then we know it made it all the way here. And how does that help us? Well, that helps us by the fact that we can now go in and finish up what we were doing here, where we were adding walls, like so. And we can kind of clip through some of this stuff. You can't remove some of this stuff, so, you know, I hate clipping. I don't want it to clip through anything, but if I have to, you know, just for terrain, then I don't worry about it that much. So again, what we're doing is we're putting in some walls here to protect us any random mobs that are going to shoot at us while we're doing this. And then also, we can set this up so we know where the edge of our base is, where the edge of our ramp is there. Same thing over here. We can probably widen this out just a bit. Give us a little bit of that action. There we go. And this just protects us against stuff that's going to come in and try to eat our face, which is going to be a bunch of stuff. Now, another thing that I would do at this point is remove all this excess stuff. But also, we need now to readjust how we're organizing our materials. Now, I'm going to go ahead and put my materials right there and right there. Why am I going to do that? Because that's my entrance and exit. So I'm going to take all these materials that I just brought and put them down. And then I've got a bunch of materials up there, so I'm actually going to tag them from here. Now, if I roll over there, I can see I've got a bunch of stuff in there and a bunch of stuff in this one. I'm going to grab that one, and I'm going to go ahead and, again, put it down into here. There we go. And then I can try to grab the other one from over here. Now, if it's too much stuff to go in my inventory, you just look and see if you have any slots left over. If it's too much stuff to go in my inventory, it will drop onto the ground, and then I'll end up having to walk all the way up there and deal with it. But we've got this going. Now, we've got a pure node there and two regular nodes. But I'm going to go up here and look and see if there's anything else. I've got a vehicle up here. Actually, we'll just drive it down and keep this vehicle over here just in case we need it in the future. Look at that. See how it went into the thing? Sometimes it goes into the thing. If you go too fast, it'll go into the actual foundation. There we go. Watch out for that. Remember, it is an early access game. Okay, so we got that going in there. We need to do a bit more with our concrete and a bit more of our stuff just to kind of protect ourselves while we're here. We'll grab all of that. We'll grab this. Oh, we need plates. Let's grab our plates out of this other one if we've got any more. Oh, we had a bunch. Okay, boom. There we go. So again, this is just to protect us against any animals that want to come in and eat our face, which there are plenty. We want to come in and just give you a big old hug. And by hug, I mean kill you. Alright, like that, like this. We'll take this one out. I just use that so I can line that up on that edge. Like that. Now I got this going the opposite direction of all my other ones. I don't like it. I don't like it. This one here we could take out and just square this out. I don't like it when my foundations are going different directions. That's just me. Sometimes right when I click it, that's when it flips. All right, there we go. Finish this up. You knew I was going to take that out. You knew I was going to fix that for sure. Now, one of the things I wish the game did, which is would be amazing, would be to grab the orientation of something that you pick up. So if I hit F, like I'm going to take it out, and then I middle mouse button, it actually picked up the orientation of that particular item. That'd be great, like if it was turned left, right, straight, all of that. That'd be good. All right, I feel like that's good enough for right now. Now, all we need is a little bit of rubber and a little bit of our production going on here. We also need some power. Now, that's a pure node on that side, and we got two normal nodes over here. What we're going to need to do is run some power. So we're going to go ahead and just choose some spots. Now, I like to do it about 3 up. That's just my kind of deal. And we're going to run our power just arbitrarily right to here. Now, why am I running it there? Well, eventually I want to run it to the oil node there. That's a dead giveaway there. And then over here, same thing. There's going to be another oil extractor here. And so run that up nice and high. And we can use that over there. Now we'll go ahead and tie our lines into each other. This way. And you're like, well, Kismet, why do you use a double side and not a single side? I always find that I love to attach them from behind. This way you're not using up the 4 other ones that you've got over there. I'll show you what I mean here in just a second. So when I go in to do the extractor here, I'll go ahead and connect it from this side, like this. And then when I'm running my lines between the 2 nodes, I'll run them from behind, like that, because it's 4 per side. And normally I would do that on that side, but I'd kind of cross it over there and then crossed it back here. All of that stuff's going to end up being just fine. Now, really the thing that I need now is a refinery. We're going to need to just kind of squeeze it in here. And we're going to need to have an input and an output of this refinery, like that. Now, we're really close here, but again, when we do our pipes, your pipes work for just about, for all your different fluids, right? So I can just go ahead and run a pipe out of there because I'm not going to be running any actual resources in there. I'm just going to be running a pipe from my extractor here and running that into this refinery. Now, we're going to start to hear it go. Hear it going. Now, as you look here, by the way, this one, see how this one opens up first, then that one, then this one? It's actually telling you that it's actually flowing in that direction. It's telling you how it's flowing, and then it tells you how much is flowing. And right now, we've got that crude oil already filled up because it's 240 crude oil. That's going to be a lot. Now, I'm not actually going to put my refineries here in the long run, only in the short run, because I want it to make me some plastic. And so I'm going to go ahead and let it start making me some plastic. We'll grab a power line from over here. We'll have it make me some plastic. Now, I also wanted to make me some more stuff, and that is rubber. Now, I don't have enough piping with me, so let's go back over here. Hope we have some extra piping pipes right here, which we do. Perfect. And then we'll go ahead and make a second one. Now, these are only temporary so that I can make these items. Now, the problem with oil refinery is you're going to have a lot of extra stuff, right? You're going to have items that are, how best to say this, items that are trash or residue or what do you call it? Yeah, residue. So we're going to have some heavy oil residue, and eventually that's going to fill up, and then that actually is going to stop this thing. So we've got to get rid of that heavy oil residue and all that stuff. Now, we're going to do a lot of inline running of all this residue and power and all of this stuff, but we're going to do it at our primary base. And eventually we're going to make train stations out of it. But right now we need 200 of this plastic to be done. Now, if we look at the input of this, it's 30, right? That's not bad. And you're like, well, Kismet, how much power do you have right now? Well, I'm only using coal power, but I'm using coal power at a level that it rivals nuclear power right now. Look at this. I'm doing 1,800 power this early in the game, which is pretty amazing. Because I found 3 pure coal nodes, and I'm only using one of those pure coal nodes to actually produce 1,800 power. So I don't have to really worry about power as I go along until later on where I'll actually add a bunch of oil power as well. But right now I need a bit of this to be created so that I can go in, utilize that for my current milestone. Now, it'd be nice if I had a lot more room and it wasn't so flat or it wasn't so, hilly right here. If it was all flat, it'd be awesome. I could build out a big area, build a bunch of refiners and be fine. But one of the things I'm going to do is actually take this one out and go ahead and run another line this way. Now, I'm keeping it at the same level as the refineries here. And the reason why I'm doing that is so I don't have to add any additional pumps. We should probably get that out of there. Nope, doesn't want to like it. Now, because I also have my skates, I can jump like that. I'll pick that up. Okay, there we go. So that one's running into there. And again, since we have so much power, we go ahead and run another line over to here. Now, this one is going to make me a bunch of rubber. And again, we're going to have a bunch of residue. Heavy oil residue that we're going to need to do something with. Now, you're going to need another one of these per each one. So that's why you need 2 of them. You need one that does the rubber, and then one that takes the heavy oil residue and turns it into something like petroleum coke. Petroleum coke you can actually run into the awesome sink, which basically gets rid of all your excess residue and whatnot, right? But really all I want right now is 200 plastic and 200 rubber. And if I have all this extra residue, well, I can go ahead and take that out, put that right on me. Oh, wait, no, I can't. Right? I can't even take it out of there because I have no way of storing it. You have to put it and convert it from this into something else that you can go ahead and run. Now, we're going to worry about all the numbers and all that stuff later, but right now we want to go ahead and get as much of this going as possible. So let's go up on our 240 extractor here, and let's figure out some math of what we need to do. Again, this is a pure node right here, so this is like jackpot, right? So this is 240. Those are going in at 30, so we can just say, hey, Siri. Hey, Siri. What's 240 divided by 30?
240 divided by 30 is 8.
Is 8. So I could have 8 of these running right now, making from this one node. Now remember, I have 3 nodes here as well. So I have 8 of these running, and I could be making a lot of it very, very quickly. But do I need that much right now? Not really. And also I've got the problem of I'm in this kind of spot where it's kind of hard to build, right? It's kind of hard to build here because I've got all sorts of features and trees I can't remove and things like that. So it is blocking my ability to really make... Oh, didn't mean to do that. But I got my skates on, so I'm okay from jumping down. So what do I really want to do here? Well, you can use some pumps to get us up to the next level here. Come on, I know you can make it. There we go. To get us up a little bit higher here, to utilize some more of this oil by building out some more refineries here. Now remember, this is only temporary, but normally this is what I would do. Normally I would build it out at the node. I would bring the oil up from down below to a nice flat level where you had plenty of building area. and then get it going on. Now, right here, we're going to go ahead, again, put another refinery here, but we're going to see what the width of that refinery is. It's about right there. I'm going to go ahead and push it forward by a whole thing here so we can run our lines. I also want to watch out we don't obscure ourselves, right, from going up and down our ramp, which looks pretty good. And so we're going to run the line from down there. We're going to run it from there up to here into this, and we're going to run it into the rest of these all the way down the line. Now, we're also going to need some room in front of there so we can go ahead and recombine all of these objects together. And so we'll talk a bit about pumps. We'll talk a bit about fluids, head lift, and then also you can have a negative or positive head lift. If you are running water, say you found it way up on the top of the mountainside up there and you're running it down, well, it does actually take in effect of how fluids work with gravity. And so you'll get a positive head lift. You don't need any pumps at all. I've actually done that in my previous playthrough. I got way up on the top there and I ran the water down, used 0 pumps, and I ran it for a really, really long way, which is cool. Much like a water tower works in your building. If you have a water tower in your building, the way it works is via gravity. But what it needs to do is it needs to pump the water up there first. If you should lose power in your building, then what it does is it uses gravity to feed the water down into all of the apartments down below. That's why they have those in the first place. So if the water obviously is above you, then it actually will flow down to the lower level, to the city or whatever. Some cities have it. We actually have multiple here in Tennessee that I've seen, gigantic water towers, huge water towers that actually feed the city. Should the city lose power, you'll still have that water. Now, I highly suggest if you do lose power and you don't have any water, to fill up some buckets and some pans with water right away, because all those people who live down the hall and who are going to take all the showers and use up all your water, make sure to get a bunch of water, because if you're out of power for a good extended period of time, that water will eventually empty out of that water tower, and there's no power to pump any more up there. So good idea to grab some of that water up for sure if you do lose power. So that's basically how the game works. It takes that into effect as well. Need some more motors there as well. And let's go ahead and say, okay, say we want to make 8 of these. So we'll go ahead and say we'll make 5 more, since we already have another one there. And this is going to tell us what we need over here, as well as we're going to need some pumps for this too, because we're going to need to pump that oil up a bit. So let's go in here and say logistics. There we go. And then we'll say about 2 pumps. All right. Now it's going to tell us again over here in our to-do list. Now I'm actually going to say that we could probably just run back and grab most of this and come back while this is running. Now the cool thing is, while this is running, I can just grab this. Now I've got this problem with this heavy oil residue. And then over here, same thing. The heavy oil residue is now filled up. Now what can I do? Now I can actually go do a little bit of a trick right over here. And we can go ahead and run this out to here. Like that. And let's run it back this way. There we go. So what I'm looking for is to be able to access this thing. And what it's going to do is fill up this entire pipe with that excess. And so I can just go in and say, you know what, full pipe network, flush. And so it's going to flush all that heavy oil residue, I guess, into the environment. And now what it's going to do is it's going to actually start this back up again. Because, as you can see, it has no heavy oil residue there. If I go into here, this still does. But again, we can go ahead and run this out and do a little trick here if we want. Like that, looking for our connector, there it is. And then again, flush that pipe segment or flush the entire pipe network, which is basically the same thing at this point. There we go. And that's going to get rid of that heavy oil residue, which allows us to do that. So you can let it build up into like a big container and then come and flush it into the environment you want. Like I was doing one that I had off the side, and I was pretending like it was way up high, and then it would drop it way down in there. It'd be cool if it actually did that too. If you flushed it and then it just shot the water out the side, or the acid, or I think that's what it was. It was sulfuric acid. We were shooting sulfuric acid out the side, and we were kind of RPing that it was going down and getting into the environment and all of that, which I think is kind of funny in a game, but not in real life, obviously. Not in real life. Hope to catch you later. I have to go get a COVID test right now. Well, I hope it's negative, man. I hope it works out just fine. There we go. Let me catch up on chat here. Sorry, I get very focused. What is it? Thank you, River Dog, for taking care of it. I don't know why people do that. I don't know why people do that. Wasted their time, but they want to get banned. Boom, banned. I was wondering what the heck that person was talking about. I don't know. So people come in and they just start spamming the chat. It's like they're a child or something. I don't know. Maybe it's even a bot. I don't know. I don't know. It's like someone who doesn't know English, right? And they just come in and try to see what they can get away with. It's like a child, like a teenager, kind of mentality. Let's see. Good luck. Yeah, take it easy. Break some stuff. Thanks for coming in. Well, hey, man, be sure. So I pump water into a fluid station, then have a train take it up as high as possible, then have the water go down from there. Wouldn't need pumps. Hey, that actually is a really good idea, Loke. That is actually a very legit way of doing that. I could actually have it grab the oil from here, have the train take it up to a higher level, drop it off, and then have that pump coming down into my base. That's a really fantastic idea. I highly suggest to try that in your next playthrough. In fact, I might try it in this playthrough. We'll see. We'll see how it is. Maybe we should just go to the top of the ramp before it starts to come down and then just run the line at the top of the ramp. And then the train never needs to come down that ramp, right? Though I've made the ramp so the train can come down pretty fast anyway. But it's pretty cool. You're going to do that in your current multiplayer save? Hey, I'd give that a try. Because that gravity does make a difference. And taking the actual lift out of it by using your trains is actually a real genius way of fixing that problem. Okay, so let's keep this going. Again, use those real life things. There we go. We're at 100 now. Now, I'm kind of waiting a little bit for this to get me to a point at which I can go ahead and upgrade this, because this has a cooldown, a certain cooldown up there that we have to wait on. And also, we'll go ahead and see if maybe we can go ahead and run this up here. Now, what I can do also is just kind of create a cross-section there, or a merger/splitter, and just kind of run this up using this pre-existing ramp that I made. Whoa! Or I could fall off and die. Oh God! Oh God! Run around! Oh God! Run around! No, we're fine. Whoop! Get up in there. Nope. Here's the thing: you get locked out, you're a builder. Just take it out. Take it out. Put it back in. There we go. Let's try that again. With less screaming and falling. Come on, get up there. See, I know it goes up there because I have my blade runners on, but sometimes it doesn't. It just doesn't quite hit that lip right there, right? All right, fine. You'll make me put this back in again. See if we can get maybe just a little ramp. Just a little one. Little one? Nah. All right, fine. Then I'll use my noggin. Watch this. You get up onto this pipe here. It lets me. You attempt to get onto the pipe. There we go. And then we'll get up here. All right. Now, I don't like it to clip through stuff like that, so I'm going to run it to there, run it into here, bring my power, because, again, we can attach it from the back up into here. And then I'll go, okay, what am I the least amount of? How much of each thing? Now, right now, I'm about to fill up with plastic, but I'm really waiting on the rubber right now. I feel like this is actually going to be done by the time we get this all even installed. But we're at 34 rubber. Plastic looks like it's about to finish. There we go. We got enough plastic now. So we'll set this one to rubber up here. Again, this is only temporary stuff. Don't run your stuff like this if you're going to run it in the long run. This is all just a temporary thing. Turn that on. I thought I turned it on. There we go. Turn that on. Now, we got the problem of we need to get the oil to run uphill. And so it's got oil in there, and it is, in theory, getting it to a certain part up the pipe. But we can see over here that this pipe is closed, meaning that no oil is actually making it all the way up here. Now, when it comes to pump, you're pushing the stuff, right? You're not pulling it, so you're pushing it up the way. So they've added this new thing. Look at that. Isn't that awesome? It tells you in what direction your pump is going. So we turn it this way. See, now it's going to go ahead and pump it in the direction we want it to go. So we go ahead and put that in. Now I would put it like way over here. Like this. I would put it on this side over here. Put that down, and then we can go ahead and power it up. Now, one of the things it's going to do is it's going to start to do what's known as a head lift to see if it has enough power to push this all the way up that thing. Now, in this case, I feel like it's going to be pretty close. Yeah, pretty close. It's at 20.78. No, it's 21 now out of 20. So it's basically, it's having trouble pushing it up that area. But you want to start with your first one back here, which is giving it as much push as it can. And then come over here and give it another little boost, especially right here, would be a real good spot. And we can go ahead and tell it, okay, we want to give it another boost. Yeah, say right here. And then again, we need to run power. And that's why it's important to have lots and lots of power before you start these kind of endeavors. For sure. And let's go ahead and connect it right there. So same thing on this one. We want to go ahead and see what its head lift is. Right now, its head lift is 17.5. It's below 20, you're fine. But it's going to keep going up, and it's going to kind of equalize itself to see if that's its actual head lift. And that's what it is, 18.1. Now, we back up over here. This should be almost 20. Otherwise, ours is too close. Right? This is 6.8. 6.8 is telling us that pump is too close to this pump. Right? It's unnecessary to have it that close. But that's okay. We're going to go ahead and we're going to end up with two pumps anyway in the long run. Now we go up here and we look at this, we can see that this is running. Now again, notice this one opens first, then this one, then that one's telling you that it's pumping in that direction. We can also see that we're getting our maximum crude oil, and then now over here we're filling in with the rest of that rubber. Now again, I just need so much to unlock my next manufacturing because I want to set up my trains. So we're going to let this run as far as we can. We're going to flush this again. Again, great little trick if you don't have a whole flush system set up. Just go ahead and flush that into the environment. I'm sure the environment thanks you. I'm sure later on they're going to actually add it where you have to actually flush it into the environment. I think that would be a thing you'd have to watch out for in the long run of the game. It would be kind of a fun little mechanic. All right, how are we looking? We're at almost got enough there. We're at 72 of 100. Oh, that was a bad jump. Whee! There we go. Okay, how much are we looking here? 18. Okay, now this one has the same problem. See, it's got to 50 there. And we're going to solve this problem later on. I'm going to show you how to fix all of your excess resources. But in the meantime, you just go right here, let that fill up, and just dump it into the environment. So you can't come back and flush. Now, obviously, I don't want to have to sit and come back every single time and have to flush this over and over again. That's going to be very ineffective. So we will set up a whole system to take care of that later on. Good morning, Chad. How you doing? We're going to do some battles here. Let's do it. I'm actually thinking of doing that in my current save. Cool. Man, sure enjoy the games you have been playing. I enjoy every game I play. I don't play games I don't like ever on stream. I always have a good time, especially here in Satisfactory. There's always some problem to be solved or logistics to be figured out. Very, very fun. Plus, we play a lot of Stream Raiders on the side. Look at those rogues. They're like, later. I'm going for the gold. See, there's why you want to use rogues on the gold. Because they just run from gold to gold to gold to gold, and they bypass the mobs. So great little Kismet tip for you if you want to get extra gold in the next round of chests. Put down a rogue or two. There you go. All right, open the capture chest. Bam! Look at that. Subi, Rotisserie G, Grimshard getting 50 gold. Glad you came in to stream today, aren't you? Red Cop coming in getting 50 gold as well. Very nice. Rusketeer using all 6 of his units there to come in MVP with 12 assists. Way to do it. Look at all the peeps who are at the top. See, they put down 1 unit every 5 minutes. This is why they get to the top there. They're getting tons of kills, tons of assists, which allows them to, of course, get more epics and scrolls and legendaries and loot down the line. All right, so that was our gold one. We're going to do a mystery one. Let's hope we do okay on this one. Let's take a look at, oh my goodness. All right, time for the legendaries, everybody. Oh, man. Holy mackerel. Holy moly. Oh, boy. Where are we starting this one? Oh, boy. Oh, boy. This is a tough one. It's got to be that lower left-hand corner. Yeah, it's got to be lower left-hand corner. All right, lower left-hand corner, everybody. That's where we're going. I'm going to pull out the big guns. We're going to pull out the Wasteland Tycoon. I'm going to set him right here in the corner, so he's going to get a beating. Now, we're going to need to group up over here. We're going to do a frontline attack this away and that away. Then we're going to throw our support here in the back. Now, the cool thing about our support is they're going to go ahead and turn around and lay waste to all of these guys behind us, because this is the least amount of guys behind us. So we're going to lay waste to that while we push forward. Now, you can also keep all these other guys in check here by putting some peeps around. We already got Subi over there. They're going to keep all of these guys in check over there as well. Now, I could have started up here as well. That's not too bad. But I feel like the least amount that's going to take out our range units is probably this lower left-hand corner. Yeah, might have been able to get away with it here. We could have eliminated a bit of that. This has got a lot of units behind it. This got a lot of units behind it. Yeah. Yeah, it'd be here or there. Maybe this one. Might be able to get with that. But let's just make it easy on our support. The main thing is we don't want to lose our support. If we lose our support, then we're going to lose this one. This is a lot. So make sure to put down 1 unit every 5 minutes. You can put up to 6 units down, and you could be the difference. You could be that 1 or 2 units that you don't put down could be the reason why we either win or fail. I've seen it come down to just a couple units before. So make sure to put down as many units as you can. Follow that link. If you've never played with us, come play. It's a lot of fun. We're playing Stream Raiders as well as some Satisfactory here. It is free to play on both mobile and desktop, whether you're on Android, whether you're on an iPad or something like that. Or you can play on your desktop or laptop via like a Chrome browser or something like that, whatever you prefer to use. You're welcome to come and join us. All right, so now we're just trying to get our basic materials here to run back to get our industrial manufacturing. So we got that going. We've got both our plastic and that. We built our little temporary refineries here, which is triggering me big time because I definitely want to fix that up better. But we're going to go ahead and run up in here, and we made ourselves a nice little hyper tube, so we can just sit back and relax. Take the ride, everybody. Take the ride. That's what we're going to do. Now, eventually, we're going to have to pump the water or the oil up this thing here as well. That is a great idea to just have it at the ground level, have the train pick it up, bring it up to the upper level. I could just bring it up by 1 more level, too, and just have it drop down, and it would run the entire span of the rest of this. You could also run it up to a container. That container then would be up above, and then that container would run down. But you can get rid of all that head lift by using a train to do that easily. Then you wouldn't need any pumps as well. Kind of be a fun thing to do. Put it way up in the space elevator and just have your trains bring in all the water to the top, and then it just runs straight down into your base. That would be a cool build. Maybe next time. Maybe this time. We'll find out. All right, now we're coming back into my main primary base over here, where that's really far away. That's why we want to use those trains eventually, because it's going to zoom it along. Though I always feel like running the pipes is worth it. Because it never stops. It always will run through those pipes, even if your train gets knocked out of power or whatever. Those pipes will always run. Same thing with conveyors. Conveyors actually don't use any power. So they will continuously run. That we'll just call it uses solar power. But I'm putting in my own RP for certain items. But those conveyors will continue to run even if your power loses off. But obviously the extractor will stop running. So eventually those materials will run out. But at least you know that if you need your conveyors to keep going, you're fine. but we're going to do trains this time. So let's go ahead and take those resources that we just made. And again, notice how I didn't make a big old production and make a big old thing and run all the lines and do all of that. Why do that? Why do that when I could just have it make a little bit for me and then put that in there?
Milestone reached. The manufacturer increases production complexity. A critical look at production line logistics and efficiency is recommended during integration. The truck allows for increased efficiency in transportation, automated or otherwise. New project parts enable progress to the next phase.
Okay, so now this unlocked all of our stuff. Our manufacturing, our larger truck, which I rarely ever use anymore, computer, modular engine, adaptive. Now we can also use our truck to grab resources and use our different trucks to go and grab and whatnot. You can even use your small vehicle, by the way, your little cart. You can actually have your cart automated too. So it's just going back and forth between different places. And when it comes along, you can jump into it and it will then take you wherever you want it to go. And then you jump back out again and then it will just keep going in that circle forever because it doesn't use any fuel. Your trucks, on the other hand, and your some of your other vehicles actually use fuel. So if you don't have any fuel in there, or if it doesn't get enough, if it doesn't go far enough to collect fuel and then go again, it'll actually go and stop. And I've had that happen in the beginning when I first started playing and started learning about all of that fuels and stuff. A lot of alerts today. A lot of alerts today. Pretty scary. All right. Now, also, we can get into this, which is packaging our fuel. They actually added a brand new packager, which we'll fool around with later on. We get our gas masks and other things like that. But we're trying to look for our trains here, right? Now, to get our trains going, we're going to need to have our computers and our heavy modular frames. Now, this isn't too bad, but this is pretty hardcore in what we want to do. So to do this, we're going to need to do some of our manufacturing of that. And we're probably going to need some power and all that stuff as well later on. But we're going to basically build our way right outside here, this direction. We're going to build out a lot of our manufacturing in this direction. We're going to bring our oil in. We'll probably eventually do our aluminum up here as well. But let's go see if we can actually make a manufacturer. Well, if we go to try to make a manufacturer, we're going to need those heavy modular frames. And now that we've unlocked a lot of that stuff, we can go in and say, okay, we'll go ahead and make it in our assembler. Oh, wait. We can't make heavy modular frames in the assembler. You have to actually make heavy modular frames in the manufacturer, but the fact that we don't have any heavy modular frames means that we have to make at least 10 of them to actually make the manufacturer, which actually makes the thing that we want to make, right? So we got to go in and say, okay, what do we need to do it? Now, we're going to need a ton of screws here and a bunch of heavy modular frames, or regular modular frames, to make the heavy modular frames. Now, one of the things I've been doing while I've been working on all of this to be super efficient is I've been having it make a bunch of these over here. Versatile frameworks. Those versatile frameworks come from a bunch of modular frames. And so I have a bunch of modular frame production already set up, but I want to let it finish doing that first before I tap into that and utilize all of those resources as well, which I will. Let's see if it's still running. 2056. Let's see if we see it go up by 1. And you want to watch it. There we go. See, it went up by, now it's 2060. So it went up by 3 there. So it is working. So no matter what I do, even if I just AFK right now, and I come back in an hour or two, it's going to be adding more and more of those. So that's why I do that one first. So I know I'm going to need my heavy modular frames later. Now, I work through efficiently. I don't work through and build hour and hours worth of power and hours worth of grabbing every single resource in the thing, though that is something that I would do, grab every single resource node in the entire world. I'm that type of player. But I feel like I always like to play through efficiently first. And then it's like, okay, how can I get to the next tier by doing the minimum amount of stuff that takes me the minimum amount of time? Because my time is actually my most valuable resource, more than any of these other resources. I can tap all these resources all day, every day. But how much time does it take me to do all of that? Right? So I am not going to spend any time doing that. I need to get over here and make some heavy modular frames. So to make those heavy modular frames, I'm going to have to spend a little bit of time making my own modular frames, because it's basically making a ton of stuff over there. And so we're going to get a bit of those going. Now, again, per heavy modular frame, and we need 10, it needs 5. So in theory, I need 50 modular frames. And to do 50 modular frames, I'm going to need a bunch of rods. Now, I happen to have a lot of production going over here, as you can see. And these are all inline productions, nice and clean, except for a bit of the spaghetti that's going on up there. We'll deal with that tomorrow. But right now, we've got our copper production there. We've got our screw production. And again, from earlier, I was talking, whoa, wait a minute, this one's not even connected. What the heck? I was not even connected into the system. Oh, I must have taken that out and didn't put it back in again. My bad, my bad. Easy to fix. There we go. Even more screws going on. I already have a backlog of screws, and there's even more. There we go. But the thing I want to do is go in here and grab these extra iron rods out. Like so. So this is making a crazy ton of rods right here. Now I could also siphon some of these rods out the end of this. And if I have any overflow, by using some smart splitters and stuff like that, I could definitely do that. But I'm just going to manually go and grab what I can grab for now. Now I got 11 else on me. I go ahead and put those back. And there we go. Now, what's a way to speed up the manufacturing of my modular frames is I can actually, now that I have all those extra resources, I can go ahead and feed it in. Now, you can see that I don't optimize all the numbers and all of that stuff in here. I am trying to progress through the game. I'm not optimizing all of the numbers and whatnot. And I know how to do that. I can do that. It's not that hard. But it is not worth my time to do that. And that, I feel, is one of those things that you kind of learn as you go along. Is it worth your time to spend all that time doing whatever you're doing, right? Now, this over here has got plenty there. That one's got plenty. Where's our other one? I think we only have 2. Yeah, we have 2 going right now. So those are 2 going. We have 3 of these going that are making our versatile frameworks. But really, our modular frames back here is going in here, and I have it boosted right here at 250%, so it's producing 5 per minute. Now, I would have a lot of extra modular frames right now if I wasn't producing 2,500 things for my space elevator. And that's okay. That's okay if that takes a while. I could also divert a lot of my resources to make that happen. But also what I can do is just go over here and say, you know what? I'm just going to go and drop those right in there. And that's now going to basically keep that running, both my rotors here, which is producing, and also my items here. Now, do I really need to produce any more rotors? There's a good question. Because my rotors are being run in here. There we go. They're being run in there, and then they're being diverted elsewhere. Right here, they're being diverted up and over to be used over here on these. Now, this could get really complex really fast when you're setting up all your rotors and stuff. But what are the rotors doing? The rotors are creating motors. And those motors is what I need to create oil extractors. So that's why I'm also utilizing some of that for my motors. And if I go over here, you see I've got a bunch of them. And that's one of the reasons we've come back is to get some of those. Same thing over here, encased industrial beams. We've got a bunch of these being made over here. Again, it doesn't have to be, everything doesn't have to be pretty, though I do prefer it to be so. I prefer it to all be in line and nicely organized and run and all of that. That's a whole nother level of the game that is really fun after you figure out how to make it work. Now, I've played through the game 10, 20 times. It's not my first time playing through. But I do like to try different stuff every single time. Very, very fun. Let's see. Good morning, Chad. That blue line shows how high the head lift is for the pump. That's true. That is true. Let's see. Hypertube seems really slow for how much effort it takes to set up. It's a lot faster than driving there, and that's for sure. Plus, you can, when you're going really far like that, you just do the hypertube, and then you get up and go get a sandwich or a drink, and you come back, boom, and you're where you need to be, right? There we go. Unless your base is insanely huge. Right now, it's pretty long. That's a 1,500, 2,000 distance away. That's a really far distance at the beginning. Now, eventually, like in every game, right? You know how you play a game and like 100 seems far away, and then 500 seems far away, and then 1,000 and 2,000 and 5,000, and then eventually those don't seem that far away, especially when we have our trains. When we have our trains that go at like 100, 200 miles an hour, boom, you'll be over there in no time at all. And that's why we always think about the elevation of our trains so that our trains don't get slowed down too much and they can go very fast from one place to another. Now, when I'm gaining on a hypertube, the train will actually pass me up. When I'm going uphill. Now, when I'm going downhill, the train can only go so fast. So I can actually gain more momentum going downhill and pass up the train as you're going. So it really depends on how you have your hypertubes run. But you can also, some people did like what they call gravity or gravity bending fire, where you can just put in a whole bunch of entrances in a row, and then this one makes you go faster into this one and faster and faster and faster, and then you can shoot through there like 1,000 miles an hour if you want. You could potentially die on the other end, though, so watch out for that. I have actually died a few times being shot out the side. Spaghetti Belt Factory. Yeah, we got to throw a little spaghetti in there to trigger the chat. You got to throw a little spaghetti in there. And I don't really care about the style of how this is at this stage. That's more of a later stage for me. Again, I build in basic. Then I do super building, which is what I'm doing right now, which is just functionality, and then mega building later on, where we've unlocked everything and we've got our higher level runs, and then we can combine stuff together and have it auto sort all of our stuff for us, so we don't have to run it 15 individual lines. We can run it on single lines and combine certain resources together and have it run on a single line. Very, very useful in the long run. Okay, so we got those resources that we need. And we need some cable over here, too. I think I diverted my cable over to that side. Oh, I got some in here. All right, we'll grab some of this. We'll sort it. We'll put the smallest one back. Which is 71. Grab a bunch of that. Okay, now, we're good to go. Again, hypertubes are great when you don't want to wait around for it. Oh, wait, that's 12 seconds. It's coming back. It's coming back right now. That's the other thing I was waiting for. I'm glad it didn't leave. Is my things landing. So I can send more stuff up to my research area there. All right, there we go. Now, again, we want to get our trains. But, again, our trains are going to use this, this, and that, right? So we want to keep this running as best we can. We need 440 rubber. For that, for the jetpack, we need more rubber, 200 there. But we need some computers. We need computers and heavy modular frames. Here we need heavy modular frames. You can see kind of a pattern forming here, right? Heavy modular frames, rubber, plastic. You're going to see a pattern there, and that's the stage we're in right now. We're trying to get to a point where we can just throw a manufacturer down here and get it going by using these heavy modular frames. Now, I'm just going to, instead of running back over and over again, I'm just going to go ahead and put a craft bench out here. Oh, I had some rods on me. Really, I had no rods on me. All that stuff with no rods. Let's go over here. We got any rods in there? Yeah, we got rods in that one. Some of that concrete away. Grab these rods. A little more concrete back. When it gets dry, I start sneezing like crazy. Not that I don't sneeze anyway, but a little extra sneezing going on. All right, let's just put a crafting bench right there. Now, again, a lot of the things that I will make, wow, we make 66 of them. A lot of the things that I make, I'll just go ahead and make myself as I transition from one part of the game to another. Now, right now, we're in a transition stage. By the way, I can just hold down the space bar instead of holding down the mouse. We're transitioning from our lower end stuff now into the higher end manufacturing, where we're going to be doing 4 inputs, 3 inputs, 4 inputs at the same time. Reminds me very much of No Man's Sky, where you go from your original creator where you have 1 input, then you go to your 2 inputs and your 3 inputs. Well, Satisfactory has 4 inputs, plus it also has a bunch of conveyor belts and pipelines and all that stuff, which No Man's Sky does not have, which would be awesome if they did add that, but for right now, we're good. Oh, we need to get some screws as well. Let's go get some screws. Now, screws is not something that I am hurting on right now, for sure. Not hurting on those. I have got a lot of those, not only just right here, but also on that other side over there. I got a crazy ton of screws. I have 2 lines of 240 running right now, which basically 500 screws are being produced. All right, so how are we looking? So now we got our heavy modular frames. We need 10 of them. So we need to keep going here with our modular frames. Now, if you do have a heavy rock or something, you can just put it on your space bar and walk away. Or if you're like me, you have a macro you can set where it holds the button down for you, which I don't do. If it's not built into the game, like, you know, World of Warcraft has built-in macros that you can do actually in the vanilla version of, or really any version of World of Warcraft, then I feel like it's okay because everybody has access to it. But if it's something that, you know, I'd rather just hold down the space bar and let it run. That's fine. That's fine. I feel like I earned it that way as opposed to just shortcutting it and whatnot. Now, again, we could also just have it backlog a bunch of these modular frames by going AFK and coming back later and working with it then. So we're going to go ahead and do this until we're able to make enough modular frames here. And I'm going to go just a little bit more here so we can use up these rods. It gives me an empty spot. See, I've got an empty spot there. Then I'm going to actually convert some of these heavy modular frames. And what I'm going to do very quickly is I'm going to run out of a certain resource, whatever that particular resource is. Looks like probably my modular frames first. Oh, actually, it's piping. See, there's piping there. So if I need more pipes, I can walk over here and just grab some out of here as well. Put the 5 back in, put that back in there. There we go. And again, I like to have it where I can just, I don't have to walk back into my thing every time. You can throw these all over the place. Throw these all over the place, crafting benches. And just take them out when you don't want them. Right? When they're in your way, then you take them out. Okay, more heavy modular frames. Now, obviously, you don't want to be sitting all day doing this, though you could if you wanted to, so however you like to do your thing. But me, I want to go ahead and get a big old manufacturer going over here. We're going to set it this way. And take a look at what we want to do. Now, we can look it up by hitting X and doing all of that, looking it up under that. But I like to put it down. I call it the play yard. I like to put it down and say, okay, we need to get in some heavy modular frames. Now, why am I doing heavy modular frames before computers? Well, because computers is going to use a bunch of this stuff, right? Which I already have the bulk of this stuff, right? Cable, we got a little bit of plastic going, screws and whatnot. And I could actually manually feed it in there right now. The one thing I don't have is circuit boards. And that we can work on. I do have the resources for circuit boards. But really, heavy modular frames are preventing us from doing our oil right now. And that's our main thing that we want to get going. And once we're done with our production of our stuff that's going into our space elevator, we're going to divert those frames and we're going to put those frames into here instead, including the steel pipes, our encased industrial beams, and our screws that we're using back there. We're going to put it into this manufacturer instead. And that's going to help us a lot. It's only going to do 2 per minute, but if we let it run long enough, we'll have plenty. We'll have plenty enough to do everything that we need to do. But we need definitely some heavy modular frames to get this going. And I try to do it as much as I can and try to retool my factory as opposed to adding more stuff and adding more stuff and adding more stuff. I feel like that's a very inefficient way of expanding your factory and making your way through the different tiers. If you're continuously adding stuff, then you're adding all this extra time and effort into it in which you don't need it in that moment in the first place. You know, like I don't need a whole bunch of copper sheets right now. I'm making plenty enough. I don't need to go get more copper and bring more copper back just so I have 5-6 boxes full of it. I only need the thing I need in the moment I need it, right? That's how I play games. Need it in the moment. So we're going to go ahead and work on this. Now, again, we need all of these resources to be fed in there. Now, we know we can make one of these, and if we take it out, by the way, we get all those resources back, right back into our inventory, which one of my favorite parts of Satisfactory here is that you actually get all those resources returned to you. Now, I really want the manufacturer to be over here so I can feed all of this stuff into the manufacturer in the end. But the problem is, if you get too close to this over here, you can see that I am, there we go, right there, that I'm encroaching on the clearance. But I have enough room right here. I think I could probably run this sideways and run a bunch of materials in here. Now, again, what am I running into here? I need to run encased industrial beams. Huh. Where's our encased industrial beams? Oh, how convenient. There happen to be right there. All right, so now I've got my encased industrial beams. What else do I need? I need a bunch of screws and modular frames and steel pipes. So screws are going to be probably the easiest because I do have a lot of overlapping screws back here that I can run. Now, when you're running lines up above and all around like this, and when they're not all organized, we call this spaghetti. Spaghetti when you're just running it, however, instead of really nicely organize it. Now, later on, I will come back and I will run all of the resources actually underneath, and you won't actually see the lines unless we're down below in that lower level. But I don't waste my time doing that early game, and the reason why is because I'm progressing through the different tier levels of the game. Now, you can do it that way if you want. It's up to you. It's your jam. You build however you want to build. You want to do Spaghetti City, you go ahead and build Spaghetti City, and that's exactly what I'm going to do just to trigger my chat a little bit. All right, so we're going to go ahead and grab this. Now, you notice that I'm just using level 3 lines. I use level 3 lines for everything. Now, we got to get this sucker to run from all the way over there to all the way over here. Right? How can we do that? Now, look at the distance in which I can run my item before it stops. Right about here. Right? Maybe I could run it behind here. Maybe I could tap it in here somehow and get it to go across and whatnot. One of the smart things to do is actually make an in-between point like that. And then we can just go ahead and connect our screws from way over there into that in-between point. Now, as you can see, it says it's encroaching someone else's clearance. So it's actually running into something along the way. We can also control it by using our conveyor poles like this. We can go ahead and stack our conveyor poles up like this. We can control the angle at which it's coming along. So if we say we want to bring it from there, we can attach it here to our conveyor pole, and then from our conveyor pole, and we can attach it up in there. And that creates an in-between point for my screws, and then I can go ahead and grab these screws and run them way over here. Now, got a bit of a problem, right? I got all this stuff in the way. Now I can go in and say, you know what? Screw it. Let's just go ahead and raise that baby up into the sky like that. And do it. Again, this is very unorganized. I highly suggest that you do this in the beginning and then never do it again. This is just about learning, right? If you're just running lines all over the place, it's not very organized. It's not going to help you in the long run. But in the short run, it is totally possible to just run stuff randomly like we're doing here. All right, and I just use level 3s because level 3s are pretty cheap. I don't use the other speeds, the level 2s, and that kind of stuff. Now, another thing we can do, just to give us a little bit of love, is go right, line it up, go back by 2, hit that right there, and then put in a nice little 90 there. So there we go. That's looking nice. Okay, so now we've got the 2 of the 3. What else we need? Steel pipes and screws, steel pipes and modular frames. Now, our modular frames aren't coming until we get our space elevator done over here, which we're very close. We're about 250 away. And so we're going to get that done. But we're going to go ahead and add that later on. So the other one we want to add right now would be our steel pipes. Again, we could just go ahead and add these at different levels. We could actually put this up higher if we want. We could put it in this direction. So it goes like that. And then we'll look back here for our steel pipe. So we're basically trying to tie all of our resources together in such a way that we can get it where we want it to go. And I can tell you this has a lot of extra right there because it's backlogging. And then here we go again. Spaghetti City, everybody. Up we go. Run this from up here through all of this. See, now later on, when you see me fix all this, you'll be like, oh, God, thank goodness, Kismet. Thank goodness, bro. Thank goodness. Now, that's way too far. It's not gonna make it. Not going to make it from way over there. So here's what we're going to do. We're going to go ahead and create a little storage unit in between. We're going to double stack it way up there. Going to run it from over there down into there. Again, trying to avoid the clipping. I even avoid the clipping even when I know I'm just screwing around, because that's what I'm doing right now. I'm just totally doing this exactly how you should not do it. You should not just run it. You should get them all organized, run them all in a line, have them all there for a specific reason, be able to split them and run them in a beautiful way. But you got to get this out of your system first. You got to get this whole just running it however is convenient in the moment. And this is the early game for me. Just running it however is convenient in the moment. Whatever works, just run it however you want it. And occasionally make a nice 90 or 2. but just run it whatever's convenient. And so that's what I'm doing right now. Now, over here, again, these are producing the versatile frameworks. And so we're going to go ahead and let that finish. And then we're going to go back here and we're going to tap into our modular flame production. And I think we have 2 of these going. Yeah, these are doing rotors. So actually I have 1 of these going. 1 of these going and splitting there. Yeah, splitting there and then splitting over to there. We're putting modular frames into that one. And then we're putting those modular frames into this one. It's actually got to be splitting 3 times because it's got to get over the other side. Yeah, there we go. And then it's splitting this way too. It's splitting over to here. So it's going to these 3 right here. And those are producing those modular frames. Now I can speed that up, by the way. If you want this to go faster, instead of it waiting for the modular frame, you can go and just manually feed it in there. And then now it's never going to stop. It's just going to run and run and run. So you can make some yourself and just feed it into the machine. I call that standalone production, where you put like boxes behind there and just put the actual resources in there and let it run, or you feed it directly into the machine. That does help a lot as well. But we got that going. And we're going to go ahead eventually, when those are finished, we're actually going to take these 3 front ones out and run those modular frames right over here. Now again, it's not going to be going at full production, but it is going to be running good enough. So again, we're going to pull this out. A nice little 90 here. And we'll have that ready to rock. That was a very not nice 90. Right at the very end there, it decided to rotate. Always love that. Gets the mind of its own. There we go. We'll go ahead and let that run like that, and we'll connect that in later on. But in the meantime, we can actually start this up. And we can get it going. So we can go ahead and grab some power from over there. We're going to run it to our manufacturer. We're going to say, hey, okay, manufacturer, get it going. So I'm going to hold down control, and I'm actually going to manually feed some of the stuff that I have on me directly in there. I'm just going to go ahead and get the screws going. And the screws are coming at 240 right now, and the input is 200. But do I have enough screws back there so it's going at 240? Well, actually, it's going at 270 right now. And the reason why it's going so fast is because the belt is at 270, and I have a backlog of resources in that box, so it's going at full max belt speed as well. And that's why I want to get to a point where I can upgrade my belts so I can then, of course, run this stuff faster and faster. All right, so we've got those in there, and that's going to fill up those screws there while we're waiting. But it's not going to make us any heavy modular frames. Why? Because we don't have any modular frames right there. Now, we can just say, you know what, screw it. We're going to go ahead and get it doing this some modular frames for us by just putting down a little thing right here and make our own modular frames. Now, it's actually faster for us to make the modular frames than the actual producers, but as you scale it up, you get more and more and more of that particular item, then it's going to be diminishing returns for you to make it, and it's going to be faster for the machinery to make it. And it has everything to do with how much power you have. If you have a lot of power, you can then scale up what you're producing. If you don't have a lot of power, well, guess what? You're going to have a very small amount of production that you can do, and you're going to spend a lot of time working on your power. But here we go. We'll just make a few of them here, and we'll have it start up. Love to watch this thing work, too. Pretty cool. You guys know about that? You can actually watch it making it. There it goes making another one. So very interesting to watch that. Now, it's not making that specific thing. That's just a representation of what it's making. But it is pretty cool in itself. Now, we're out of modular frames, and that's okay. We can go ahead and come back to that later. Now, How are we doing over here? 2298. We're 2300, about another 200 of those. How can we make this go faster, right? We need about another 200 of those. Again, our modular frames are the thing that's slowing us down. And so what we can do is say, you know what? I want to make some more modular frames back here. What do we need for modular frames should be your question. Way back here. That's making stators. Oop, get over there. Here's our one over here. We're making rotors there. Around here somewhere. There we go. How can I make more modular frames? Well, I can make reinforced iron plates and iron rods. And you can see this is actually backlogged with this thing, which means that Ed actually could make more of these if we had more of these created. So I can go back and say, you know what? I'm just going to create another one back here. Right there. And then I'm going to siphon off some of the items here. Or I can just say, you know what? I'm just going to run some power to it. We can find out where our power is running. Oh, this is getting really bad now. This is really Spaghetti City. And run that power back like that. And I can just manually feed it in there. Like this. Do this. Take these. Take that. Make the thing. Right? Now, I can see that it's backlogging the rods because it's as at 100%. I take some of the rods from over here, which is going to slow this one down just a little bit. But I can go ahead and take those rods, put them in here, and have it make me some more. Now, when that comes out of there, I can just have it merge itself in with the rest of it there. Or it can make me some standalone ones where I can come in and just grab them out of here when I need them, right? So this is what I call offline production. Either you manually feed it directly into the thing, or you got boxes of those resources. You might have had a bunch of extra just sitting behind it. You feed it into that, and it feeds in. Before I ran all these lines, all I did was have the boxes behind it, and then I just put the stuff in the boxes, and it just ran it into the thing. That's offline production. Then I ran all the lines. I wasn't going to run the lines. I normally don't. But I thought, you know, just run the line just for fun. And thus we did. Now we got Spaghetti City everywhere. And so on. Because I don't like to spend a lot of time organizing those lines early game. It's not worth my time. Not worth my time for sure. All right, we'll keep that running over there. Now, probably a good idea is to go over here, speaking of stuff we're working on, is to go over here and boost our rod production. We saw that we were overproducing rods for our screws. And so what we want to do is we want to take some of those rods and run them off. That's our copper. Take some of those rods that we're producing. Right, so here's our screws coming in. And our screws are being fed up into two separate lines because that's 240. But also our screws are being produced in the back here. And they're being fed into the back here. So we can tie into our other screw line, which is right here, or rod line. Which is right here, and actually feed any excess up into there if we want to. So we can try to merge that up there. Right now it's in the way of this other or actually I need, funny irony, is I need some of these rods to merge them up there. So I go ahead and merge this upper line here with this lower line down here. So if it does make it all the way to the end, it's going to run those excess right out of there and run that into there. What do I need more of? Do I need more rods or do I need more screws? In this case, I need a lot more rods. And since we have an excess amount of rods on that line, it's going to go ahead and run a ton of those now down the line and end up at the end. But it's going to come at a cost of our screw production in the long run. So we can do a lot of bypasses and things like that we use in the moment. We can come back, take this out later when we want to produce more screws and all of that. And we'll go ahead and let that run for a little bit. And we'll go ahead and do a battle. We'll take a quick break. We'll come back. We'll see how far we've gotten in all of our stuff. Oh, this is a good one. Holy mackerel. We got Albox coming in. We got Rotisserie G, Rusketeer with the Epics. We got Paco Taco coming in as well. Vexing Raven holding it down over there solo right now with that mage. Oh my gosh, gonna get rumpled though. We got some other peeps coming in to lend a hand. Let's hope they can help out Vexing over there. Never give up, never surrender there, Vexing. Keep going, bro. You got this. You got this. Zap those evil little turrets. Do the best you can do. Get them kills in there. Vexen is blowing it up. He is blowing it up today as well. Let's see. We got some peeps down the middle there. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. But don't worry. We got plenty of units right now. We're 26 to 45. You got me in there, the Wayside Tycoon. I can take a lot of range damage, so that's why I'm out there in the front taking that hit. Ah, that was a close one, right, Vexig? Yeah, look at you go, bro. Keep getting them kills. I think you're going to be top 5 easy, bro. Top 5 easy mode. Now, look at that. See how we got down to just a few units there? I tell you, that it does make a difference. Every single unit makes a difference for sure. Let's grab some rewards here. Red Cop, Chabberwocky, Jimbo, and Kellam all getting some love. Oh, Kellam, look at you got 50 gold, bro. Grim Shard coming in, putting in the big, humongous numbers with a 53 assist. Coming in MVP. Rotisserie G being no slouch with a 43. Vexing absolutely crushing it over there with only 4 units. With using that mage with a 40 kills as well. Rusketeer coming in with a 33 assists and rounding out the top 5. Jimbo coming in with a 30 assists as well. Fantastic job, everybody. Fantastic way of working together. Let's now try to go ahead and fire it up for this boss. Let's do it. Now I'm going to go ahead and bring in the Flying Rogue to lend you guys a hand on the boss win. Let's do it, everybody. Now, we're going to go ahead and run on over here and take a little bit of a break here. While we wait for this to run. Let's get up here on top of this. Now again, since I have the skates, I can jump up on stuff that normally you can't. Can't quite get there, but you can get up here on this. And then get up on this. Oh, if I turn around. Jump this way. There we go. And we get up on top of this and we can watch all the production going on. But let's jump across here. Hit this ladder. I feel like we need to get up higher. Oh, I had it there for a second. So close. You can also climb up this ladder that's on this side, by the way. There we go. All right. We'll go ahead and let you guys watch some of this production. Look at this Spaghetti City going on back here. Look at this deal. All right. This is going to be fun to clean this up later, though. All right, I'll let you guys watch all this production running all over the place. I'm going to go quick AFK. Every, 2-3 hours I get up. It's actually been 4 hours. I get up, just stretch my legs, and I'll be back in just a moment. Feel free to talk amongst yourself in the chat. I'll be right back. I'm back, everybody. That was a nice little break. Got up, walked around, re-energized, ready to play some games. I shed the jacket a little bit too. I got the heater going. Nice and warm in the downstairs, but for some reason my upstairs is always ice cold, like an ice box up here. But we got some heat going. We're going to get it going on. Let me catch up a little bit in the chat. This is better than talk radio in the background. I have a lot of people who watch my stream and have it as a thing that's running in the background, like a vlog or a, what do they call that? Podcast, like a podcast. I'll listen to it while they're driving, listen to it while they're going back and forth to work and whatnot. Lots of peeps. Good luck with the map. Yeah, good luck with the map. I don't know what that means. I don't know. It needs 200 screws, wields everything. Oh, I have more than 200 screws. I have 500 screws going at the same time. I don't know what. See, sometimes I come in halfway in the conversation. I don't know what some of you guys are talking about, but I just go, uh-huh. I just nod, and then keeps on going. So there we go. Now, again, I don't worry about the speed or the rate of all of this stuff early on. I used to go in and say, okay, well, I got to make sure I got 200 screws coming in and 10 industrial beams and all of that stuff. That's a huge waste of time. That's a huge waste of time when you haven't even unlocked all the stuff in the game. Now, later on, it's really fun to do that. It's really fun to know how to do the numbers. I can even get them down to where the numbers are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That's kind of cool when you're doing splitting and merging and half, like you're doing 2s and 3s. You're doing 2s and 3s. So you can split, say, this one in 3 and this one in 3, and then take these two and merge them together, and then you have 2, 2, and 2, right? So you can really work your numbers that way. I find it's a huge waste of time. I just run it in there, trying to get the thing that I want in the moment that I need it, and let that stuff run. Now, we can just sit here and let this run, and it will basically make as many as I need. Whoa! We are 8 away. Wow, that timing. We'll make that 6 away. 6 away from having that done. Now, I make exactly the right amount that I need for what I need. So we're literally 6 away. So how can we speed? Oh, there's now 3 away. I don't know, how many was that? Was that 3? 4 away, 2 away. How about that for timing, everybody? Gotta admit, that was pretty good timing. Wait for those last 2. And we'll call this done. Now, I've been building the minimum amount of items along the way to progress through the various tiers. And there we go. Done. Okay, now all of this stuff over here, no longer need it. We'll take this out. Take that out. Take this out. We'll take this out real fast before it makes any more of them. I don't want it to make any more. And now we're going to retool our factory because we don't need all that stuff running into there. There we go. We'll take all this out. We'll take this out here. We don't need that running up and around and doing all of that anymore. We'll take that out. All right, there. We don't need this running over here anymore. We'll take that out. And we'll go ahead and revamp all of this stuff here. I can hold down control and run a bunch of these at the same time. But as you progress through the game, see, you're going to be cleaning this up and cleaning this up and readjusting it and readjusting it as you go. Now, right now, my biggest thing is the fact that it's doing my rotors, which is going to my stators over there, and then my modular frames. Now, my modular frames right now, I want to go ahead and take my modular frames and run them straight out, and I want them to end up over here, right? Over here into this line right there. Now, I've got this thing in my way right here, so it's kind of hard to run it there, but I could run it just full-on willy-nilly right here on the ground. They're like, Kismet, don't do it. Don't do it. I'm totally doing it. And run that right along there and run that right into there. And there we go. So that's it. So all I do is just kind of rework my manufacturing in such a way that now it's going to do it on its own. Now, again, this is what you're trying to do. You're trying to set it up and set it and forget it, right? Just let it run and run and run and make that particular thing that you need. Now, oh, you're firing up. And then I need to come out of there and I need to go into a box in which I need it for later on. So I'm going to put this box the other way here. Oh, if I had some pipes. Let's go grab some more pipes over here. What do we got there? Nothing. That's just standing that up. Where's our pipes? Way back over here. Oh, man, we're using those up. Using those up big time. Okay. And so now we got that running all the way over to here. And we want to have it go out to somewhere so it doesn't fill up the manufacturer. Not that it's really going to fill up this manufacturer anytime soon. But we'll go ahead and just have that as a backup. So all of the heavy modular frames will go in there over time. And we can just let it run and run and run. Now, I've got a bunch of modular frames there that's coming out of this one. But we also have this one back here, which did a little bit of modular frames. Did 16 of them. That's good enough. Let's just take it out. Screw. Take it out of there. Let's take all this other stuff we have sitting around out of here. Clean this up a little bit. Again, this is what's so nice. You can build all of this stuff and tear the entire thing down and revamp it and make it way better than it was before. And that's exactly what we'll be doing in the long run. We'll have a bunch of manufacturers. We'll have all the stuff in line, running all the resources where we need them to go in the long run. But for right now, all we need to do is make more of these heavy modular frames. And I need the heavy modular frames to make the things that I want to make, right? And what are the things that I want to make? Well, I want to make more manufacturers so I can make more heavy modular frames eventually. But really what I want to do is I want to get my refinery going and get all of my oil pumped from where it is over there over here. And part of that is I'm going to need refineries and I'm going to need all of that stuff. But I don't necessarily need them where they're at now. I need them to get all the way to this side. I'd also like to unlock my trains, which would be great. But I feel like at this stage, it's still not viable to really do trains. I could go in and run the pipeline all the way here faster than waiting around for trains. But let's go ahead and look at our trains and say, okay, what if we do want to just go directly to our trains? Well, we need 100 modular frames and 50 computers. So it's really not worth it for me to do it right now. I could run a pipeline all the way from over there to over here in no time at all and have this all up and running. But later on, we can come back and we could say, okay, you know what? We'll come back later. We'll get our computers going. We'll get our heavy modular frames going. Then we'll put in a train instead. That's typically what I would do. I would go straight to prioritizing the manufacturing versus prioritizing the elegance of how it transports from one place to another. So what do we want to do? We want to bring all of that manufacturing to here, right here next to our hub. And so all that manufacturing is going to end up here. And the actual items, the finished items, when it comes to, say, rubber, right? We want it to end up right here. How many we got? Let's go ahead and put it at 2. So let's say rubber is going to end up there. Or plastic, sorry. Plastic there, rubber, and then the next thing. And then we're going to leave a gap. And then the next thing. And the next thing. I don't want to spoil it for you. We'll get into all that other stuff later. And the next thing. And so on. And so all of our other resources, as opposed to all of these resources that we've already got going on this other side, are now going to be pumped to this side. So when I need to go grab some plastic, bam. I need some rubber, bam. If I need this, that, and the other thing, bam, 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 are going to be on this side, including my motors and other stuff like that. I typically, this is a 1 or 2 combination on this side. And then on the other side is something where I'm doing 2s and 3s and 4 elements merged together and running along the other side there as well. And then also we can go ahead and pipe any of these into the elevator if we so desire. But really the only thing I need left in the elevator is the modular engine, which we can see what we need. We need engines, we need rubber, and we need some of those plates, which we can make because we've made those before. But this is our real toughest one here, our control unit, which is going to take a bunch of computers. You got to think it's 2 times whatever it is. So 200 computers, 200 modular frames, and whatnot. And that's really not that much. And then 15 times 100, which would be 1,500. 1,500 of those things we made previously. Now, again, we could have kept those in our production line. Plus, we actually probably have some of those laying around over on this side. Because I see them coming out of the box. Probably not that many, because I don't typically make too much of these little automated wiring. But, yeah, we have about 8 left over. So you can create the production for those and create a bunch of extra of them. I typically don't. I only build them in the moment in which I need them. Otherwise, you have a giant backlog of those that are just sitting around wasting your manufacturing, wasting your power production. I don't like wasting power or resources for any reason. I like to progress in such a way that it makes it super efficient in that way. So we're going to go ahead and revamp a bit of what we're doing here. So let's say we're going to run it out of here, and we're going to say we're going to leave a bit of a gap here. We're going to work from the end backwards, like as we always do here, or mostly do here in the stream. So let's say we're going to work backwards from right there. But you know what? We're not even going to do that. You know what? Let's not use any stackers. Let's go ahead and really get into building some factories. And let's go ahead and use our walls. So we're going to say our wall is going to end up right there. Now, we're going to want to run some resources through here. Let's say a double resource. Let's say this one is going to be my plastic. That's going to go into there. And this is going to go into there. Now, I got a bit of a problem with these ones right here. If you look at these over here, we can see we've got these little arrows. We got all these arrows. Well, guess what? This entire row, I just realized, didn't do that one on purpose. This entire row is facing the wrong direction because I want it to face toward me. Now, why do I want it to face toward me? Well, 1, so I can run it in from behind, but 2, so that I can, by the way, did you notice I left the last one? The reason why I left the last one is so I could line them back up again. So you take these 2 out, take this one, you turn it around the opposite direction, and you can use those for lining them back up exactly how they were, but only in the opposite direction. And this one's no big deal. That one we could just take out. Now, why do I want them to go this way? Well, I want them to go this way so I can go ahead and add my little way of knowing what's in each and every one of them. This is a great way to test also that you have them going in the right direction. Now, the first one's going to be plastic. Do I have any plastic left over? Yeah, I do. Okay, cool. Plastic. And then this one is going to be rubber. All right, awesome. Plastic and rubber. Now, what else do I want to do? Well, I want to have heavy modular frames, right? Yeah. But wait a minute. Oh, heavily modular frames, probably not a good idea there. What do I want there instead? Well, let's start with, say, we already got rotors on the other side. Yeah, we do. We have rotors over there. Let's go ahead and start this next part. And it's really arbitrary what I want to do, or you can go by the thing. But let's go ahead and say motors. Now, I'm not sure if I did stators over there. I don't think I did. I could add stators on that side, or I could add it over here. But motors are a combination of stators and rotors. Then we're going to do heavy modular frames. And then computers, and so on and so forth. You get the general idea. And I like to establish where I'm going to run those to, so I can have them for me. This is not necessarily for production. They're for my use, so I can continue to expand my building area here, my factory. So that's where we want that to end up. So that kind of gives us an idea of what we want to do back here. Now we want to go ahead and sort this out. See how much concrete I have? A little bit. And now we're going to do some big expansions for our back area here. Isn't this wonderful how fantastic this game builds? Every time I'm doing these foundations, I've done this for hundreds of hours too. Every time I do these foundations, it just makes me fall in love with this game all over again. Every single time. Alright, there we go. Now we left some concrete over here somewhere in this one. So we go ahead and grab much of that for more expansion. Again, normally I don't run my oil over here. Normally I don't run it to my central hub. But in this playthrough, we are pushing ourselves to run all the resources back to our primary area. Now, we want to also go ahead and say, okay, what's the end of the line? What's the thing right before we do this, right? Right before we run it into this box and it's made into plastic, what's right in front of that? Well, we actually need some of these motors back. Let's grab some of these motors back here. The thing right in front of that is actually going to be refinery. That refinery is going to have an output. And we'll put it back just a little bit. That refinery is going to have an output. And that output is going to be plastic. And so that plastic is then going to come out of here. Now I'm going to rise it up. I love using lifters. Because then you don't have to jump over lines and do all of that. So that's going to end up right there. Right, now that doesn't line up all that well. Really don't like it. So you know what? If we don't like it, don't suffer. Just move it over. And that's because the output is on the left-hand side. So we want to line up that output somewhat with what we got going on here. And we'll go ahead and move that back a bit. And then we've kind of set the precedent of the rest of our line. And so we can set that. We can turn it around. We can go ahead and run that. And it runs very nicely from there over to there. So now we want to do another one. Right? Uh-oh, we're out of resources. Now, one of the bonuses of being by your main base, especially if you have it run like I do, where you have a ton of resources being run into the main boxes, is that you don't have to run all the way back every single time to get those resources. Now, this is actually burning up all of those resources. So we might have to fire that up some more at some point. But we have some extra laying around over here as well. Let's see if we can clear this out. And we'll take this out. And what do we got over here? All right, not much over here. Don't need this many of those. There we go. Let's go back over here and see what pipes we can find here in the back. Look at this extra stuff going on up here. Take all of that out. Put that in. All right. And as you can see, I'll be clearing stuff as I go. What are we looking for? Pipes back here. All right. So we're out of pipes. So something's telling me, hey, I used up all the backlog of my pipes. Now, the important thing is to look and see if it's actually making pipes, because it could have came to a halt. Nope. It's using pipes just fine. Now, what is it making from these pipes? It's making stators. And those stators are then running into this box and then running into this, which are making our motors. Now, do I need to really make any motors right now? Probably not. I'm probably good. Let's go ahead and just turn that manufacturing off. Then we'll also go over here and say, do I need to make stators? If I'm going to make rotors and stators, I can just turn that off. And now that is going to start to backlog a lot of these into here eventually. Now, it's also being run up and over and up into this box up here. And also backlogging a bunch of it into there. So it's no longer backlogging into that box, but now into this box up there. And that's going to go over here, which is reflecting off of that, and it's ending up in my manufacturer over here, and my manufacturer is producing this. Now, this is actually producing this at 2 every 2 minutes, not every minute, because I'm only producing 5 modular frames. So it takes 2 minutes for me to create 10 modular frames, and then it takes 2 minutes for it to make the item because of that lag. And we'll go ahead and take those 19 that's already done for us while we were busy doing other things. Okay. So we'll get some more of these and get back over here. See, I always have a bit of resources laying around somewhere that I can grab and utilize. Okay, and there we go. There's another one of those. So this one here is going to be our rubber, right? Well, hold on a second. Before you do all of this, how many of these suckers you going to build? Right? You need to know that first. How many are you going to build, and how many are you going to dedicate toward plastic? How many are you going to dedicate toward rubber? And how much are you going to dedicate toward power, right? Because you can also use oil for power. Now, I have 2 nodes that are normal nodes. Those are 120. We'll get to that battle here in a second. They're 120 each. So to combine together, they're 240, right? So that's basically the power of 1 pure node. And then I have a pure node. So I have 2 240s. Now, I can only run lines right now until I unlock it later. I can only run fluids at 300 per pipe. So that means I would need 2 pipes. One to run the first 2, the 120 and 120 combined into 240, and then the other one to run the other 240, like that. So I'm going to need 2 pipelines that are going to run over here. So that gives me a total of 480 oil running over here. That's a good amount of oil. Now, most of the time, you really only need one thing doing plastic, because that plastic is going to backlog pretty quickly in the beginning. And the same thing with rubber. You're going to end up with just a crazy ton of that. And really, so you only need 2. But if I wanted to make as many of these as I possibly could, I could say, hey, Siri. Hey, Siri. What's 480 divided by 30?
480 divided by 30 is 16.
So I could, in theory, make 16 of these right now. And be pumping out plastic and oil and all of that all day, every day. Now, one of the things we are going to need to worry about is our power. So let's think about how we're going to run our power here. Let's go ahead and run our double wall outlet right there. And then we're going to go ahead and run this across into that. So how's our power looking right now? Well, every now and again, depending on where I'm working, I'll run a power pole somewhere where I can see it. I'm going to go ahead and run it in between here. And then I can see what my power's at right now. I have 1,000 extra power right now. With all of this stuff running that you see running, all of that running, and still have 1,000 power left over. Now, also our refineries are running on the other side over there too. At least they were. And so on. So about 1,000 power extra. Got plenty of power. Plenty of power, and that's just from coal power. I've not tapped into my oil power yet. And we will definitely do that at some point. But, so we're going to need that. Now, but the problem is is we're also going to need some other refineries here to help us with a little bit of our residue, right? So our pipelines are going to come out of here. And we'll go ahead and switch over to pipes. There we go. Our pipelines are going to come out of here, and I'm going to go like this, and then I'm going to move it over by 2. All right, so you line it up off the center, and then 1, 2. That's going to give you a nice 90 there, and then we can run it off in this direction. Now, what I'm going to do is just run it right to there for right now, and then I'm going to merge this one into here. Now, it'd be awesome if you just did this and it automatically added a merger. That would be great. But I'm just going to go ahead and manually go ahead and just run that into there. Now, if it's crooked like that, I will fix it. Those little things like that drive me crazy. It doesn't snap, by the way. It doesn't like snap directly out of there yet. I can always add that later on. But what I do is I kind of line it up. I get the green line. And then it has a tendency to go left and right a little bit when you put it on the thing. So if you just line yourself up, say by that center bolt there, you run this like this. You look at the green line and you try to get this kind of middle split between the two different colors. You got the lighter color on the left and the dark color on the right. You can kind of line it up pretty well. Have a nice straight line into there. So there we go. So this is going to be our excess, right? This is going to be our excess fluid running out to here. Now, how much excess are we producing? Right now, we're producing 10 from here. And then over here, we're producing 20. So rubber produces 20. Plastic produces 10. Now, also, if we go in and look at the input of this is 30. And the input of this is 30. So they're exactly the same on the inputs. It's just the output is going to be different. Now, when I go to run it this way, I'm going to go ahead and run this way out this way. And this is going to be where I run all my trash. You're like, what are you talking about trash? Because this is where I run all the extra stuff that I don't need in the moment, though I'm going to need this petroleum stuff later on when I go to do my aluminum and stuff. But for right now, we're going to go ahead, let's make ourselves a room for another one of these refiners right over here. We'll turn it the right way. Got to watch our clearance up above us there. So, we'll say here. Now, if we need to move it later, we can always move it later. No big deal. Or adjust our ramp up there or whatnot. That's for our trains later on. Now, I want to make some petroleum coke. So, right now, this can come in at 40 per minute. So, what I can do is I could double up on my plastic. And then that plastic would produce 10 and 10 from 2 refiners, and that would be 20. And then take the 20 from the rubber, combine it to 40, and then it would perfectly match up to go into here, right? But I usually find that I make way too much rubber, so I make enough of each. But you're also going to end up making up way too much rubber in the end. So I actually will do double the plastic, because plastic I'm going to need a lot of eventually. I don't need a lot of rubber, and I'll need a lot of all of this stuff in the long run, right? When you get into the real high-end stuff. But for right now, I would say a good rule of thumb is 2 plastic and 1 rubber. And I can have a lot of them. I have 16 of them if I want. Entire factory. But we need to watch our power consumption as well. So when you're running this, remember, these are starting to kind of ramp up when it comes to power. These are 30 megawatts over here. So your power is all of a sudden going to go, right? So it's going to start spiking like straight up when you get to this particular part. All right. And we'll get into more of that. We'll run all our lines and do all that stuff here in just a moment. But first, we're going to go ahead and do a battle. Let's get into it. That was close. Yeah, it was close. So what do you think they are building up there that needs all these components? What are you talking about? I don't know what you're talking about, Cyril. I haven't ever seen this game. Oh my gosh, Night of the Moon. Holy mackerel. This is a 10 out of 10, bro. You gotta snatch this game up, or at least put it on your wish list for Christmas. It is fantastic. Eventually, we're going to get ourselves a mega server when they let you use servers. And we're going to really mega build then. We're going to get crazy. Now, you can multiplayer right now, by the way. You can go in and build stuff together. But I really prefer a server, because then it could run 24/7. We could have lots of fun building stuff. Let's see. Grimshard, we got Reaper coming in. LOC Plays getting some extra love. And Subi, overall MVP with the 10 assists. Awesome. Another boss defeat. Let's keep it going. Oh, we got our turkey guy right here. Where's our gold at? Oh, a bunch of mystery way down that way. A lot of 4 skulls up that way. Oh, wait a minute. Is that a triple? That's a triple gold. Could go this way. Up here, this one. Then we'd have to go that way, hit this 4 skull. And then this. Oh, we can just go down and hit these mysteries. Yeah, that's a 3. That's a 3-1. All right, we're just going to go for the mysteries. Let's just go for it, everybody. Let's see what we can do here. Now, wherever I see the generators like this, that's the direction in which I go. I'm going to go ahead and try to push out here and try to get rid of that siege tower generator. Feel free to come and join me. That's an interesting one, an orc encampment. Very, very cool. So feel free to join us, everybody. You can follow the link in there. We're going to be doing battles all day. And now we're going to get back to this. All right, so 2 plastic and 1 rubber all put together. Now, here's what I would do. I would take this off here. I would take this out. I would look at how that's lined up. Again, offset it by 2. Get yourself a nice 90 there. And then take this part out. That part out. This out. That out. This out. You're like, whoa, Kismet, what the heck, bro? Yeah, you want to run this like this. And then you have a nice clean area. By the way, notice how much easier it is for me to get up when I have my skates on. And I don't typically use the jetpack all that much anymore once I have the skates. Because the main problem that you have in the game is getting up and over stuff. Right? Very rare do I actually need the jetpack. And I can also fall from long distances by using the skates. Though the jetpack is nice, but you have to make fuel for your jetpack, and that takes extra time, and I don't feel like spending that time doing that. So there we go. All right, so we got that. We're going to raise this up. These are going to be our outputs here. This is going to be our excess here. Now, right here, this is actually going to merge into this line over here. If I was in my merger thing here. There we go. So we're going to merge this into that line pretty easily. Just bada bing, bada boom. This one's going to come across, and it's going to end up right into there. And there we go. We've got it set up. It's ready to go. We can even fire it up right now if we wanted to. We could start to run that in there. But let's get this in here. Let's go ahead and go back to our pipes here. And let's run this pipe right into there. Now, this doesn't have any other input other than that residue. And then it's going to go to petroleum coke. Now, in the short run, just so I don't have to micromanage it, I'm actually going to run it into the awesome shop. Right out here. So we can go ahead and put it in a box. Let's say right here. Or actually, we could probably backlog some of this and then run it in the awesome shop. Really up to what I feel like doing. Now, this doesn't always line up, by the way. Sometimes you have to go to this side and try to line it up visually, because the green line doesn't always tell you exactly where it's going to line up. So sometimes you got to do what you got to do, right? All right. So that's the output of that. It's going to produce petroleum coke. And we'll go ahead and run it in there, and actually let it backlog in there for now. Okay, now we go ahead and run our power lines. Now I'm going to run a separate power line for over here. Fill that in there so we don't fall off the side. Okay. And again, I like running the power lines from behind, and then I can run this into this. Very nice. We'll have that also for the awesome shop later on. Here we go. 1, 2, and 3. Okay, so you're like, okay, cool, Kismet. How much are you using? 30, 60, 90. So I'm using 90 oil right there to make that. Now, what am I going to do with all the rest of the oil? Hey, Suri. What's 480 minus 90?
480 minus 90 is 390.
I have 390 oil left over. Left over after this thing I'm already doing over here with all of this. Now I'm going to run that oil line in what we call an inline run, where we go ahead and just run it all together in the back here. Now I suggest you give yourself a little bit of room so you can put in those splitters, even if you are only going to run the lines. And I typically will try to line it up off of this just because it's easier visually. And I'll start with that first one. And we need some more stuff. Now, see, if you put them too close, you can't get in between them like that. All right, you have the trouble getting by. I typically like to do, say, 2, 3, 4, and then split so you can get in between the stuff like that without having to jetpack over or do all of that stuff. Now, I've got a few bits of this in here. Actually, I got quite a bit. We'll put some of that back. Oh, put it all in. Put that back. There we go. And so we're going to go ahead and run a lot of lines here. Now, I need to get that oil from way over there to way over here. So let's do it. So we're going to go ahead and run this line. Now, one of the problems, too, is we've got to watch out that we don't run into our space elevator there. But we're going to run this line as far as we can. Let's say right to there. And then we're going to run it again. Let's say right to here. Now, we've actually already done a little bit of work for ourselves here. Actually, let's back this up just a little bit. And we'll back it up by 2. Go to the end here. 1, 2. Just so we can make a nice 90 here. There we go. And we've done a little bit of the work for ourselves over here. And so we can run all the way to, say, back here. Like that. And then we can start using our stackers. Right? Because we do have actual stackable pole pipeline stackers, which we can put on number 6, say. And then those stackers we can put on top of our pre-existing line right now. So we go ahead and just run that up there. And you can probably get the gist of what we're about to do, right? To run the piping all the way back here where we're at. And so we'll go ahead and, oh, I almost forgot one over here. We'll run this over here. And so once you establish a pre-existing location, I highly recommend, oh, that's the wrong thing. Wrong thing. There we go. I highly recommend running along the same line. It's just more effective time-wise and also line-wise. Now, here's another way of doing this, by the way, everybody. I can just go in. Instead of running each line individually, I can go ahead and just put in the pipeline supports first. I'm going to have to do it anyway. Pipelines, by the way, are the same as hypertubes. So we can go in and say, okay, is that really going to go that far? All right, good to test it too while you're at it. Is my pipeline going to go from there all the way to there? Oh. Ah, see, look, what do we got? We got a problem, right? We got a problem if we go too far. And what is it doing? Well, it's limited to a certain distance. Same thing back here. If we go back here and say, oh, well, hold on. We want to run this pipeline from back there to up here. Again, we have a limiting distance in which we can do pipeline, right? Because the pipeline is too long. And so we have to keep going back and trying to find that magic spot. Now, we already know what the magic spot is. And let's push this out just a little bit here. Which I talked about earlier. And we'll get into it some more here. Push that out a little bit there. We'll get into it some more. Now, the best way to know how long the line can run is just to pretend like you're going to run it on the ground. And then you run it, and you run it a certain distance, and you're like, okay, that's as far as I can run it. So, if I wanted to keep it going, I would need to back it up just a little bit so that I could connect it into that line. And when it goes past there, you can see it goes past that. Now, that is the same distance as the conveyor. The conveyor can only go 6 foundations roughly in a row. But we could go in and say, you know what? Let's just go ahead and put in some pipeline supports right here and stack that up right in there. Now, of course, you're going to have that problem of that thing's going to be in your way. And you can say, okay, well, let's go in and add our other item here. Let's add our stackable transport item, our stackable hypertube. All right, so we're going to put that down at the bottom. And there we go. And now it looks like it's a hypertube thing, even though it's not really a thing, right? Because we don't want to block our hypertubes when we're going through there. It blocks us. But that actually is not connected to the hypertube, right? If you see that it actually selects the entire thing. So that actually is not acting as a hypertube thing. I feel like if you're going to stack pipes on top of hypertubes, then you might as well just do it at 6 anyway, because you're going to end up coming back and reworking a lot of these stands anyway. Now, I like them to be proper. Now, again, if I highlight it, you can see that it only highlights the one side. So it gets this side or that side. That tells you that it is stopping or connecting in that middle part. And then we go ahead and go back to our piping here. And run that. And now we can run our piping. And if we did it just right, then we should be able, because we cut it in half here, we should be able to connect it over there, and we can. We've got that around the corner, and so on. So it might as well be worth just going in and fixing it anyway. But I like to go ahead and run the pipeline like this. It tells me exactly where it's at. Then we'll put in a double stack here, like that. We'll take this one out again. We'll go ahead and choose our stackable hypertube, and just come back and fix it as you go, and so on. We got our pipeline. I suggest to do the stuff on the top first before you do the stuff on the bottom. This makes it easier in the long run. Okay, so we solved that problem. Now there's another problem we need to solve, and that's the fact that we need 2 pipes. Eventually we'll only need 1, but for right now we're going to need 2 pipes to run this. So before we go all the way to the end, we also want to look at that and say, okay, how are we going to get 2 pipes to pipe all the way back over here, right? And so I would start probably the pipes back here because I'm going to use them for other things as well. So I would start another, say, stackable right here, and then it's going to help you later on. So let's do a pipe stacker here, and then one up above, and then this will be our primary one for our stuff up there in the front. And then this will be our secondary one, and we'll come back to that on what that's for later on. We'll run that one as well. Yeah, it's much easier to do your top ones first, but we'll do what we got to do. I mean, if you're going to run it, you might as well run it once and get it going. Now, one of the things that's going to be annoying about that level is going to be our power is going to often be in the way. So when we're trying to run stuff, that power line sometimes will be obscuring what we're doing. But if we're going to run it, let's run it right from the get-go. This is going to take a lot of resources. If you notice, I'm hitting F and then middle mouse button just to pick up that item so I don't have to use the button. I don't have to use my command key. Alright. Now again, same thing. We could just go in and say, okay, we got this going. Let's just go ahead and get all this filled in. Like so. Power line in my way. There we go. Okay, so we got all of that running. Now notice how I have this up a bit. That's because when it gets to the top there, by the way, I only need to pump it to the top, and then it's going to use this as a positive and actually be able to run down all the rest of this without any pumps at all. Because it's going to create a positive lift, which is going to be basically downward. And let's go in and let's fix the rest of this, and I'm just going to speed up a little bit. I hope you don't mind. We're going to get this going big time. So what I'm going to do is go ahead and make another set here, which is just going to be the things that I need. I need a stackable hypertube. I need to go ahead, and this is only temporary. I'll take this out later. I need a stackable hypertube, which I got. I need poles, stackable poles. Then I need my pole here. And then that's pretty much it. So I can just go ahead and say, okay, it's right here. There's 1, and then I press 2, and then I do 2 of those. Then I hit F to take this out. And then I hit, actually I want to do 3 and then 4. I want to be my actual hypertube here. Because I want to actually add the pipes to the top first. So I want to do, oh, I did it as 7. All right, that wasn't work. That's not going to work. Let's try it as 4. Now, when I'm talking about 1, 2, 3, 4, I'm talking about the buttons on the side of my mouse. Because I have a Razer Naga Chroma Epic, big long name. But basically it's a Razer Naga, and it allows me to just press the buttons on the side of the mouse to make stuff work. Uh-oh, that one's just a little too long there, too. That one's a little too long to connect in. Yep. So I need to back that up by 1. No big deal. Again, hypertube at the bottom. Piping at the top. Now, I could revamp this and put my hypertube at the top. That's just something you could do while you're at it. But I'm going to do my pipelines. And press number 4. And there we go. Take all these out. And then we'll see if this is going to work. So, I got that there. We'll go ahead and just pick that up. I feel like this is now not going to be at a wrong distance. Oh, no. It still works. I just overcounted on that other one. These quickies are very useful in the long run. So we can also count, too. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. It's actually right there. So we can just count those as well. And then double connect. Take out the hypertube. Connect the top ones. Rinse and repeat until we get there. This is just a short area just to kind of flatten it out. I like when the elevation changes or it flattens out or whatnot to create a kind of sub area of that as well. Oops. Let me do that though. A little sub area of it. Gotta watch it. Sometimes it's all tricky and everything. See, look at that. Power line messing me up. There we go. All right, and then we can also just go and say, okay, you know what? Just tell me when the pipe's too long. Right there. Too long right there. So, again, we'll go ahead and line that up. Press the right button. It'll be worth it. Maybe. Normally, see, this is why I don't do this. So you got all this extra time that you have to spend running these lines. Running lines is like the most time-expensive thing you can do. But I said I was going to run it back to my base, so we're going to run it. Now, normally, a train would be a better option this far away. But we'll do what we got to do. I'll try to speed up here, because this is quite a long distance. Get this going on. Sometimes I click it and it doesn't work. Definitely going to run out of resources, I can tell you already. We are definitely going to run out. Pipe is too long. Really. And we'll fix it. Pipe's too long, I just move it back by 1 and keep on going. Me miscounting. This is very relaxing, by the way. It's always relaxes me whenever I'm doing this. Whenever I'm doing this kind of stuff. Very relaxing to build stuff. Now again, it should be right there. But if it doesn't work out, you can always just move it back by 1. No biggie. Remember that time the kids made a lot of piping and he ran it a really long way just because I said I would, and now I'm doing it. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Also just count it as well. We could have went in here originally and just counted this out. When we first did it by using conveyors. And then all of this stuff would always match up. No matter how high you stack it. And there we go, out of resources. Out of resources. All right, how can we get back pretty quickly? Well, we can go ahead and switch back to our hypertube set here. We can go ahead and hit that. And we can go ahead and tap into some of our power, maybe back here. Run that into our entrance. Oh. Or not. Did I miss it? Oh, did we disconnect our power somewhere? Wow, look, see that, that's telling me that my power is disconnected, because that entrance is there and it's connected. Oh, we got to watch out. We accidentally removed some of our power. But that's okay. That's why I always have my vehicle on me as a backup. So let it go. Let's look at our power line on the way back. We do good work. Mega server on Satisfactory. Can I build a coal plant the way I like to? Build it however you want. Go for it. Oh, there it is right there. There's where that connection has been severed. Let's go for it. Kind of feel like the best way to do that would be to have people say, oh, I'm going to go do this. I'm going to go do that. Just like you would like in 7 Days to Die or other games, is to kind of call what you're going to be working on. So, Kismet, I'm going to go work on iron. I'm going to work on coal and whatnot. And then you have people off doing their different tasks, so they're not overlapping those tasks or stepping on the toes of other people who are doing that thing. So if you wanted to do coal and then I wanted to do it and someone else wanted to do it, and then all 3 of us are doing it, and then that's kind of annoying. Because we might be working in the same area and doing it. So it's good just to let people know. Say, hey, I'm going to go work on the coal. And I'd be like, all right, cool. And then if someone would say, hey, Kismet, I'm going to go work on the copper. And I'm going to go work on the steel. I'm working out. I say, okay. And whatever they don't work on, then I'll work on it, right? And that's kind of cool because you can, in this game, have individual people doing different sections and then running all those sections together for the kind of final product as well. Now, if you're all going to come in and just do your own thing, well, then that's not very fun for the group. Because the whole point of playing on a multiplayer server, just like playing an MMO, is so that you're playing with other people and the power of your teamwork, at least that's the way I look at it, the power of your teamwork is more than any one individual can do. And that's the kind of stuff I like. Uh-oh. Put stuff on my road. This is why you don't put stuff on your road. Stuff on your road, block ya. That's okay, I can just pick it up. How we looking over here? Let's see check out our modular frames over here. Booyah! Oh, we got a big stack of them suckers. Alright, keep making them. Alright, back over here. We came back over here because we ran out of something. What did we run out of? Ran out of that. Ran out of this. What about this? Oh, yeah, rods. We ran out of rods, too. So let's see what we got here. Definitely want to get more copper sheets while we're at it. This way. Grab a bunch of those. I got a bunch of steel ingots on me. Throw those off to the side here. Steel ingots. Not enough room in that one. Let's try this one. Steel ingots in there. Alright. Looking good. Oh, we got a bunch of stuff in here. More wire and whatnot. So again, I keep little boxes of resources laying around in various places around the world for me to use. Now, I definitely need those rods, but I'm not feeding any of the rods in here. I should really probably divert some of those rods to also be run over here. So I don't have to keep running back way back in there in the corner. Now, we had a rod running section here. If I can remember which one it was. Let's see, rod is the second one. This one. So let's follow this line right here. Alright, Ryan's running along. And is cut off from right there. Oh, I shouldn't have taken that out, darn it. That's okay. We'll deal with it. Let's just go ahead and horn it right there nicely. Alright, so our rods are being diverted that way. And our rods are our outside one. Yeah, our outside one here. And so let's divert a little of those rods for us as well. Oh, let's split that. Pressing a whole lot of the wrong buttons. Put that out of there. And run that back into there. Alright, it's going to divert some of those rods for us as well. And let's go double check it's working. Here's how you know it's working. You go all the way back over here. And you look and see if anything shows up in here. I suggest to take them all out. If there's only just a few. And then give it a minute and see if anything shows up. Yep. There it goes. Very nice. Okay, so we're going to divert some of those into our primary box for later. But while we're letting those run over there, we're going to go ahead and grab a bunch from over here. We've diverted a ton of them back here onto this side. Right over here. Yep. And we'll grab a bunch from there as well. We'll sort that. We'll look for small stacks. Nope, we're looking good. Just a few rods there. A few stacks of rods ought to do it. Okay, let's get back out there and keep running our pipelines and all of that. So again, like, is it more useful to run the pipe to here, or is it more useful to use your trains? It's more useful to use the trains. Ooh, look at this. I'm inside the piping. So I typically don't run my... I wonder if you can see the fluids in there when you're in your hypertube. Guess we'll find out, won't we? Look out when we come out at the end. I hope we don't get fired off the side. Guess we're about to find out. So you can't actually look through your character's eyes. You're actually, the camera's actually up above. That's why typically I put the hypertube on the top. Getting there slowly. Oh, there it is. Alright, so you can see I actually cut that off so that I didn't go all the way to the end before I left. And I actually put a hypertube entrance in there, and now we see it's green, so we know our power is actually running. We should have noticed it by the fact that that light had turned off earlier. But let's get back to it. So we'll get back to running some pipeline. Out of there, switch our thing to our temp set here. Yeah, this is very, very time consuming. But fun. Very relaxing too. I have a tendency just to sit here and start counting. Like that. Oh, I need plates. You little sucker. It's always something. Let's see. What else do I need? What can I get rid of off my character? I have 2 of these cars and stuff. All right, we'll try to get rid of some of that stuff when we go back. Hypertube entrance is what we need. Entrance here. And now that we actually ran our power, we can try to go in and connect that into there. There we go. Okay, we didn't bring enough plates. Back we go. It's really trippy when you can't see where you're going, too. When you're inside the pipes. Kind of reminds me of water park. It's like we're sliding inside the water park pipe. There we go. You cut your cable, I think. I did it back there. We fixed it, and it's good to go. I call pole plant for building. All right, hey, you go for it, Lo. We'll get it going. Coal is also used for steel. True. So prepare to share. Yeah, exactly. Well, hey, I have 3 pure coal nodes right there. You guys could, take 1 each and build 1 steel, 1 coal, and 1 whatever else we feel like doing. So there we go. There we go. 1 stack of coal for Christmas. There you go. Yeah, anything with a dot and then 3 letters after it is going to think it's a link, bro. Look out. Look out. All right, battle time. Let's get our battle going while I'm running back for some plates. Dang, that's a long battle. People getting tons of kills on that one, I bet. All right, trying to get myself back in the hypertube. All right, let's give you guys some rewards. Let's see, Red Cop getting some love. Nightox, Subi all getting some extra scrolls there. Judas coming in. Whoa, with the 45 kills. I called it right there. That's some big numbers on the board there, Judas. Very nice. MVP of that round. Let's keep going. Get you guys some gold. Let's get it fired up. Here comes the Musketeer. I'm going to put him way up here. Back you guys up while we go around. Take this guy out. You guys put down a rogue or 2 so you can run around and get yourself some gold, everybody. For sure, for sure. Boom. Now you can find the link to Stream Raiders in the chat. You can click it to find me or Captain Kismet. We're going to get it going on here. I'm flying down the hypertube here. I really feel like they should go first person when you're in the hypertube and whatnot. Okay, so back to it. Let's keep this pipe a-rocking. Oh, wait, actually, I needed my stand. That's why I needed the pipes, or the tape. I needed to put some more supports in. Support poles, all right. Hypertube, support poles. And then we need our pipes. Run our pipes. Pipe is too long. All right, we're in the wrong spot. My bad, miscounted. Getting into our other set. There we go. All right. Well, let's see if we get back into a rhythm here. Keep bringing our hypertube forward and all of our piping forward. What the heck? Oh, it's got a entrance on it. Gotta take that entrance back off. Okay. Again, all we're doing is we're running 2 pipelines for our oil all the way back to our base, which I highly recommend not doing. But we're doing it to doing it. Doing it to do it. Kind of thing. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 right here. Now, did it again. Pipelines sometimes act a little funky. Don't do that. Don't do that. Do that. There you go. You'll know if you did it wrong, that's for sure. The second you go to attach another one, you'll be like, dope. Again, much better off. Had I been thinking in the long run, going, hey, I'm going to run my pipes along this same conveyor, I could have adjusted my hypertubes for it. Now, I could also just run my piping on the other side, over there. I could do that as well. It's really up to me what I feel like doing. In this case, not doing that. In this case, I feel like just running it, running along here. Look at that. That's so weird. Stop doing that. Stop doing that, you. Keeps running my line up in, around up into there, into that top one. Kind of hard to see if it's doing it from this side, too. That side seemed better. Because when I click the mouse, it's doing the thing. Now I just take the hypertube out now. Now we're just going to count 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and this will be 6. All right, again, let's try to speed up. Getting there, everybody. Patience is a virtue. And when you feel like you can't go anymore, that's when you realize that you're getting very, very close. And then all of a sudden, since you put down your head down to the grindstone, you realize that my oil is right down there. It's already there. Now, when you're going downhill like this, I suggest every 5 and not every 6 because it doesn't always work. So 1, 2, 3, 4, and then we're going to do 5 right here. And then put in our piping. And we're going to need a lot of pumps to make that work. Well, not really that many, but enough to get this up the hill like this. But that's okay. We got plenty of power. And a lot of this is actually going to provide the power for me running this up this hill in the first place. See if we can get away with the 6 on this one. Yeah, yeah. Almost there, everybody. Patience pays off in the long run. All right, 1, 4, and 5. And if it's on a flat surface, I'll do 6. But if it's on an angle, I'll do 5. Because I've had it where it just wasn't far enough or was too far. And I like to have it go in sequence. To get that top one first. There we go. Okie dokie. Now, when we get down to this side, we want to go ahead and connect these 2 pipes up to here and then run them up the way. So what we can do is we can use our piping here. Now, I don't currently have the wall hole for the pipes. So what I'm going to need to do, by the way, we can also get into valves and stuff later too. That's going to be fun. But what I can do is use my stackable pipeline here to just run it over this way and then just run it up around the corner here. But later on, we could use wall holes and things like that to control it. Now, there isn't really a direction. Oh, it needs to go up a little bit higher. Actually, I could have just left that one at the bottom. put it way up there. I could have, there's not a direction when it comes to pipes. Also, pipes don't have splitters and mergers. They act as one. They're both splitter and merger at the same time, which is pretty cool. Oil extractor, end up right here. And we're going to actually turn it this way. Right there. And we've got some stuff over here that has been nicely working away on a little bit of stuff here. We're going to take all this piping out and whatnot. And we're going to see, you know, thanks for making me that rubber there. I'm definitely going to be useful. Take this out. Now, did you notice that also that just got rid of all that water? Or, I mean, not water, but heavy residue. So you can just take it out if you want to. Just take it out. Boom. Heavy residue done. Taken care of. It doesn't drop into your inventory. It just disappears. I don't know what they're going to do with it later. If you have to dispose of it first or flush it first to deal with it. But for right now, we're going to go ahead and remove all this excess stuff. Take out all this. And later we can have lots of fun coming in and using our wall holes for all of this. I'm going to completely take that out up there. And we'll get back some of our resources here. Ain't no reason to leave this stuff here or just waste my resources. Because I'm going to run this all the way back. And this is a giant undertaking, as you can tell, everybody. I don't know how long we've been working on it, but this is quite the undertaking to run that massively long pipe there to get it going. Okay, so we've got our primary one over here, which is our, that's our pier node there. And then here we have another one right here, another oil extractor right there. There we go. That's going to be coming down the line. Now this I'm just going to move out of the way. It's currently in my way. So we have another extractor there. Those are our two normal nodes, and this is our pure node. So now what I'm going to do is basically do what we did going in that direction, but I'm going to do it in the opposite direction. And what I want to do is make sure that I have the ability to run all this stuff. Now another way of doing this, by the way, is to have some fun with your logistics here. And if you have a wall mount pipeline support where you can just put it on the wall, you can attach it to the wall too, which is very fun. Now, right here at the very beginning, I'm going to go ahead and redo this, but I am going to put the pump back as far as I possibly can to get it started. Now, I also suggest that when you do this, that hold on a second, let's actually go ahead and start it at a flat rate. Just to make it easier for you to manage. Go ahead and start at a flat rate. Like this. I'm going to back it up by 2. And that allows me to go ahead and... Let me go back to my piping here. That's going to allow me to go ahead and put that pump in a lot easier. Because it's flat, right? And I'm going to put it at the... Remember, it's pushing it forward, right? It's pushing it forward. And it's telling you in what direction it's going. It's going that way. So you want to start at the very beginning so that it has that ability to do so. Now it's going to go instantly into a head lift because when I go like this and I move it up like that, it's now up into a straight head lift. And so how much of a head lift is it? Not that much right now, about 3. Not that much across there. And then we're going to do the same thing here. We're going to go ahead and say, okay, what's the maximum distance of these? Is 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And right here. Yeah, it's not a good spot because it doesn't snap because that dirt's in the way. So we'll back up. And then we'll run that like that. Now remember, that is my pure node, so that's 240. So that's got to be on its own line. Now I've got another one back here that I do want to rise up and put in here. Now I could just go like this if I want. No. No, 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 no. No, 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 no. Okay. Let's go ahead and make something a little nicer. Let's go ahead and back this up a bit here. Let's say put that pipeline right there. We're going to double stack it there. We're going to bring this forward. Say something like this. And then we'll bring it up like that. Cut this across here. And now we got both those lines tied in. Now, why did I make this real long pipe like that? Well, for the same reason that you just saw on the other one. And that's to help with that head lift, right? So we're going to go ahead and put in our pipes, make sure we got it going in the right direction. They've added this really cool little blue circle telling you the direction of which way the fluid is going. So very, very cool. We'll go ahead and then put in our power there. And then we'll go ahead and power our extractor. There we go. So now we can hear it going. We'll start to see this separate. And when you see the first one open, it's telling you open, open, open. It's going in this direction. Much easier to see it with the pump, though. What direction you're pumping it. Now, head lift over here. Always be looking at your head lift. What are we at? Well, 1.1 right now. Now, why didn't that go to 20? Well, the reason why is it only goes right to there. Really, your head lift is over a longer period of distance. And not just, that tiny little pipe there. So I would definitely put in the rest of your stuff and come back and look at your head lift, because we're going to put in some more head lift right now. We'll do the top one first. Okay, looking good. And we'll go ahead and turn this to corner real nice. Like this. And then we'll do the same thing over here. Move it off to the sides. It's a little easier to manage. Make sure you're connecting the right one and the right one. And then same thing here. Now this one I want to go ahead and merge into the top one. Because right now the flow of this one is going to be about 240. The bottom and the top one's going to be about 120 right now. Because it's like this, it's just a normal node. So I can just add a little combiner here, and I'll just put it back here. And then go ahead and just run this directly up in there. And then again, we're going to need that pipe. Now, again, I prefer to have a straight pipe to put my pumps on. So I'll go ahead and just make a little bit of a straight pipe here. That's just me. Just easier to add your pumps. And then you can straight up do this. Now, you can also, by the way, kind of line this up a little bit better. You can also do what's known as a vertical pipe, which I find looks a lot better. So let's take this out. Let's get a general idea of where we want this to do it. And I like to jump up on the pipe so I can visualize it. And then just kind of look at this here. Visualize it. Because there's no snapping off of that for right now. And then you can try to run that up there. And then you can go ahead and R to toggle. And then you got like a real cool vertical plug-in like that, which I think is pretty neat. All right, then we'll go ahead and turn this around, make sure it's going in the right direction. This is probably the number one thing that people do wrong when it comes to pumps. I know I've done it wrong before, where you have your pumps going in the wrong direction. That's not good. All right, more power over here, and then power down here to the pump. Okay, so now those are going ahead, and it's going to pump all that through there. We're going to look at our little thingy here and see if it's firing up. Oh, yeah, it's firing up. And so now we have 240 in the top and 240 in the bottom. That's a lot of oil, bro. That is a good amount of oil considering we're only using 2 pipes. Now, that's probably not going to reach 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Oof, so close. So close, but we'll go ahead and just do this. And... nope. Top one. There we go. Now here we go again, everybody. Boom. Up we go, right? Now this one I would not use a vertical because that's going to be really awkward. Because it's going to block the other pipe, right? So we're going to hit R to go back to default. And then there we go. So whenever you have a lift like that, you want to look at your overall head lift back here. This one right now, look at the head lift going up. It's definitely going to be way too much. Now, I've actually tied it into the rest of the entire system now. Right? So that is now way beyond that head lift and what it can handle. And then over here, we can check this head lift of this one. That's 22. That's way too much head lift there. No, not too bad, though. And then this one over here is 22 as well. Now, that's not too bad, considering that it's actually pumping all of that all the way down into here and then now all the way up into there. Right? But it's going to stop. How do we know if it's stopped or not? Well, we look at these things right here. So we go around the corner here, and we go up the pipe here, and we say, okay, that one's fine. Uh-oh. Bit of a problem there, right? There's no water, there's no oil pumping up there. It's stopped. It's stopped back here somewhere. Now, it could be right here, or it could be somewhere in the pipe, maybe right here, maybe right there. But somewhere between here and that one, it is stopped and will now not pump into the rest of that line. So what I try to do is I try to get it to as close to 20 as possible. Yeah, Grimshard, there you go. Try to trigger the chat again with the pipes. Exactly. Trigger them, chat. Trigger it. What's up, Demoted? What's up? Thanks for coming in, hanging out. Get these leaves out of my base. Get out of my base, leaves. Get out of my face. All these leaves out of here. Don't make me pull out my chainsaw. Just hitting E, by the way. Picking up all these leaves. All right. So we ran that up there. So now we've got to figure out the head lift from back there. Now, the first place I'm going to put it is where the size changes, right? Or the where it changes right there. I don't like to put them right underneath each other, though sometimes I do. Because sometimes they'll clip through each other, right? I don't like that. I don't like it, so I'll go ahead and slide them back just so they don't clip through each other. You'd think they would have made it where it doesn't, you know, they could fit underneath each other without clipping. But that's just me. I'm just throwing this out in the universe. All right, and let's go ahead and add some more walls. Right there. And way up there, if we can get it to bend it to our will. Let's just back up. Do it from up here. Oh. Okay, now why am I adding that wall there? That's because I want to go ahead and put in my little connector here. And then we'll go ahead and bounce this connector back here. Up to there, and then we'll go ahead and power up both of these. Now, if it goes through the pipe or whatever, you know, you got to do what you got to do, right? I mean, you can move it later. It really bugs you. Now, this is going to go ahead and definitely have a head lift of over 20. I can tell you that for sure. It goes up to 22 and then just stops. It's just too much for it to handle, usually. Now, but if we go back here and look at this one, look at its head lift, 5.8. So you're like, oh, hold on a second. This one went way down. So do I necessarily need one right there? Not necessarily. And of course, we want to reduce the amount of pumps that we're using to the bare minimum amount, because for each and every pump, it is actually burning up some of our power. We don't want to burn up our power, do we? No, we don't. Now, this is 9.8 back here. And if we go way back to this one, way back at the beginning, this one over here is 7.8. So it does barely any head lift way back there. And so that's probably not the best spot for our power or for our pumps. So let's go ahead and roll up a little bit this way. And again, look at how our pumps are running. So let's say it's made it to here. It looks like it's going full there, but somewhere in here it's having trouble. So let's go ahead and back up just a little bit from the center here. And we'll go ahead and put in, let me get back to my pipes here. We'll go ahead and put in one here, going in that direction. Make sure we got them going in the right direction. And one there. Okay, and then we'll go ahead and use this same connector we created over here. And there we go. So the first thing we should see is that it is going up further down the pipeline. Okay, that one was working before. Is this one working? Oh, okay, that one's working. What about the next one? Not so good, right? Not so good. So we know this one at the end is going to have too much head lift. You don't even have to even bother to look at that one for right now. What you're looking at is the ones before that one. These originals back here. 19.2. Woo, mama, that's right on the perfection line there. How about back here? This one. That's 22. That's too much. Too much for that one. So we need a little bit extra love on that one. How about way back here? Oh, that's 19.9. You can't get any closer than that, baby. That's dead on. Now, I don't like to be that close when it comes to my tolerances. I like to have a leeway, right? As all should. As all should. But this one definitely over here needs a lot of love right there. That definitely needs to be closer. And so to fix that, we go to the other side here. And this one's not too bad. And see, those two pumps are helping each other too, because you got one pump coming this way and the other pump's coming here, and they're both feeding into that central area. But it's telling you that the pipes are the next pumps are too far forward. If you want to have a little leeway in there. So let's say, okay, that's too far forward there. Let's take these out, back them up. Let's say to here. Whoa. Something hit me. What did I say? Mobs love to sneak up on you in this game. All right, so back over here. Let's say down here at the bottom. And then like this. Oh, you can rotate them this way too. Oh, I think I've ever done that before. Oh, I like that. Hold on, hold on. Now I can put them next to each other. I don't think I've ever done that before. They're just like when you put the pipes, like conveyors down. You put the conveyor down, you click once, and then you can make it higher, and you can turn it, whatever. That does that as well. Wow. I see. Look, you learn something new every day. Let's go with that. I would prefer to see the green arrow on my side. Again, never tried to do that ever. But you know what? Hey, you learn something new. You have some fun. You do your thing. And there we go. All right. Like it. Like it, like it. I don't know if I've really ever had a reason to do that. But I guess now's a good time. Now's a good reason. All right. So there we go. So we got that going. We'll let that fire up a little bit. And then back to our pumps back here. How are we looking? Now, 13.6, so much better. That was one that had a little bit of trouble. This one was having the most trouble back here. This is now 17.7. Rock solid. Pretty great. And this one probably back here down to 15. So usually about 18 is where I aim. And I don't get too stickler about it because I do have a lot of power right now. And in a minute, I'm going to have so much power. It's going to be insane. So that gives you kind of an idea, right? You can use these middle things to tell you about the distance in which you need to worry about your pumps, right? Your head lift. So let's go ahead and grab these ones. Now, I'm not even going to bother to check those ones back there because I can tell you they definitely don't have enough to push it all the way up here because we can see it stopped right there. So let's go ahead and let's say we're going to go and just go from here, right here, from the middle of this pipeline. We'll rotate this around to get, oh, I got to put it in first. Let's say from right here. Then we'll rotate that around, go along the pipe. Right there. There we go. Then we need to tie in some power. So we're basically cutting the lines in half, right? Because we have them at maximum lines, which is about six distance. Now we know if we go look at this one that it's going to eventually be over 22 because again you don't want the one at the end, you want the one before the end, right? That's the one that's really telling you whether it's optimized or not. So we'll go back down over here, we'll use our ladder, we'll jump back down again apparently, and then we'll go back up again. And we'll get up. Whoa, whoa, okay. Does not want to let me get over the top of that pipe. Making me, when I jump, it makes me jump backwards too. Alright, Kismet knows what to do. I can't even stand on the top of that? No way. There we go. Jump that way. There we go. Jump away from it so it doesn't bounce you into it. Alright, so that's 22. So that's too far. So we went from like more than half. So we have full pipe and then a half. So a pipe and a half, basically. We did, and it's too far for us to use it. But not by much, just by a little bit. We can go ahead and jump down here. I don't even know why I'm bothered because I got my skates on. I can jump down, no problem. All right, there we go. So let's go ahead and try something different. That's not going to work. Right there. Let's go ahead and say, okay, start of the pipe. Into the pipe. Right, let's say something like this. Let's rotate it this way. I wish it kept the rotation of the previous one. That would be nice, so I don't have to rotate it multiple times, but such is the way it goes. Okay, and let's go ahead and get those pipes going. Conveniently right next to the connector. All right. Those going in the right direction. I feel like those are going in the wrong direction. I think I did them in the right direction, but let's just double check. I didn't even look. That's the bad thing there. I didn't even look because I was rotating it. That way. And I think it was. Yeah, I have my arrows pointing in the right direction. And this one. There we go. That way. I see. I look at the arrows, the green arrows mostly, because that's the way you used to do it. But you can also check it by its direction there. All right, there they go. We'll look way up here and see if this starts to separate. Oh, yeah. That bottom one doesn't seem to be running. And that's going to tell us something's going on with our one down here at the bottom. Oh, there it goes. Okay, those are running. Those are now going to equalize the pressure a little bit. How are we looking now? All right, 16.7. That looks good. And I'm going to assume that other one's 16.7, but I'm not going to trust it. Because I never do. I never trust this stuff. Oh, that's awkward. That's awkward to try to get up on top of there. You know a way to fix that? If you're having that problem. I'm just trying to get up there, land on the top, and then turn sideways and jump. A great way to fix that is just to put a stackable pole up there. So you can just get up to the top and then just flatten out on the stackable pole. Because the pipe is making you fall off over and over again. Alright, that's the top one, 16.7. Let's see if I can get to the bottom one. There we go, 16.7 as well. Okay, so that's about 16.7. Now, it really doesn't matter because I have a lot of power. But we can see that that's about that far. And so we're just going to try to copy the same thing over and over again, right? So we'll say, okay, that's the back of that pipe. We'll go up to here. We'll say right to here. Now, that was 16.2. So maybe we can get away with a little bit extra and try to get it closer to that 19, which is what I'm ultimately aiming for. And this one, you know what? We're just going to run that one that way. All right. And then keep on keeping on. Back down here to check our previous one. 22. Too far. Too far. So, again, we'll take it out. And this is a lot of trial and error that you're going to get going on, depending on the steepness of what you're running and all of that. And so on. Okay. So, let's go ahead and try that. Get those fired up. Okay. 21.9. Still a little too far. Now, there is actually another way to know where your head lift is and where to optimally place your things. It's 22. And that is when we go in and we do this. Take this out. And we'll go ahead and... oh, look, it cut my pipe right there. I don't like it to look like it cut my pipe, even though it'd probably be fine. I don't like that. I don't like it when it says, hey, Kismet, your thing is broken. There we go. Okay, so there's another way of doing it, and that is when you go in, you're going to see this blue ring. See that blue ring? If I'm past that blue ring, that's going to screw up my head lift. So, but if I go back behind that blue ring, let's say right there and right here, in theory, that should help me with my stuff, right? Again, it's not my first time playing, everybody, so I'm just explaining stuff as I go along. I'm telling people the whys, not just the hows. Why would I fix it? Now, In theory, that should be your spot. But here it says 21.4, and the one up here does that. And that has to do with the head lift and the flow of your stuff. But it's still not right. It's still, the head lift is still too much. So in theory, you could say, okay, well, that little ring there, I'm going to put it right up against this ring and it works. I feel like that's what that should do. It should tell you, okay, that's exactly where you should put it, between that pipe and this pipe, to have the optimal head lift. But it's actually not what it's doing. It's obviously not doing it, because if I put it right here, that head lift should be like 20. But if I put it back here, right here, what's it going to be back here? Right? So, and remember that we're not really worried about this one's here, but the one before that one. So we go back and we check that top one. I can get to it. There we go. Check that top one. It's now down to 15. So it really does, it does get confusing as to how far you're supposed to put these particular things. But you get the general idea. You know, if you go beyond that point, for sure, you're going to have a problem with the head lift, for sure. If I put it way down there, it's going to be an issue big time. So how do I look at it? I look at it about six foundations long when it comes to a very heavy lift. This is as heavy lift as you can do other than vertical as well. Now, I could have just brought it over and then vertically ran it. The problem with running it vertically is that you have to get up there and, you know, put some scaffolding in so you can put in all of your pumps and stuff vertically. When you're at an angle like this, it does make it a little easier, because you can actually run up next to it and adjust it. Now it's 17.2 on there, and that one on the top is 15. So yeah, there we go. So again, remember, always check it from the one before. All right, let me catch up on chat here. It was about to say, trying to trigger the chat again with the pipes. Is this new on this update? Yeah, it's new, Nordy. It's new. They added a bunch of stuff in here that shows you the direction of the way your stuff is flowing. It shows you where your kind of head lift kind of is. You know, if you go past that point, you're definitely going to be screwed. But it doesn't show you exactly the optimum spot to put your item. It kind of lets you figure it out over time. Now, it depends also at the angle at which you're head lifting, too. So that's really, really helpful as well. So let's go ahead and grant some rewards here. Bam! We got Reaper, Jimbo, LOC coming in, getting some love, Kellamal, and Red Cop. Man, you guys are rolling in the loot here. Rotisserie G coming in MVP with the 5 assists there. We're going low side. More battles, more battles. I don't think I'm going to do battle mode again today, everybody, because I got the IRL stuff. We got a holiday coming up. Reminder that I will be off on Thursday for Thanksgiving, with hanging out with the family and whatnot, as you should do on special days. All right, there we go. So we're almost there, by the way. All we have to do is get to the top here, and then it's actually going to push it all the way down and also down the ramp and into all of our machines onto the other side. So I'm going to speed up a little bit here and just kind of estimate visually how far I can go in that direction. And again, we're going to look at that little blue circle. Now, how far back should I go from that circle to give myself an idea of where it should be? Well, the first thing you should do is put one like this, and then take a look at what your head lift is, right? Oh, we're out of wires there. We need to grab some wires from down here. Or add some more wires. Out of wires. Take this one out. We'll add another one down there. I got to make sure we reconnect these, though. There we go. So what we can do is go in and do this. Okay, so we put this one right up against the edge. Then we'll back up. We'll look at the previous one. And we'll say, okay, what's his head lift? 21.7. Okay, so that one's right up against the edge. Let's take it out again. Let's go ahead and look at it. Okay, we had it right up against this. Now we're going to move it back by, say, the total distance of... Oh, you can't even see what I'm doing. My bad, everybody. My bad. That's 1,000 Kids Cats for everybody in the stream because I forgot to switch. All right, so what I did was I put it right up against the side here, right? And then I clicked it in like this. This is all you missed. And then I ran a line to it from down here, like that. Okay, and then we went down here and we checked the previous one. And that one says 21.9, or really 22. It's exceeded its maximum level. So we know that's not good. So we'll take that out. And then now this time, we'll take the width of that little blue circle there, and we're going to back up, or blue cylinder, and back it up by that. Now see that little bounce back that it does? See that? I love these little indicators. So it's kind of trying to tell you something, right? It's telling you, hey, it's going in this direction, and then you're going to have a problem with your head lift. But what I'm going to do is just say the distance of one of these middle splitters there. We'll go back like that. All right. And we're just going to keep testing it. And this one's going to definitely go all the way past 20. Because, again, this is not the one that we're testing it on. We're going to test it on the previous one before it. Because that's where your head lift is going to be affected. 20.4. So that's pretty close, right? That's pretty close right there. So again, we're going to just try to visualize it so we can speed up, just finish up the rest of these pumps. We're going to try to visualize how far away that needs to be. Right? So again, we have our thing here. We're going to say, okay, so say here was where we were before. Let's go ahead and move down to say about that far. So let's say the distance of one of those, two things on the other side, and a little bit extra, just to make sure we're within the distance. Let that power up. Come back here, check the bottom one again. Now, if you got the bottom one working, obviously you're going to have the top one working. And that's about right. That's about right. I like to be right about 19. You can get closer if you want. But that's about right. So if you just visualize it in your head every time you go to do it, you can get it going on. So we'll put that in there, flip it around the other way. It's going to let us. Darn wires are in my way. There we go. Now look how far up that one is, right? That one's way up there. So in theory, that should be fine. And now we look at 18.8 there. 16.7. Okay, same thing again. Let's go. Come on, let's speed up though. Visualize it in your head. How many of those little segments is it, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 segments. Let's say 6 segments back. Let's add another power line here. Going to add some extra power lines. Okay. We can come back and optimize those later. Okay, that one's going to fire up. Back here again. I would check every single one of these as you go. 19.1. Bada bing, bada boom. So it's about 6 pipe segments back from the end of that. And again, same thing up here. Darn wires are in the way. There we go. So we're going to say, okay, we're not going to count the first little segment. We're going to say, okay, there's one segment. 2. All right, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. And this one actually is not as bad as the other one previously, but I'm going to line them up perfectly on top of each other. I just keep running them in tandem like this. Because the top one is not doing as much head lift as the bottom one because there's an offset down the other side. Plus, there's 2 pumps at the beginning of the whole thing. But that one's 17.3. So very nice. Almost there. Thanks for hanging in there, everybody. So let's say 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. That's a lot right there. I'm just going to go ahead and put it right here. Sometimes you just do it because of logistics, right? Because the pipe is turning right there. Again, I could make a lot of these pumps and be just fine. I'll be just fine. Okay, now we're just going to trust that we know what we're doing, right? We're going to trust that we have a general idea of how to do this. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And so we're just going to start putting all our pipes in, or our pumps in. Again, now you know why I don't normally do this. Because it does require a lot of extra time. Actually, let's take that line out. And we'll add a separate power pole just for it. Okay, now go back and check the previous one. 19.4, GG. 17.5, not bad. Now up here, 7.4 and 7.9. You're like, well, Kismet, what? Why is that? That's the front one. Why is the front one not 20 and 22 anymore? Well, that's because it only's got to push it up here, and then it's just going on a flat surface. So it's actually pushing it all the way back to my base right now. All the way back. Don't believe me? There it is. Let's go look at the next one. There it is. And so on. And we can look at the flow of this if we want. We can go ahead and just go in here and say how much doing. There's two doing 280 right now. And this one's doing 293. So that's pumping a lot of oil all the way through to the end of my entire base. And the way we can check it is you just go along and you look at all these things. And I highly suggest you do. You just go ahead and look. Now, if you get a little paranoid about it, you can go ahead and say, you know what, I'm going to check it. I'm going to check it right here. You go in, you just pop one in. You go ahead and throw this in. And then you go ahead and check the head lift. 0.9. Barely any head lift in there. Barely any. At all. Now, another thing we can do to add a little bit of the positive head lift is back here before we get too far. And that's to raise it up a little extra high and then have it come down, which is going to cause that positive pressure to do that. So if we wanted to do that, we could take this part out right here because we do have a lot of ability to push this up a little bit higher. We can go ahead and say, you know what? Let's do this. And then I'm going to take this one. I'm going to run it to the top one. And that one up. So basically we're creating a bit of a positive, a negative lift, and then we're going to create a positive lift coming back down. And yes, that actually does work because fluids, of course, gain momentum in that direction. And so this head lift's going to go up, though. We need to look at that. That's now 9.3. And this one up here, now 9.7. But if we go way down the line here, way down here. Let's say right here. Now see, notice it doesn't even show the blue thing. Notice that blue circle's not there anymore. Not even there. I mean, you can see it going down the pipeline, but there's no head lift symbol. Right? Nowhere. They're saying there is no head lift. In fact, there's a positive. There's a positive head lift where it actually is creating a vacuum which is going to pull the rest of the fluids along with it along the way. Just like if you do a water drop and that water drop hits another water drop, it pulls that water drop with it, doesn't it? That's basically how the water's working here. But let's go ahead and put in a pump, and let's just go ahead and take a look at our head lift now. Remember, it was about 0.9 before. What is it now? It's about 1. And that's okay. You can go ahead and leave it at that. It'll still run very efficiently over long distances. Since we're already paying the price of that power to push that up over that edge, we might as well push it up a little extra and then have it come back down. And so on. So that is it. We're done. Now we run along and we go ahead and reap the benefits on the other side. And I always run along the pipeline. I always do every time. And I look and make sure I didn't screw up. that I didn't miss a part of the pipeline, that these little circles that are coming up right here are flowing. And so this is running all the way back. And then not only is it going to get a positive head lift from that, the top of that pump there, but also when it starts to go down at an angle over here, it's going to get a positive lift as well, meaning that it's going to create momentum in that flow of fluids. As long as all those things are moving, and they're opened up, because they open up depending on the flow rate, right? The less flow rate, they're shorter. If they're all the way wide, then we get wider. Now, look at this. See this? How it has a less flow rate here? That's telling me something. Up here, flow rate less. Up here, not bad. Right? This says, 167 flow rate. So they've definitely changed this a little bit to diminish over time. I can see that already. They've diminished the flow rate over time of these pumps. So let's say this one right here. Let's put something here so it can remind us. Let's go ahead and say this pump right here is at this lower rate. Now, the reason why it's also at the lower rate is because it hasn't filled the pipeline yet. But you'll see it start to fill this pipeline. There it goes. It'll start to backfill the pipeline, and it will eventually fill up the pipeline. But it's not flowing at the full rate, right? So we're going to come back, and we're going to check that in a bit. But we're going to come back down into here, and I can see, just by visually looking at it, I can see that that is a reduced pump range, right? It's starting to reduce and reduce, when it should be actually gaining momentum in the speed in which it's pumping. This is not bad here, but this is actually reduced. You can see the flow rate of it's way down, right? Yeah. So that should be really wide in its flow rate. This is pretty wide in its flow rate down here. And this lower section is filled in, but we're just going to keep going, and we'll come back and adjust for all of that later on. Now we get all the way to the end here. Remember, this is 240 and 240. We get all the way to the end here. Since we did go in and set up our pipeline, our one at the end here is already fired up and is already making plastic now. We can also tie in the rest of these by simply going in and making a little splitter here, or junction, what they call it. These are actually not splitters, they're mergers and splitters into one. And we'll run that into there, and then our other two factories will then start up. Another plastic there, and over here we've got our, wait a minute, hold on a second. This is plastic, this is plastic, this is supposed to be rubber. All right, my bad, rubber, there we go. All right, and that's going to be rubber, and that's going to start coming out this other side. It's going to start running that loot straight into here. Aha, look, it's got 100 of them in there already. Get that out of there, because I accidentally put that in the wrong one. We don't want to cross mix those. There we go. Now that rubber's running in there. So now that's getting that going. Now this is running this over here. This is producing this into petroleum coke. That petroleum coke is then starting to backlog into here, and I can run it into the awesome sink if I want, or I can backlog it later on for some aluminum. So those are running fine. But remember, I have 390 left over. I have a lot. I have a lot left over. So obviously we're not going to just use it there. We're going to go ahead and produce an obscene amount of power right over here. Now, we're obviously not going to just straight up be able to make a bunch of power plants here. And that's because we're going to hit a limiting factor here. But we are going to make a crazy ton of power right over here. And it's going to be very, very fun. Now, why do I make a lot of power? Well, I make a lot of power along the way, so I don't have to worry about just adding to my factory and adding to my factory and so on. I also like my factory to be very efficient. So it only makes so much of a certain item, and then it stops making it. So if I make so many plates, it'll make a box full of plates and then stop. It'll make a box full of rods and then stop. And so on. And then as I'm progressing through the game, I don't have to sit and make power and power and power and power the whole time, especially early game where you're doing like biofuel and all of that stuff. But once I get to kind of an equilibrium, which is what I'm at now, where I have plenty of power and plenty of ability to run resources, then I will start to scale up all of my power and scale up all of this stuff over here. Now again, normally I build all this stuff at the node, but we'll get into that in a bit. Now one of the fun things we're also going to do over here, once I get my fingers to cooperate, is we're going to create a little backlog of this oil as well. God, I love it. I love that. Okay, now it's coming down here. Now, before it goes down into the lower level to be run over here, what we need to do is try to keep it at that elevated level and then store a bit of it for later in case we have a bit of a problem if our factory shuts down because of power reasons or whatever reasons. We want to go ahead and have that basically come out and go into an upper ramp here. And then we'll go ahead and put down some foundations. And since we have 2 lines of production, we're going to go ahead and use our fluid buffer here. Don't have enough thingy things. We'll get into those in a bit. Go ahead and put ourselves a nice little crafting bench over here. And we'll make ourselves some modular frames. Now, we're making a bunch of modular frames, but currently we're using them for other reasons. For making heavy modular frames. So whenever I need a few of them, I'll just go ahead and make a few of them and be just fine. Like that. Okay, so we'll go ahead and, again, logistics, or no, organization, fluid buffer. All right, so we'll put a fluid buffer there. And then we need about 3 more. And I'm going to put a fluid buffer per line. You get the really large fluid buffers later. But I'm going to put 1 per line. Like that. I'm going to cut this off over here. Bring that from there. First one. Second one. You're going to see a little bit of a problem that we could end up clipping each other. But I find that that just seems to work out perfectly. Now, let's look at the flow at the end. That's important. What's the flow at the end? Right now, it's 300. And over here, climbing to 300 as well. So really getting up there to that higher level. And it's really flowing in there. It's going to backlog a lot of this oil in here into this fluid buffer. Now, the higher level one, this top one here, is the 120 I have coming from the 2 combined normal nodes. And then the bottom one here is the 240 that I have coming from the other node. Now, I'm obviously going to take out this stuff in between here. We no longer need this redundant stands there. And so we'll go ahead and then say, okay, well, this one here is the 240. It doesn't really matter because I'm going to show you a little trick here in a second. To fix all of this. So I'm going to put that one there, and then this one up above. Does it clip? Ah, okay, yeah, it clips. Okay, hold on. Let's try it the other way. This one down below. Oh, that's really in the way now, right? That's really in the way, and this one up above. Again, I don't like stuff to clip for any reason. If it does clip, I will instantly fix it in some way. A good way to fix it is to do this. To take it and put a 90 degree on it. And then you can control the way the corner goes. Again, it doesn't matter which way you go. That one at the bottom. That one at the top. Same problem. Line it up. 1, 2, over, up, up. Turn that corner. Now you got to watch out that you don't introduce some head lift there. If you introduce some head lift there, you're going to need a pump. But there we go. So those are now pumping down into there and running over there. Now that is way too much of my oil being used over there. It's 240 being used for just 90, and it's producing my stuff that I need over there. Now, let's get into some power. I mean, some serious power. I'm talking insane amount of power. So let's go ahead and see what we got. Oh, we got biomass burning. We got coal power. Wait a minute. We don't have any oil power. That's right. We haven't unlocked it yet. So we need to go over here and say, okay, what do I need to unlock my oil power now? And I'm always thinking in terms of power. Power, the more power you have, the more bigger factory and more things you can automate and so on. So how do I get my power? Right here, expanded power infrastructure. I need 50 of these modular frames. I need 100 computers, 200 of these, and 400 rubber. That's a lot. Not really. Not really. We got a bunch of that right now. Let's just put that in there. Let's just turn this way, walk over here, go like this, say, okay, we'll take all of that. And now you know why I run that right by my hub. And so on, throw that rubber in there. Now we're halfway there already. There's 200 rubber there. We need some of this encased industrial beam. Oh, no problem. Happen to have some of that running over here. Let's go grab a bunch of that. Yeah, this is why I get all of these production lines running. Is so that in the moment when I need to upgrade, I've got it sitting in some box somewhere. Right? Where I can just access it right here from, typically from my central hub. All right, boom. Easy peasy, right? What's this last thing? Computers. Oh boy, now we're in trouble. Now we're in trouble. We got to get some computers going on. Now we have plenty of power. We can make manufacturers all day, every day, except for we need heavy modular frames for that. And now we've only got 2, right? But guess what's been happening over here? Boom. It's been over here making us some. So now we can make another manufacturer to go ahead and try to make some computers. Now, when we go to do that, oh, I forgot to get my plastic. Before we go and do that, we're going to need certain resources to be fed into that manufacturer. So let's go over here and check our plastic. We got a bunch of that laying around now. And so let's just try to put our manufacturer down. And we want to make some computers. Let's put it down just to look at it. Okay, computers. What do we need? Circuit boards, cables, plastic, screws. So we've got plenty of screws. Bunch of cable over there we could use. Plastic is running from over here, so we could run it from over here to over there. And then circuit boards. But what do we need to do to make circuit boards? Well, let's look in here. Oh, well, we don't make it in the manufacturer, so let's take that out. Let's go ahead and check the assembler. I know where it's at. I'm just running you guys down the road here. Circuit boards right here. What do circuit boards take? Copper sheet and more plastic. So that's why you see we need a good amount of plastic. In fact, I'll probably end up making more plastic in the long run and tapping into a lot of that for plastic as well. But for right now, we've got plenty. We can go ahead and backlog some and then use it up. And then if we need to add more production, we can. So we're going to go ahead and need to make copper sheets and plastic. So where's our copper sheets? Our copper sheets are over there. Our plastic is over here. And so we need to have a good place for this to be to kind of get all of those resources at the same time. Now I'm just going to put it over here for right now because the end result of this is computers. And I want those computers to go in that direction. This way. There we go. I want the computers to end up on that side. So you see all my raw resources on that side. Kind of an in-between stuff over here, and then kind of the higher-end items are going to be on this side. And that's why I've moved that way off over there, and I have this over here. And we'll revamp all of this stuff in the long run anyway, but you get the general idea. Now, let's go ahead and put in some walls, and we'll do some kind of organization of how we're going to run our stuff. All the way to the end here. So I want this to end up over here. Now, actually, I want it to end up in that one. Oh, nope. One next to that one. We have motors in that one. The one next to that one. Don't take out the space elevator. That would not be good. Let's put that over there. Okay, so this is going to end up, my computer's going to end up Oh, I did it again. How about? Got distracted by my space elevator. Okay, so 2 in. This one. Okay. That's where I want my computers to end up. And so we'll go in. We're going to get into the big stuff now. Now we're getting into the big manufacturing. This stuff takes a lot of power, and that's why I spent that time to do the power ahead of time. And we're going to go ahead and look at this. We're going to just take this out. And we're going to basically make this a lot easier for us to feed it in here by setting up boxes. Now, I like to set up what I call the stack boxes, where I kind of just center it in there, and then I stack them up above like this. So you got the dual boxes. You can run around the boxes and get past them without them all in the way. And there we go. So we got this one. We're going to go ahead and put that on the outside. This one on the outside. And then this one I could put down here if I want. But it's really easy just to go ahead and lift it. Again, notice that I'm just using level 3s. Lift that up to there. Lift that one to there. And really, there's 100 different ways of doing the same exact thing I'm doing right now. But you get the general idea. Now I have the ability to put 4 inputs in here right now. And then it's real awkward to click on it from behind, too. All right, so cables, plastic, and screws. Well, hey, I got some plastic. Do I got any screws on me? Nope, no screws. I got some cable. I just feed that in straight away. Good to go. Now, where am I going to put those particular things? Well, let's go ahead and say this is going to be my plastic. You know what? That's not a good idea. Hold on. Let's take that out. Now, if we change our mind, we can also go ahead and we'd have to take this line out. But actually, that is the place I want it to be. Because, oops, wrong thing. Because I want to run that plastic from over there and have it run around and just sneak around into the back of there. So that'll be nice. And then what are we going to run up above here? All right, what do we got nearby? All right, we got screws, we got other stuff. We need to create a whole entire production line for circuit boards. But the bottom ones here, I would just make them easy, right? I just make them the easy stuff. That's what I like to do. Just put the cable in there. That one's going to be pretty easy. Now, let's go ahead and look at what we got in here. Some more resources. We'll drop that out. And we're just going to revamp where we have all of our resources here. We'll take these out for right now. There we go. Let's just drop all this stuff on the ground for a minute. There we go. And then we'll create another. And these are just my temp resources, so I can go ahead and sort this and store it all in there, so I can go ahead and clear some of this stuff I have here in the space elevator, because it's just going to be in my way for a minute. Okay, so we got the 2 bottom ones. We've got plastic and we've got cable. Those are the easy ones. Those are the easy ones to just get in and do whatever you need to do to get them there. So let's go ahead and get them where they need to go, right? So the first one is going to be our plastic. We want to run our plastic over there. Now, the awkward thing is that because it's just sitting right here, you can't just do a lifter, though I could do a lifter around the corner. Much easier way to do it is just to use a wall. So we'll go ahead and put a wall here. And then we're going to go ahead and just put a wall conveyor like that. And since it's at this level, I can just go ahead and take it, connect it like that. I'm easy peasy. And then I can do the same thing over this way. I could say, okay, well, hey, I've already got one going there. Why not just do the same thing again? Like that. Okay, cool. Now, where's my plastic going? My plastic's way at the end here. So as an input on that side, and then I can also tell it to store me up some extra plastic, and then whatever it has left over, go ahead and run it out of the front. Right here. If I had proper amount of resources. Let's go grab some over here. Get those resources back. All right. We'll run them up here. Run it like that. Again, this is not how you want to do it in the long run, but in the short run, it's not bad. This should be up a bit higher. I think that's a little far for it to get. Yeah, a little too far. Let's go ahead and fix this out a little bit. Let's say right here. And we'll do a little bit of fun here. This is where it gets a bit tricky because you're doing things in opposite directions. So that's going there. That's going to the second box. There. There we go. Second box. And then this one is now going the other way. Like that, except for it's blocking. Needs to go up just a little bit. Let's give it a good amount of stuff up. There we go. And we'll feed that back. There we go. Perfect. Feed that back down into there. Then this. Gonna go that way. Get the top one off. And this is gonna go this way. Now, because I've already set the direction of the line, it should already be running in toward this direction. The way we can tell is we get up here, we just see if the plastic's running. There we go. Running good. Running good. So that plastic is now running into this box. That box is going to backlog with some extra plastic. And then in here. Now, it'll empty that entire box and empty it over here because we don't have it splitting beforehand. If it's splitting before it goes in the box, then it will put some extra in the box and then run half of it this way and half of it into the box. But if I have it go in the box and then out of the box, it'll actually drain everything out of the box itself. So important to know that in the long run. Me, I don't care if it burns it all up. If I need some, I'll go get some more. All right, let's go ahead and do this battle. While I go ahead and figure out where the heck my cable is at. We'll run that over. Getting triggered. I'm triggering myself, everybody. All right. Open Captain's Chest. Grants and rewards. Red Cap. Judas. Grimshar with all the spaghetti I'm running in here. That's why I don't usually run this stuff. I don't usually run it because I got to come back later. I got to take it all back out again. But I ran it this time just to show you guys what not to do. Subi coming in overall MVP with the 13 assists. Congrats on that. Let's go ahead and keep our battles going. We'll be doing battles all day long. Thanks for hanging out in the stream, everybody. I'm having a good time. Hopefully you guys are too. Learning a few things along the way. Check out this Spaghetti City, everybody. Holy mackerel. Look at this stuff going all over the place. Now, what I was looking for is my wire. And you can see my wire is actually backlogged right now. And it's running into this box. And it's really not doing anything. It's not doing anything in that box right there. I just have it running there because it was doing some stuff earlier. But I need to get it from here over to that box over there. And that's pretty easy. I can just kind of run it in between these lines and whatnot. And again, this is, you know, kind of early game. What I consider early game anyway. To try to run your stuff from place to place to place, right? Now that quite doesn't reach. And I want it to go to this bottom box right here. Which is where I've decided. Now, I can just say, you know what? That's good. Let's just put another box right here. Make sure we got it going in the right direction. We'll go ahead and take this from here. Run it from that box into this box. And from this box into that box. And there we go. Now we have our plastic and our wire going into our manufacturer. Again, I like to retool my factory as I go along. And then later on, I'll tear all this down and redo it right. All I'm trying to do is make the materials that allow me to progress forward. All right, so right now it also needs some power. Now, watch out for these suckers. These suckers take 55 megawatts, each and every one of them. So if you don't have your power squared away like I do, you're going to be in trouble. Though we will hit that power limit very quickly. You'll watch. All of a sudden, boom, we're hitting that ceiling, that power ceiling, very, very fast once we start to add these big manufacturers. Oh, I need my resources, which I set down back over here. Alright, let's take a bunch of that out. A little bit of this, a little bit of that. Definitely these. A little bit of all of that. I don't need a lot of screws on me right now. Yeah, a little bit of this, a little bit of that. A little bit of good, a little bit of bad, a little bit of both. Too many plates right now. Those are fine. Let's get that out of there. And a little concrete. Way too much of this. A couple of those. All right. I want a little bit of something in there, right? Make that work. All right. So we ran that down. We got our cables going here. That's running into there. We want to go ahead and add our power pole up here. And I like to use the doubles. Love these double ones. We have enough room to run it from there. Nope, not enough to run from there, but we can run it from back there all the way up to there. There we go. And run that into there. And let's just double check our power. How are we looking now? Because we just added a bunch of stuff, right? Boom! We just crossed 1,000 power. It's still not bad, if you think about it. Still not that bad. All right, so there we go. We got our cable and our plastic flowing in there. Now we need some screws. And I'm sure we have a huge backlog of those back over here somewhere. So let's see where our screws are flowing. They're flowing right here. Look at this. How's our screws in this box? Boom. That's a lot of screws coming out of that box. That is for sure. Look at this Mickey Mouse splitting we could do here. Let's get that out of there. Let's clean this up a little bit. A little cleanup is required. And again, we'll fix all this later. I do a lot of spaghetti sometimes just for showing what you don't want to do. Because this is what you do in the beginning. Is you do a lot of this kind of just doing it however it happens in the moment. And that is going to come back to bite you big time later on. When you're like, okay, now I want to do this, this, and this. And you're like, oh, God. All my stuff is run in such a way where I have to rerun everything. Right? And that's definitely going to happen. Okay, so now we've splitted that. We run it up there. We still got it running into here. We got it running over there where we need it to be. But we do want to tap into this bottom line here. And we want to run those screws over there. So, again, we're just going to go ahead and Mickey Mouse this in. Again, chat trigger. Chat trigger. Okay, now this time we're just going to run it out here a little bit. And use our lifter. By the way, did you know you can use your lifter right at the end? You can use it right at the end of a thing if you want. But nothing says you can't do it. Now, here's the weird thing. It's not going at the right angle. Because I've made this weird angle for it. So that's why you'll find me not use those weird angles. I'll go in and fix that so it's flat. And whatever flatness I can get out of it. Now watch out when you press the button because sometimes it does like to rotate like that. And then now we can be more squared off. And there we go. Okay, so now I want these screws to go from there over here. Now, which one of these do I want to put the screws in? That's what I need to decide. We're going to go up here to the top. Screws over here or screws over here? Now, why would I pick one over the other? The reason why I would pick the right one is because, or I wouldn't pick this one, the left one. And the reason why I picked the right one is because this one I want to put some manufacturing into. So I got to do some kind of pre-work manufacturing, which I'm going to need to do kind of over there and then run it into here. So the better option is this other side over here. So we're going to go ahead and run our lines as far as we can. And then when it says, hey, you can't run that anymore, right about there, we're going to go ahead and use our walls here and whatnot. We're just using them kind of fairly arbitrarily just to try to help ourselves maneuver this around our base. But again, the reason why I don't run it like this normally and I do inline stuff is so I don't have to take all the time to run the lines. And I feel like I could get through the entire game and unlock every single thing in the game without doing this kind of stuff. Without doing all of this that you see back here. And that's what I used to do. I used to do this in the beginning when I first started playing. I do all this running of lines, and I just run them however they were conveniently to run in the moment. But later on, you'll find that that doesn't work that well. And it's better just to make all the resources run into a central thing, then take those resources and put them in and just have them run separately, than to have them constantly running in. Unless you just want to let it run, then it's just fine. So now we got 3 out of the 4 over here, everybody. What else do we need? All right, we need our circuit boards. And it's filling up. Get in there. It's like a real awkward spot here. You can hit it right in the back. There we go. So we need our circuit boards, and our screws and whatnot are filling in, though fairly slow right now. They should speed up eventually. They need to be at 130 per minute. Now, we can also just say, you know what? Boom! Drop those 500 in there and we're good. So, we need 25 per minute circuit boards. Now, to make circuit boards and to run them in there, we're going to need a bit of room back here. We'll try to squeeze it in here by this tree, but I seriously doubt if that's going to be too easy. But we'll do what we got to do. So, right here, it's circuit boards. And right here, circuit boards. Now, what do we need? Copper sheets and more plastic. Now, we've already got our plastic running right here, so we can tie into that and circle that back. So let's go ahead and take this one out. Let's bring this down. Let's go ahead and say, you know what? I'm taking this out of here. I'm just going to run it from here to here. Then I'm going to go ahead and split it right here. Again, this is doing it in the moment. You want to plan that out a lot better in the long run, I suggest. But we're going to do it in the moment for now. And then plastic down here around the corner. Bada bing, bada boom. Plastic in there. We're done. Right? That's good. Now, copper sheets. Where are our copper sheets running? Heck if we know, because we got stuff running everywhere. Look at this. Look at this web of stuff. And again, that's why I typically don't run this stuff like this. Now, do we even have any copper sheets running over here is a great question to ask yourself. And the way to find that out is to run over here and say, okay, where is it producing my copper sheets? And where are my copper sheets going? So right here, this is my copper sheet line, and it's going this way, and then it turns that way, and it's right up there into this upper line, and that runs along here. And then that's going 3 across there, and then it cuts across to here. And then it comes out of those 3 there, along that way into this one. And that one comes out of there, and it goes up into this thing, and then it feeds down into this box. But does it go anywhere else? Nope. How do I know? Because there's nothing on the front. There's no outputs going anywhere. It's basically going right there. Now, the thing I can do is I can bridge this across from one side to another. So I can just say, okay, you know what? Take this and run it up into that box. So what it's going to do is start to empty out every single thing in this box into that other box. At the same time, it's going to start up the production of my copper sheets because they've been stopped because this box is full. And all of that's going to add to my overall power usage. But it is going to allow me to do a bit of this where I can go ahead and say, okay, well, now that's up there. I go ahead and bring that down into there. Oh, I can try anyway. If I have enough thingies. Oh, I'm hitting the clearance of this. So I need to do this first. Ah. Come on, mouse. There we go. We need to turn the corner first so it doesn't impede on the space elevator. All right, there we go. And now we want to run it over here. Now, I don't like anything to clip. And the fact that I got that all to run without clipping is in itself a miracle. All right, and then over here, we're going to go ahead and just run this over here. Run that up a bit. Oh, we need more of our thingies. There's a bunch over here. One of these suckers. We can just look for it up above here where it's being fed. I think it's actually back one. Back one. There. Huh. That's being fed overhead. This one. Thing screws into there, and that's going over there. Where is it at? I got an idea. Let's just climb up here. Look at the way our lines are running. I'll try to see if we can see the one we're looking for. Wire there. Oh, hold on. There it is. Up, over, that way. Thing, and then down into this box. Bingo. Bingo. Funny thing is I put a bunch of those away just a minute ago. Alright, and then we'll go ahead and run this up. You get the general idea. And this is what we call inline. Inline is when you're running everything into the thing, everything into the production, and just letting it all run and run and run. Now we got our circuit boards, and then we're going to lift those up on the output. Now that top box is going to be running some circuit boards, and we should see our circuit boards coming through in just a moment. Oh, there went one. Right there. Now you're like, well, Kismet, your numbers, bro. Are you making enough of the thing and the thing and the thing to make the thing? Well, here's the thing about this game. You can go in. The unboxing video was an A+. Well, thank you, Shit-Son. Thank you. Yeah, I tried to go above and beyond on that unboxing video. I really enjoy those. I'm going to be doing more of those. If you'd like to support more of those in the future, everybody in the stream, feel free to go ahead and check out the Patreon. I will be starting to use the peeps on my Patreon again on those videos. Those are the peeps who support those extra videos that I do. So feel free to go to my Patreon there, or you just go to patreon.com/Kismet, or you can just follow that link right there. It'll take you right over there. If you'd like to support those videos, feel free to go ahead. I'm going to be doing a lot more of them coming up. All right. So we got the circuit boards coming in. We need them at 25 per minute. Right now, how much are they coming in at? Well, they're coming in at 7.5. So that's not cutting it, right? We need a lot more than that. We got plenty of copper sheets, though. Plastic, we got plenty of that as well. But we just need a higher production, right? We need to get this production fired up. I got a tree in the way right there, so it's a little annoying. But you can just go in and readjust these to go in the opposite direction. Like so. Take this out. And take my assemblers here. Run them out a little bit. Away from this tree. More concrete. Yeah, this is why I keep random boxes laying around for random reasons. For things like concrete. Keep them resources in the area in which you're building as well. I mean, I like to have a nice central area, but also I like to bring my resources forward as I'm working into the work areas. And sometimes I'll just leave some there just in case I need some later on. You're going to have a really huge excess amount of resources at some point. Okay, now that's going to be a bit better so that we can go ahead and run a bunch of these in line. And so when we put it down, we said that it was 7.5, right, is what we're producing. All right, so when we're creating circuit boards, producing 7.5. So that's 15 per minute, right? So we take 25. Hey, sorry. What's 25 divided by 7.5?
25 divided by 7.5 is about 3.3333.
33333. So basically 4 of these. We can go in and just make 4 of these so that when we ramp up our production, and we need to do that eventually, that we can just go in and run it down the line. We just increase the speed of our line. and we increase the resource gathering, the amount that we're grabbing out of the nodes. We could add more nodes and whatnot down the road. Just add that across there a little bit. Add a little bit more around the edge here. Take that one out. All right, there we go. So we're going to add those in line like this. Now, inline is one of the best ways of doing it. And the reason why it's so nice is so that you can have all your stuff running fairly easily through there without having to just do too much craziness. So what we're going to do in this particular run is we're going to go ahead and do our splitters like we normally do, like this. And we want it to run, we'll have it run this direction. I'm looking at this left side right there. It's going to be running that way. And then again on this one, I'll try not to fall off, but no guarantees. Now, sometimes it's really hard to line these up because they don't show you a green line, so you can't really see it. So you can jump up above here as well and try to do this. That helps a bunch. Again, making sure that they're all going in the same direction. Also keeps you from falling off. Okay, so that'll be layer number 1. Now layer number 2, we can go ahead and use our lifters. But you can also try to reuse that if you want. You can go ahead and have it go in the opposite direction. And that's a tricky one. So say we go like this, and instead of it splitting that way, it's splitting the other way. Right when I click, that's when it rotates. This way. Now, how is that going to help? If you go ahead and grab this like this and try to run it in there, it doesn't work, right? Well, the thing is you actually want to put this up by 2. And the reason why is so you can just do your lifter and utilize, ooh, almost flew me off the side there, and use your lifter like this. Except for you also have a problem of your lifter being too close. So when you go in to put these in, you need to put your lifters in first before you go in and put in all of your splitters and run all your lines and do all of that stuff. Now I'm getting pretty close over here, but I can actually clip this through here and just say that I cut a hole through there. Just to keep myself from falling to my death as well. But I would put the splitters in first. Is definitely what I would do. Or the conveyor lifts. I can do also the same thing with the conveyor lifts. So you can go in and say, okay, I'm going to go ahead and center it off on one of these. Take these ones out. Oh, not that one. Do this. Put those down over there. Just give me some room. All right. So we're going to go ahead and do our splitters again. But now we're going to do it off of this. I'm looking at the white line there. I'm going to offset it by whatever the default is from that white line. See, one's up against it and one's forward. So we don't count that one. Then we're going to go 1 and then 2. Sometimes it's 3, but usually it's about 2. And then up we go, and then we're going to angle it into that direction, right? So now it's going to feed through the top and feed in there just fine. Now the same thing I can do with this, but it's actually not going to work at the lower levels because if I try to tell it to go this way, because I'd have to tell it to go in from this side, and then I try to say, okay, we'll go this way. Well, now what I got to do is I got to do this, right? On the next one, I've got to go in and have this one come around and then go into that one and so on and so forth. Very, very bad way of doing that. So let's go ahead and change our mind here. Let's grab this, move it over this way, and put it onto this one. And say, okay, when it's coming down the line, we can just let it run into there. But we can also go in, now that we have it offset, and say, hey, we're going to have it go in this direction, back that way. And then this last one is just literally going to go and do that. Isn't that cool? Again, it's all about the direction in which you're running stuff. One's going to be running that way, and the top one's going to, the other resource is going to be running from the other direction. And it does really help out. You can also run 2 of these if you want and just have the other ones floating up above there. It's all about what you want to do in your factory. Me, I'm going to go ahead and just use what we've got. Line this up as best we can. Because sometimes it just has a mind of its own anyway. Watching my directions. Okay. Now we got a bit of a problem, right? We have the same problem we had before. Now how do I get to this one? Well, I have to go out of this one into that one. And out of this one. Right here. Into there. And I could turn it the other way if I wanted to. And do that. But then you're going to be doing a bunch of this. But maybe you want to do that. Maybe you like the look of that. Maybe that's the thing. You think that's super cool. Hey, more power to you. Whatever you dig, go for it. Me, I don't like doing any of that. I'm going to go ahead and take these back out. I like to have my stuff float. But you could make it work if you want on the bottom or the top. Again, I like to do stuff and then explain why I do it. The important reasons behind the scenes. Again, we already have this lined up from before, so we know exactly where this one's going to go. It's going to go right here and like this. And then what I'm going to do is, again, still have it run that same way, but it's going to be lined up now to my lifter. Do not leave those lifters in. We're going to definitely take those out later on. So here we go. So we're going to do 2 levels of lifters right next to each other. You guys have seen me do this many times before, for those who've seen before, but those who are new, you're getting a general gist of how I like to do my lifters. Okay, so this is going to go, and you're like, well, kids, these are in the way now, bro. Those are all in the way. Well, kind of true. So we're going to take the lifters all out because sometimes they won't work. Definitely take those back out and then connect them. These are the last things you always connect, is those lifters. All right, in. Now it's connected into there. This one up into that one. All right, looking good. I think we got one more. One more lifter. This one. That one. Now, here's the cool thing. Just take this bottom part out. Easy. Easy. Too easy. And now you're no longer obscured by all that other stuff. And now we can just connect these together. Like that. You can also center line it and try to do it that way. Me, this is my favorite way of doing it, especially when you're doing it in line. It allows you to line it up to your lifters, allows you to line up all of your resources and run them easy peasy. Oh, that one's going the wrong direction. Gotta fix that one. Wrong direction. When you're doing it this way, it doesn't matter which direction you feed. You can feed from this side or you can feed from the other side. Just make sure that it's all feeding the same way. If it's feeding, obviously, in different directions, it's not going to work out. Okay, so there we go. So we got this feeding all the way in. Now, which way is it feeding? How can we tell? Well, see, the orange side is the input, and the gray here, or the silver, is the output. You can see it right there. You can also look under the bottom and see the 3 lines. 3 lines mean an input. There's our input, input, input. So these are actually going in the same direction now. They're both going to be fed from this side because you can see those oranges are the inputs, and they're going to run down and then split it along the side. Now, why did I put it over there? Well, because I already have it run over here. I might as well go ahead and put it at the end. Now, I would go ahead and back this one up just a little bit, maybe do a little side action there. Same thing with this, little side action to get those in there. Doesn't matter which one goes where. So we're going to go ahead and take this out. We're going to take this one out. As long as they go into 2 separate ones. We're going to say that one goes in the top. We've got our plastic here. And we got to watch out when we're running this one, because it could go right through our hypertube. No, 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 no. That's not how we do. That's not how we do, everybody. That's not how I do, anyway. I'm just going to go ahead and do a little bypass there. And then do a little lifter on this side. So we don't, so we can avoid that running through there. and then across. And there we go. So now we've got our 2 elements that we need into there. Now another thing we're going to need is power. So we're going to go ahead and run some, I'm going to need some concrete. We're going to run some power over here, and we're going to get these all fired up, and we're going to start making some computers here in just a moment. That's all it took, everybody. We already had the resources for computers. The computers are actually, I think, easier to make than the heavy modular frames. But you want to get your heavy modular frames going first, because your heavy modular frames is the thing, is the thing that allows you to build the manufacturers, those other big ones over there. So, you know, first things first kind of thing. Something's going to take a long time. Get that in first. Get that going first. We'll put that one way up there. And then we'll go ahead and tap into our power line over here. Run that up to there. And we'll go ahead and just add another one over here, because we're going to be doing some more stuff later on. Did that the wrong way. Ah. Why doesn't it pick up the direction of the one I just did? There it goes. Sometimes it flips the direction, and before I realize it, it's already gone the other opposite direction. Okay, so we'll connect these in like so. Okay, now we got to tell it what to do. All right, make some circuit boards. Circuit boards. Now, do I have enough production for this? No. Was that going to stop me? No. Because I do have a lot of this, but I just don't have enough to sustain it for a long period of time. But I really don't need to sustain it for a long period of time, because what I'm going to do is use it to make other stuff that allows me to make more of this stuff, which allows me to make more stuff, to do more power, to make more stuff, to do more of the stuff. You get the general idea. We got to do the stuff and the stuff and the stuff to make the stuff with the stuff. So there we go. That was the deep technical answer to that. All right, merging those all together. Those are all in line. There goes those circuit boards, looking good. Now we're making a whole lot more circuit boards. And again, we're going to go ahead and use our lifter at the end here. Run it up a bit. Turn it this way. We're going to go ahead and take this out now. And then we're just going to run it from up there. See if we can make it here. Ah, always the way it goes, everybody. So close. So close. Well, that's okay. Ah, stop switching the direction of my walls. It loves to switch the direction of my walls. Drives me crazy. Of course, if I was paying attention, it would help too. All right. Create a little in-between spot. Oh. All right, now it's going to be cranking out circuit boards like nobody's business. All right, let's see those babies come flying through. Boom, look at them go. Go, baby, go. All right, make me some more computers over here. There we go, making 2.4. Now, I wonder how many it's done so far. Remember, we're running our computers now over here. How many of these has it done? None. It's done 0. 0 so far. That's not good. That's not good. We got to get it fired up. We got to get it going. But we needed enough circuit boards to get it running. So it's about to make 2.5 per minute, which isn't that much. So these are one of the very few things, because you have all of this logistics that are going on behind these big manufacturers here. So you have like sub items that you're making behind that particular thing. These are one of the few things that I will overclock. I will overclock them, because otherwise you have to make another one of those things and build a bunch of structure that goes behind that second one, instead of just cranking this one up and upping the speed of your lines, and then upping the speed of the input that you're inputting into it. Which all that stuff is very, very involved for sure. For sure. All right, now how can we speed this up a little bit here at the very beginning while we're waiting for all this stuff to feed itself in here and whatnot? Well, we can go in here and manually feed some of this stuff that we've got, right? We got a bunch of plastic over here, probably backlogged a bit in this box. Or we might be making no plastic right now because it might have filled us up with our stuff. No, it didn't, because it's still feeding in there. Still feeding in there, but it's going to fill it up soon. Let's go check out our plastic over here. Oh, plastic has actually been all used up. So we're actually not producing enough plastics to sustain what we're doing right now, which is why I have two separate lines. One line is so I can continuously expand my plastic production, right? I can keep adding more and more of them across there. I'll eventually move this manufacturer, by the way. But I'll continuously add more and more plastic production and rubber production along that single line. And then I'll have a second line, the 240 line, which will be for the power. And right now we have it all just backlogged and running over there. But one of the advantages of finding the coal node so early is the fact that I know I have a lot of power. And I'm rivaling nuclear power right now just with coal power. 24 coal plants running right now below this thing, right? Below where I built the base. And so you can see that I'm still only about 1,000. And I have all this stuff running all at the same time. About 1,000, still got 800. I could crank all day, every day, keep building more and more structure and more stuff. But my goal is not to do that. My goal is to make 100 computers and also to make a bunch of rubber, so I can go ahead and just go right here, grab the rubber out of here, which is now really filling up like this, and just walk right over here to the hub to upgrade to the next level. There we go. Now, I don't need to carry that rubber around, by the way. Very rare do you need rubber at this stage. So I'm going to put all that rubber back in. Now, I've got a bunch of other random stuff on me that I'm going to put right here at the end, which is these items here that we're going to utilize later on that we were using for our space elevator. Now, we can't actually make the items for the space elevator. We could be making some modular engines there, and we could be making some adaptive control units. But I feel like you really don't want to do any of that until you have a really good production of heavy modular frames and computers. And we're definitely going to need more production in all of that to get that really cranked up. But you always have the other option, which I call the AFK option, where you can go in. This is now going to run on its own. Nothing else you need to do. You can just go ahead and let this run and run and run until the cows come home. So you can just AFK right now, come back, and in a certain amount of time, you're going to have some computers right in there. And actually, before you know it, it actually goes by pretty quick, especially when you're busy doing something else. Now, I have other stuff I need to do. I need to go and work on my sulfur and my quartz as well. So I need to get that going while this is running a bunch of this. And at some point, I'll come back here and I'll have 100 computers sitting right there. And then I'll take those 100 computers and upgrade it. Right now, I'm at 4. Right? So I'm 96 away right now. All right, so let's go ahead and let all that run and do its thing. We're going to go ahead and do this battle. Let's fire it up. Let me catch up on chat. Let's see. Throw organization to the wall. Total anarchy. Exactly within code. That's what I'm doing in this playthrough to trigger my chat. Wow, still going? You're hardcore. I am hardcore. I get it going on. One of the best scenes ever. I need help with all that stuff. Well, Doug Shane, and we're going to be doing a lot of that stuff, including cleaning all that mess up. Normally, I don't run all those lines. All that spaghetti lines that I have running, I don't do that. I just put some storages behind there. I pick up the resources, and I put them in there. Because when you run all of that structure, at some point, you got to redo all of that more efficiently, because you're going to be upgrading all of your extractors. You're going to be upgrading the way you do stuff, and sometimes you extract certain lines that go for a certain thing. Like you might just get an raw iron ore and run that just for your manufacturing, right? For the big manufacturers. And the same thing with your oil and other things like that. It may be just that purpose for just producing plastic, which goes into there and so on. As opposed to running it into a box like I'm doing right now for me to build stuff with it, right? There's kind of like the two modes. One to use it as part of a process of manufacturing, and then one to use as the actual thing that makes the manufacturing. And those are the kind of the two modes of this game. Let's see. I'm Matcher. Techie coming in. We got Rotisserie G, Reaper, and Euro. coming in. Hopefully that's how you say your name. I butcher everybody's name. Getting some extra love. And Subi coming in MVP with 28 kills. Look at you go, Subi. Crushing it. Crushing it. All right, let's keep going. We're going to go toward that mystery battle now. I got about one more battle here, I think, before we're done for the day. So let's go ahead and try to get a win on that one, everybody. Come in and join us. I'm not going to do battle mode today. I got a lot of stuff I have to get ready. And I am working on a bunch of videos and stuff like that. I told you I was working on videos, everybody. And I have some more stuff to give away on stream. So I have to unbox those and show those off as well. And then I'm going to give those away. And those are awesome, bro. They did a really, really good job on those. Can't wait to show you that. Can't wait to show you behind the scenes of the stream as well. But we still got some time, everybody. We still got some time. Let's get into it. Now, while we're waiting for that stuff to manufacture, we've got everything running to the thing we need to run in, right? In fact, we could really just go ahead and start to feed some of these computers in here if we wanted to, but right now we're at 6. So yeah, let that run. Let that run. Now, again, what else do we need? Well, if we go over to our MAM over here, we've got our power poles upgraded and researched.
New building unlocked.
Thank you for letting me know. All right, we got some other stuff over here, right? We got Marsilia, we got modular frames, we got all this other stuff we need to do. We got Caterium here, we need plastic, and we need Caterium. Well, that's an easy one. That's only like 3 seconds. But we need a bunch of this plastic, which is being like siphoned off and run over that way. How can we stop the plastic from running? Well, we can go ahead and just backlog it by pulling out this line right here and have it start to backlog into here. Right over here. Now, another thing that we can also do to protect ourselves here for this filling up is we can go ahead and have it start to run into the awesome sink. But I actually do need this petroleum later on. So here's what I'm going to do instead. I'm actually going to add another box up above here. And then just have it run up into that box as well. So now I got 2 boxes it's going to fill. So it's going to basically come in and just run and start to fill that top box. And you can just keep adding them if you want. Add them all day, every day. Okay, so that's going to run out to there. That's going to stop that plastic from running out of there. And it's going to go ahead and start to backlog in the actual tank. Like that. And that's looking good. So I feel like, we need some more plastic, right? We need a bit more plastic. Now, of course, we do add more plastic. Remember, we have it balanced right now. That we basically have just enough residue going in here. It's coming in at 40 to make enough petroleum coke to keep it from stopping our production of our plastic. We don't want it to stop the production of that. So we can go ahead and tap into some more of this oil line action. And let's go ahead and say, you know what? We want to go ahead and produce a couple more of these babies and get our plastic fired up. Now, I'm still limited by the speed at which my belts go, right? My belts right now, maximum go at 270. We need to unlock the faster belts. It's really awkward, by the way, when you play with the higher level belts, and then you start again, and then you're using the lower level belts. I find that to be a very funny part of the game. It gets really, really awkward. All right, because it's like, oh, God, okay, wait, I got to wait for that. I got to wait for that. But it's also fun, too. It's a very fun part of the game. All right, I feel like we got this just in the right spot. We can take this power pole out, and we need to bring these out and merge these eventually. All right, looking good. So now we got some serious production going on over here. We're going to go ahead and eventually merge these together. We're going to look at our splitter there. We're going to move it forward by 1, not count that 1, 1, 2. Hope that we have enough clearance with this wall here. Oh, no. See, a little too close. Remember how the other one was 2, but this one was 3? It does happen. Don't count the first one. 1, 2, and 3. And there we go. And we want it to go in that direction. We've got a bit of a problem with our wall here, but we'll do what we got to do. I think it'll still work just fine. Line that up, put it in the right direction. There we go, same thing here. All right, oh, I forgot my other 2 on there. Oh, what? Still too close. Something funky chicken right there. That was weird. Yeah, look how close that one is versus this one. That must be offset forward. No, I hate that green line. That green line sometimes throws me off. Irritating. But do what we gotta do, right? Take it back out. Run in the direction it needs to go. This one's probably off too now that the other one was off. That green line sometimes does you wrong. It did me wrong, everybody. Did me wrong, chat. As long as it turns out right in the end, doesn't matter how many times you got to redo it. Just go ahead and do what you got to do. Uh-oh, that's not an input. These are the wrong things. These are splitters, not mergers. All right, hold on. We done screwed that up. Get out of there. There we go. No worries, we got this. We got this. Take all this stuff back out again. All right, no worries, no worries. Again, you make a mistake, just roll on with life. It's gonna happen. You're gonna make mistakes. You're gonna press some buttons. You're gonna go, oops, I did the wrong thing. It's okay. It'll all work out. Nobody in this world is perfect, no matter how much they pretend to be. Nobody's ever lived. No one who's ever gonna live. No one who's living now is perfect, no matter how much they pretend to be so. I'm certainly not. But I do like stuff to be nice. But it doesn't have to necessarily be perfect. I especially know that people aren't perfect. That is for sure. You know that special someone? They're not perfect, just like you're not. And that's okay. It's okay for them not to be perfect. You enjoy being with them, they enjoy being with you, and then that's what it's all about anyway. All right. What do we got here? This is a merger. We're merging from that side. Let's go ahead and fix this merger. So it's doing a better merge action. Let's go ahead and run this line to there. Then we're going to do a merger in the middle of this. Now again, this is not how you do this, everybody. You don't just start willy-nilly this all over the place. But that's how we do it in this playthrough. Well, at least this part of the playthrough. We'll get into the serious making it look awesome later on. All right, we need some more power. More power. And we got plenty to go around. Soon we're going to have even more. We get our oil power tied in. Well, we need a certain amount of resources to make that happen. Right up there. Right up there. Now, we got our fluids down here. Now, here's the interesting thing. So, this is only 40 fluids. And, of course, fluids can take up to 300 on this. And then they have the new one, which actually does even more. So, we can go here and add another one. We've got this problem with this overhead items in the way. Our ramp. We always come back and fix this ramp later. No big deal. Or readjust or whatever. We already know what height we want to end up. So, we'll just take that out. We'll add a second one over here. Now, the thing that I would do before you run all of this stuff and do all of this stuff is I would take all of this out. I would take it all out and do it right. Do it once and do it right. Right? Take all this back out. Like so. And start with the one at the end. And we'll go to our pipe set here. And then we'll offset it by 2, 1, 2. Give us a nice 90, even though it's going to go through that wall, which I don't like. And then we're going to run this all the way down here. Just like that. So that one all the way at the end runs directly into the thing. Why do we do that? So we can make it beautiful, everybody. So we can make it nice. Now we can just run that baby right in there. We're going to run it all into a single line. All in line. It's going to be wonderful. Now if it turns off temporarily, oh well. You'll be fine. By the way, hold down C and you can crouch underneath it if you really want to. Usually I just run around them. No big deal, but there we go. Now we can also just do this a little bit faster by just coming in and doing all of these first. Plastic production is always one of those things that I boost Now, again, if I decided that, hey, I want more plastic production right now, if I want more plastic production right now and I had my production way back at where the node is, I'd have to run all the way over there to do what I'm doing right now. And that's kind of the big advantage in the later game, is that when you have all your stuff right by where your base is, you don't have to run that far. That's the advantage of running it. But then again, we had to spend all that time running it all the way out here. So that was pretty crazy. All right, so that one's running straight into there. And then we can just say, yo, 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 yo. Here's what we're going to do. We're going to do this. Bada bing. Bada boom. Bada bang. And then bada bing over there. And bada boom right over here. Like that. And you can make it all nice and 90 degrees and make it all beautiful if you want. We're just going to do that. And here's the thing about pipes. They're splitters and also mergers. So you don't have to really worry about it too much. But obviously you want to figure out your numbers eventually. All right, petroleum coke. Now we want to go ahead and do a merger. Again, we're just doing it, just dropping it down, throwing it in the thing, merging it together, doing the crazy up in here. Now this is going to come out at 120 per minute, which is 240, which is plenty because this line is 270. Now you know why I always use the level 3 lines. I always do. I skip over the level 2 lines. I do level 1s, then level 3s, and then eventually I'll just do the highest level lines in the game. That helps me a lot. All right, so that's looking good. Now we got a bunch of plastic running over here again. We got it running into there. We got it flowing in, hopefully. Let's go take a look. How much plastic we got running? Now we also need to look at the top of it and see if they're green. Uh-oh. We got a bit of a problem over there. Those last 3 are not green. You're like, Kismet kind of looks green. No, it's actually yellow. These ones are green. You can see the smoke going. But if you don't see the smoke here, there's a small little problem. I know what the problem is. But you should be able to visually see that it has a problem from far away. Now, I know what the problem is. It definitely needs to have the input put into there. That's very, very handy to actually put it in. So we need to actually put in the thing. And again, we have one long line that we're just kind of tying into here. We'll do that one. And not letting me build it because it's too close. See this thing right here? This pipeline support is blocking my ability to put that in. So I got to kind of run it back a little bit. Like that. And then I can go ahead, take this out. And then I can run these pipelines again. There we go. Now, depending on if you ran the line first or the cross junction first, that's going to allow you to take those out later without having to re-add the pipe back. But since I put that in 2 separate segments, if I take the middle pipe out now, it will actually cause it to be an empty spot there. But it's kind of nice to know based on how which way you build. You build in a certain way, it'll do it. All right, so how many of these we got going? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Remember, we can do up to 8. Up to 8 of those. If we say, hey, Siri, what's 240 divided by 30?
240 divided by 30 is 8.
8. So we do up to 8 of those running at the same time. Now we should see a lot of this plastic flowing through here. All right, now we're talking. Get that plastic in there. Get it fired up. Like I said, we're definitely going to need more plastic production. And now plastic production is going to help us in a whole bunch of different ways because it's being used in multiple things over here. We're using it for our computers. Our plastic now catching up. We're also using it for our circuit boards. Now I'm going to grab some plastic out of there like that. I'm going to see if there's any backlog in here. There is. There's a ton of backlog in there. Another little trick too is if you are tying stuff from one place to another and whatnot, like this plastic is coming out of here and then splitting into this box, which means that the plastic is actually being split before it goes in the box as opposed to being routed out of the box. So if there's extra in this box, it would go over there as well. So you definitely want to create a little buffer in between. So if you do have a bunch of extra of whatever, you can go in and say, yo, 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 I want to just manually feed it in there. Right? Give yourself the option to manually feed any of the excesses you might have anywhere else in the other side of your factory, like so. And now I can just say, you know what? Boom. Right? Drop all that in there. Let's get that up off the ground. Drop all that in there. Now that's going to run really a lot of stuff in there, and it's going to speed up the production of my circuit boards. So now I'm producing. Wait, look at the surplus of circuit boards going in there now, right? So now the circuit board is going to go faster, which means that it's going to help my production of my computers. So a good little bypass there, and that's going to drain that out of there because that's still going to take a little while for it to backlog both of those. All right, looking good. Now you're like, Kismet, what is the rate at which you're producing plastic? I don't know. Kismet, what's the rate at which you're producing screws? About 500. Kismet, what's the rate at which you're producing your concrete right now? I don't know. And see, that really like triggers people when you're not doing it by the numbers. And it is fun to do it by the numbers, and I've done many a playthrough like that, where you go through and you make all the numbers perfect as you go along. I found the more I play, the more I don't care about the numbers. The more I don't care. The only number I care about is my extraction number. What is the speed at which I'm extracting my iron? I have 3 pure iron nodes right now. So I'm extracting them at 240, 240, and 240. So that I know. How about my limestone? Well, I got 3 normal nodes. So I'm extracting them all at 120 each. So that's going to give me 120 and 120, which is 240. And then you add another 120 to that, which is 360. So I know that. I know what that is right off the top of my head, which is pretty amazing because I have trouble remembering everything. I have really bad memory. But the end result of what I'm doing is always the most important thing. Not just the doing, though that's a lot of fun to do that as well. But what is the end result of what I'm doing? Well, the end result of what I'm doing right this moment is trying to unlock my milestones, right? That is the goal. Not just to make this thing and that thing and the other thing. It's like having an endless source of money. If you have $1 bazillion, but you never spend it, guess what? That money was zero use to you. But, of course, you don't want to spend too much because then you can't survive and you have no money for food and then you die. That's not good. So you got to find a good balance between those two things. So right now, what do I need? I need computers. Do I want to make them myself? Absolutely not. Can I just sit here and let this run and run and run? It's already done 17 of them. I certainly can. And then while I'm doing other things, it can continue to backlog a lot of that, right? And it can continue to run that. And, oh, now my circuit boards are getting up there. Everything's getting up there. Now, what would be really nice right now would be to overclock this big time. So let's go back over here and see how we're doing on our modular frames, which is what's being overclocked right now. And those modular frames are doing okay. Looks like our rods are a little struggling, though, because if I don't see that that's maxed out, then I know our rods are struggling to get in there fast enough. But it's not at 0. So if it's at 12, we know we're still at either an even or we're gaining on those rods. And we can watch it, right? It's saying 30 per minute. Right now, it's 25 and 12. Boom, there we go. Now let's see if it does 12 of them. Does it get to 24 before it does another one? Gotta be close. Boom. Yeah, it's actually it's pretty even. Pretty rock solid even. It's like, why does it have extra 14 Kismet? It's because I probably put some of the rods in there. That's why it does it. We can also go back behind it and say, okay, does it have a backlog of rods back here? It doesn't. How about over here? How's the rods doing on this side? Well, this one's full of rods, which tells me that a lot of these rods over here, I could take this out, maybe cut that in half, or even not even do that. Just take all of those rods out and then feed them over here to make that go a little bit faster. Right, so it tells me that the split between these two is unnecessary. It's splitting in half. So this one over here needs to go at 20 rods per minute, where this one over here needs to go at 30 rods per minute. And also this one's making 5 every minute, and this one is making 4 every minute, right? It's also depending on how much I need. So I could, in theory, slow one of these down and speed the other one up. I could also split it before it gets into the box, or back there and split half of it this way and half of it there. But in this case, it's already half and half. So I could slow down that one and then run it here. But here's the thing it's going to do anyway. When it's done filling this up with 100, it's going to start to backlog into there, and then that backlog is then going to go into here, which is why I have it that way in the first place. And so if this one feeds too quickly, it'll backlog, and then the rods will start to backlog in there. Now, we should have had an uptick of our rods over here running into here. And let's go see how our rods are doing over here. Now, see, I can see already there's a red line there. That's telling me that something in my line is not doing anything. And that's like a red flag. Like, why is that one right there not doing anything? Am I missing an input? No, it seems to be going in. Oh, I never told it what to do. That was my bad, everybody. I never told it what to do. What's it doing? It's doing copper ignits over there. Or no, not copper ignits. It's doing copper sheets. So this one over here, I never did. There we go. Make some more copper sheets. Not that I really needed those sheets anyway. I got so many of those. It's crazy. So you want to look at all these lines here. Now, if you look way down there, you see some that are yellow. And that's telling you that it's making too much of that thing. And that it's stopping and starting. Or it doesn't have enough resources. That's another dead giveaway. That it gets all the way down to here and doesn't have enough copper ignits. Even though way down on that side, it's probably going to have an abundance of copper ignits. Ooh, let's see if we get lucky. Oh, we're going to have an abundance down here, but not enough down on the other side. And I specifically made it that way. So that's more of an overflow on that side of an extra one or whatever we need down there. So it's going to make less of that particular thing. And this is the drawback of an inline run, right? Is that you could eventually, the stuff at the end of the line doesn't get as much resources as the stuff at the beginning of the line. And when you start to have overflow, it should automatically split it and run it down the line. But I can tell you this first one it's got no power. I can tell you this first one needs some power first. Again, I don't know why I didn't do no power to this one. But such is the way it goes. Huh. It has power. Oh, I never tied the power behind it. See, sometimes I just look at it and know exactly what it is. Alright, there we go. Fire that one up. But let's look at the second one down here. This one's definitely going to be backlogged. See, that was backlogged. So I can take that out of there and run it to the end if I want. But the thing is that it's using up all of this stuff already. It's already using it up, so we're not going to see too much of it make it all the way to the end. Right? Or I could have a break here in between, something I forgot to put in there, and so on. But all of these have to overflow before the ones at the end are actually going to be useful. And when you put in an extra one, like I typically do, then it's going to be even more troublesome to it. But I could go all the way to the end here, go to this one, say, you know, make me some more wire, not that I need it. And then that one will then do wire. And then when the wire comes down, it'll actually backlog if it does make it all the way down to the end. But you get the general idea. All right, so we got that running. How are we looking on these? Are these backlogged? No, this is not backlogged at all. All of this feeding in here is looking good. Got a problem with this one. What are you doing? No power. What the heck happened to my power back here? What is going on, Kismet? What have you been doing, brah? I done screwed it up. I done screwed it up, everybody. Again, that's weird. I don't know why that stuff would have no power. But easy enough. Yeah, down there too. Very unusual. I maybe got sidetracked, did something else, never came back. Again, not that I need it. Not that I need all of this stuff. I've got crazy tons of it. But you never know. We might need it later, right? Might need it later on. Alright, looking for those green lines. Over here, our screws are completely stopped. We definitely have a massive backlog of screws. Yeah, That's a backlog of rods. We'll just look around, see if we see any reds. Don't see any more. All right, we fixed a few things there. Apparently I forgot to do, or maybe I didn't save. Maybe I didn't save after that. That's what it feels like. I forgot to save after that thing and I just quit out of the game. Could be. Possible. Probably a good time to save now, right? Let's call it fixed it. Yeah, caps lock. Fixed it. There we go. Now we know it's saved. Confirm. All right, so what else we need to do? Well, we need to let this run and make a bunch of computers for us. We need to find some sulfur and all of that stuff. I feel like our sulfur is nearby. What are we doing? Oh, we're doing our MAM over here as well. Let's get our MAM going on. Look at all this production going on all over the place. We just added all of that today. I was going to start backlogging that plastic like crazy at some point. Okay, over here. How we looking? We're looking for that. We're looking for our MAM over this way. We were going to do something in the MAM, which I can't remember. This one right here, Caterium and plastic. So, let's go get some of this Caterium over here. We got a couple minutes, so we'll go ahead and do a bit of our MAM here. We're going to sort that. We're going to put that 50 back in. Take that 500 out. That Caterium stuff, you're going to end up with so much of that. It's going to just overwhelm your inventory. Now, we know we have some extra plastic over here as well, so we'll grab a bit of that. Eventually, that box will fill and it'll backlog. Both those boxes will fill and it'll backlog over here for my use. Also, we're going to do smart converters eventually, by the way, where it will put it based on whether it's overflow or not overflow, and so on. We'll get into all of that. But right here, this only takes 3 seconds. I'm really bad about unlocking these things, too. Hey, there's our smart splitter. So close. What do we got down here? Look at this. We got an inflated pocket dimension we could get going on. We can get a bit going on there. We definitely need to get our supercomputers and all that going. Flower petals already done. Alien organisms. We got to make some of those object scanners and make a bunch of modular frames. We'll come back to that. Let's see. Marsillia, nutrients. No, we did those. Power slugs. We need more modular frames. Quartz here. We definitely need to get that going. And our sulfur going as well. We need 50 sulfur and 25 copper. Do I have that much in here? I don't remember picking up that much sulfur. No, I have 5 sulfur. But I do have a bunch of coal in there. Now, this is where I throw a whole bunch of random stuff. And the reason why I throw it in there is because when you need that coal in that moment, it'll be there for you. And so on. Like right here, I need a bunch of, to make crystal oscillators, I need a bunch of crystal converted. So I can go in here and say, okay, well, hold on. Let's just take all of our crystal out and convert that crystal down here into quartz crystal. I can make 12 of them. Just from random crystal I ran around and found. And try to put that in there. But I need 100. Which seems like a lot, but it's really not that much. Same thing here with this sulfur. You're going to have black powder coming out your ears at some point. But quartz and silver would be, or sulfur would be the next thing I would work on. I'll put that quartz back into there. Sort this. What else could we take out of there? That's a work in progress. Let's just throw that away. Put that back in there. There we go. And this leaves and random stuff. Okay, looking good so far. So we got that going. So sulfur and quartz. Not what I meant to do. Okay, let's look for our sulfur first. Check in on our computers. Computer's at 46. We're halfway there. That was quick. So as you can see, it got a big boost when I moved that plastic over there, and it boosted it. So about 500 in that direction is some sulfur. I say we throw our vehicle down, we go for a little ride, we go ahead and look at our sulfur, and we'll probably pick that up in the morning. time for a battle. All right, our sulfur is right out that way. Now, it might be up where I'm at, or it might be way out there. Could be right there. It kind of looks like it's on the top of that thing right there. All right, we're going to go ahead and do this battle, and then we're going to head out. Let's do it. Crushing it! Get him! Pew pew! Ah, so much sweet loot. Aha, suckers! Grants and rewards, let's see. Reaper, Grimshard, Judas, and LOC getting some love. Subi coming in overall MVP with the 19 kills. Congrats there. Now we're going to come back next time. We're going to do this in the morning. We're going to get going all the way to that boss. We're going to get you guys 2 more chests, a bunch of mystery fun there as well. Let's go to my office so I can give you guys some love. Let's go. I'm going to go ahead and save that as Get Sulfur to remind myself next time. I'm going to be right there in that spot. We'll pick it up over there, and I'm going to go ahead and show you guys some love right over here. Here's my schedule. There's my social media, and 5,000 Kiz Caps going out to all of you guys. Let's go ahead and check in on our retweets over here. How we do? How we do? Oh, we got a bunch of them. All right, I'll give you 2,000 Kiz Cats for showing that social media some love. Now, again, feel free to go check out the YouTube channel, check out the Twitter, hit the follow, hit the subscribe. Now, if you do want to help support the stream and support future guides and videos and stuff like that, also going to be putting my Patreon supporters back at the end of my videos. So if you want to go ahead and also support on Patreon, I suggest to do it now so you'll be in the next video. We'll put it at the end there. In the future guides and whatnot. Really enjoyed that unboxing from BenQ. That was not sponsored, by the way. That was just for me because I had bought myself a new monitor to go along with it. So by the way, I was playing that in 4K. I was playing Satisfactory 4K. It looks beautiful. Amazing. All right, what else we need to do? I think that's it. I think we just need to give you guys a bunch of love. We need to let you guys know when I'll be back. I'll be back 9 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. I'm going to go work on some more videos and some more stuff behind the scenes and giveaways and all sorts of cool stuff for all of you. And I will see you guys in the morning. Bye, everybody. Hey everybody, Kismet here. Thank you so much for watching this video. Make sure to hit that subscribe button right in the center of the screen. Also check me out live on twitch.tv/Kismet. I'll see you all next time.